Hey, much love and respect. Pura vida, mi gente. Thanks for tuning in once again. I really appreciate you guys taking the time to do that. Hope you guys had a good, strong, not a weak, but a strong, strong. But they try to make you weak, right? It's subliminal. Hope you had a good, strong Shabbat Shalom, but to start the strong end or the strong beginning, they try to say weekend. You get it? But you ain't weak, right? Or did they weekend you? No, right? Thanks for tuning in. I'm going to do a little recap today, a little marathon, because I wanted to continue this research. I never even got to part, I believe, 6, 7, and 8 I wanted to get to. So we're going to do a little marathon today. We'll make this part 22, History of Myth, the true authors of the New Testament. The Pisos. You guys ever heard of the Pisos? Well, let's see what we can find historically. I'm going to go over a couple books. This is going to be a long one. Make sure you get cozy. We're going to get into a lot of information. It might start out slow, but just give it some time. We're going to be here for a couple hours, guys. Hope you guys enjoy the presentation. I might make some side commentary here and there. All right. But once again, appreciate everybody, all the patrons, everybody in the live chat. Thank you for tuning in. And the moderators, my channel members, thank you. Appreciate you guys always. Jesus. That means the sun in Ojibwe or Algonquin. That's what Jesus means. Yeah, we got a video on that. But we're going to go ahead and get started. Once again, thanks for being here, guys. Wow, wow. We have learned that the truth is they were really working from a foundation of assumptions. Oh, you thought I was just giving my opinions. Actually, I was reading from the forward of this book. I'm going to go to the cover of this book now. People who studied and taught history actually knew what they were talking about and understood the nature of history. However, we have learned that the truth is they were really working from a foundation of assumptions. Oh, you thought I was just giving my opinions. Actually, I was reading from the forward of this book. I'm going to go to the cover of this book now. We're going to get right into our information today. It's going to be a very interesting series I got here. I think it's going to be more than one part. This book we're reading from is called the Piso Christ. It says, a book of the new classical scholarship, Arrius Calpurnius Piso, aka Flavius Josephus, the Roman inventor of the biblical Jesus, the New Testament story, and Christianity. Roman Piso with J. Gallus. So again, there was a time when we may have thought that people who studied and taught history actually knew what they were talking about and understood the nature of history. However, we have learned that the truth is they were really working from a foundation of assumptions. While studying the true authorship of the New Testament and the beginnings of the Christian religion, answers to what seemed to be very important questions were thought to be necessary. But after realizing the obvious, these questions were not needed. This is what the general public needs to know, that a virtual handful of people were the original creators of not only the Christian religion, but they were also authors of the New Testament and the history of that time. Only they and others who helped in certain ways could have had the awesome power to have achieved this goal. How could this have happened? How could those few persons have that much power? And why were they able to succeed? They were acting more as frontmen for the majority of royals at that time. This was done on behalf of the majority of royals and with their backing. Those royals all had the same stake in what they could gain from making the religion called Christianity. Then the question becomes, did this begin with these people at that time? Did the royals have complete control over all that was written for public consumption, beginning with these people, or did it pre-exist? The answer that was found is that it had to pre-exist, as that is what royals had always done. All royals were bound and connected, and many were related to each other in ways that most people have never even considered. They all had in common their own shared legitimacy, ability, or right to rule over the masses. This in turn brings us to the point of understanding that at least on occasions they worked with each other to help preserve that institution which their own ancestors had created, allowing them the right to rule as royals. As we learn more and more, the reality becomes known that ancient royals created various concepts and put those out to the public in the form of books and other written works, or through speeches, to have those concepts taught to and believed by uninformed masses over which they ruled. They had invented the concept of gods so that there would be a higher power, which they could claim had given them the right to rule over others. Their invented higher power could be used to legitimize their rule over the common people. The term brainwashing may not have been known at that time in history, but that is exactly what the royals and ruling class were doing. All right, now, before we continue, this is just another book we're going to get into in this series. Just one of those sources, right? You got to, pull out the babies, chew the meat, spit out the bones, and put our knowledge and research and apply it to what we're learning and try to make sense out of it. This book is called Creating Christianity, a Weapon of Ancient Rome by Henry Davis. It says here, sympathetically reveals how the Roman and Jewish aristocracies created the most famous story of all time. All right. So again, one key thing here they pointed out, they not only said the Romans, but Jewish, so-called Jewish aristocracies. And it says here in the preface of this book, and he's giving his gratitude to people and friends and that helped him, and some professors of Cambridge and Oxford University for providing valuable feedback, as he says. And then he says, as you have chosen to begin reading this book, I imagine you are either genuinely intrigued as to the information it presents, or you may be looking to debunk yet another conspiracy theory regarding this subject, as I am fully aware that this information has been labeled as such. All right, so we know what he's talking about. This is taboo, talking about these kind of things. And when it comes to talking about the original creators and these familiar stories that we've heard in the past about the Pisos and the Josephus and all that, we're going to try to get down to the true history of this, see what makes more sense, so we can make our own logical conclusions based on the information we could research, So again, he knows, this author, that, this is seen as taboo or as a conspiracy theory. It's labeled as such. The history of this age is highly controversial, and the ancient evidence is not a quick read. And you may be unfamiliar with the many names examined in this investigation. For that reason, sometimes relevant evidence is repeated in order to explain these discoveries properly. And that part was very important. I understand what he's saying. For a lot of you, I'm going to be mentioning a lot of people you might have not even heard of. I know a lot of you people are not too familiar with the stories in the Bible and Scripture, these characters like Paul and all these other people. So this will be new to you. So repeating things, which we're going to do in this series, repeating things, information, so we understand it. And as he says, so sometimes relevant evidence is repeated in order to explain these discoveries properly, as will be discussed in this book. In the time in which the New Testament and the works of the supposed Jewish historian Flavius Josephus were written, the entire known world was being run by an oligarchy, where power rests with a small number of powerful people. Do you understand what he just said there? So even though we get these books from this guy named Josephus, and I know a lot of you probably don't even know who Josephus is. All right, we're going to get into that. We're going to go see what mainstream says about Josephus. All right, but this so-called Josephus, during the time of his writings, these famous books they always quote as primary sources. The most famous Jewish historian, Josephus, right? He lived in a world that was being run by an oligarchy. All right, So very few people, powerful people, had control. All right. There was no hope, or very little hope, of truthful information being included in anything that was written, because it all came from the same family who had hidden motives behind them. The reality was that the idea of all men being equal and free, and the concept of free speech, was a very far off goal for humanity. I am aware that the last statement has a conspiracy ring to it, but the phrase conspiracy theory is an interesting one. The effect of its use can be to silence those who are the victims of conspiracy, or those who feel a conspiracy may be occurring. The expression made popular by Sir Karl Popper in the 1950s means we characterize an idea that appears impossible as false based on our own opinions or current knowledge. But we as a society know that people conspire. For example, it is widespread in politics, and taking the stance that all conspiracy theories are false and irrational is not logical, all right? As it is simply not true. And he has a point. Eventually, you got to take off all that conspiracy theory, tinfoil hat opinions you got, and eventually research if it really is a conspiracy or if there's a truth behind these so-called conspiracy theories. That is why it is so important to obtain as much information about a possible conspiracy as possible. Like I just said, that's why you got to do the research on your own, especially if there's a valid reason to do so. This is very important. As the more information you have regarding a theory, the more adequately it may be verified or debunked. And that's exactly what we did with the so-called out of Africa theory, right? We verified it. We researched this theory until we were able to debunk it, because the information, the real information of history, was telling us something else. So this is how we're going to approach this video. And that's why I like these prefaces in these books sometimes. You may already be familiar with the major conflict this book focuses on, that being the Roman-Jewish War, which will be the greatest catastrophe in Jewish history before the Holocaust. If you're not familiar with that long, religious political war, which was a war and not just a rebellion, as is so often stated, all right, that's a key one right there. Allow me to provide a brief introduction, all right? So in this series, we're going to also be learning the Maccabean Wars, these Jewish-Roman wars, the conflicts that were going, these different Jewish sects with the Romans, the Idumeans. All right, he's going to break down a little bit of it right now, but we're going to go into it a lot. We're going to try to understand that history. It's not just biblical. This is real history, in order to understand who these characters were and their role in the history that we know. And how does this affect us today? How did it affect us during colonial times? Who were these Holy Roman clergies? You know, we're going to try to answer all this stuff. Now he says here, all right, he's going to give a little introduction of it, this war, one of the wars he's talking about. All right. During the first century, Judea saw big political changes. Judea, Judea, Judah, Juta, Judea, Juta. All right, let's not get lost in these fake locations, okay? Remember. So Judea saw big political changes, and the people of Judea, began fighting back against the injustice they were suffering under the rule of the Roman aristocracy, all right? Judea was a client kingdom of Rome, and before Herod the Great had been installed by Rome to become king of the Jews, the rulers of Judea had cooperated with Rome in order to maintain their power. All right. So again, we're going to talk about a lot of historical characters here. Again, not all of these people are just biblical characters. Herod the Great, that's historical. When we talk about Rome and Herod the Great and invading, the Jews and all that, that all can be verified historically. This is not just a Bible story. We're going to get into deeper who Herod the Great was, his family, his role in all this, and his relation to the Piso, as we read earlier, right before we came here. Okay, so let's continue. The Judean people were fighting back against the institution of slavery, the humiliation they were suffering because of their religion, and the extortionate taxes they were paying to the emperor because of the corruption of the Roman governors of the countryside. In the year 66 CE, for example, a man named Josephus Florus, the last Roman procurator who represented others in a court of law in countries that continued to have a Roman civil law, stole vast quantities of silver from the temple, declaring it was to be used as a tax payment for the emperor. Jesus. The people were motivated to fight by the Jewish religious party known as the Pharisees, which will lead to the Pharisees gaining immense support from the people. All right. So now we got another group of people here, characters, the Pharisees. All right. They ain't down with this whole Roman oppression. Okay. The Pharisees. The full scale of Jewish revolt against Rome would escalate into the main portion of the war, lasting from 66 CE to 70 CE. And a Roman general named Titus Flavius Vespasian, all right? Titus Flavius Vespasian, all right? Remember these people. Is one of the main characters in our story in this series. What does he have to do with Christianity? Would be sent by Emperor Nero. Oh, Emperor Nero. There goes Emperor Nero. You guys heard of Emperor Nero, right? Getting assassinated. Okay. Which somebody we're going to learn about too in this series. All right. So he was sent by Emperor Nero, this Titus Flavius Vespasian, right? To put an end to the revolt. What revolt? Against the Pharisees or the Hebrews, the Jewish people, right? The Hebrews. And Judea, Judah. The Romans defeated the Jewish people. However, complete victory will not be achieved by them until 73 CE with their triumph at the siege of Masada, a fortification in the southern district of Israel. But back in Rome, by the year 68 CE, Emperor Nero, the man who we are told played the fiddle while Rome burned, persecuted Christians, and eventually lost the support of the rulers of the city, would become the victim of an assassination. All right, so interesting, right? He's a Roman. He's going after the Hebrews or Jews, right? But he didn't like Christianity. He wasn't a Christian just because he was a Roman. He was burning and persecuting Christians. So the other Romans, Idumeans, Edomites, who were down with the whole Hellenistic views, which was becoming to be known as Christianity. Remember, if you go back to my thought videos, I highly recommend you guys go back and watch those videos. You know, this was way back 2-3 years ago, but they're still very relevant now with what we're going to learn when we're talking about religions, right? Especially the main ones, Christianity. We're in one of them. And the Holy Roman part of it, right? The Roman. So there was Romans that was burning Christians. So Christianity wasn't just a Roman thing. It just became a Roman thing. We're going to see by who, specifically in Rome. So Nero wasn't down with these people. He was actually sending people to get killed that were trying to conspire against him for the longest time. We're going to read about that. It's going to turn out to be the same Piso family. Okay, who's the Pisos? We're going to get into all this. Now, after his assassination, it says here, a year of civil war took place in Rome, as 3 different individuals tried to claim the throne. The historians of the time have told us that Nero's assassination meant that Judean people considered this as another sign of divine intervention, that God had finally killed the emperor who was trying to oppress them. In their minds, history was repeating itself, as Emperor Caligula had been assassinated earlier. And when he had given orders for his statue to be placed in the Temple of Jerusalem, the Jews refused to obey his orders, as they worshipped scripture, not statues. Caligula raged at them. So you're the enemies of the gods, the only people who refuse to recognize my divinity, and threatened to destroy the temple. Only his sudden violent death saved the Jewish people from a massacre. With the death of Nero, Titus Flavius Vespasian traveled back to Rome in the late summer of 70 CE to become emperor, and his son Titus, who would succeed him, right? His son Titus, his son, who would succeed him a few years later, took charge of the armies in Judea. It was Titus at that point who would start the siege of the city of Jerusalem and finally end the main part of the war. All right, so historically, according to Josephus, we're going to read all this and learn this. According to so-called Josephus, all right, Titus, his son Titus, was the one who invaded Jerusalem, sacked Jerusalem. During the summer of 70 CE, the Romans breached the walls of Jerusalem and began an orgy of violence and destruction. So when we talk about this breaching of walls, are we talking about Sacsayhuaman? Are we talking about Cusco? Those big heavy walls. We know Cusco, the city, had walls, so surrounded by gates and walls. As you can see from this map, this is how it looked when the Spanish arrived in Cusco. Check out my City of David in Peru in Cusco video if you haven't. All right, the City of David is Sacsayhuaman, the fortress. So when we're talking about they breached the walls, remember perspective and orientation. Don't be thinking so-called Middle East. That's not the correct place. Then afterwards, they destroyed the second temple. And we are told that about 1 million Jews lost their lives against Rome. However, there is far more to this war than we have been led to believe, all right? And the facts behind the battle between the Roman and Jewish aristocracies and the Judean people have led me to write this book. It explains how the creation of Christianity came about as a result of this war. And now, I want to bring you to this book too, as well. We're going to be reading from this book too. It's called The True Authorship of the New Testament, authored by Arrius Calpurnius Piso, pen name Flavius Josephus, a Roman. That's the hijack with the whitewashed images. Here are the contents of this book. And this was written in 1979. Maybe a little outdated, but we're going to get all the jewels out of here. This is written by Abelard Ruchlin. Okay. I'm going to read from here real quick. The Great Secret. For there is nothing covered that will not be revealed. The New Testament, the Church, and Christianity were all the creation of the Calpurnius Piso, pronounced Piso, family, who were Roman aristocrats. The New Testament and all the characters in it, Jesus, all the Josephs, all the Marys, all the disciples, apostles, Paul and John the Baptist, are all fictional. The Pisos created the story and the characters. They tried the story into specific time and place in history, and they connected it with some peripheral actual people, such as Herod, Gamaliel, the Roman procurators, etc. But I'm going to add right here, Joshua, Jehoshua, Moses, David, all these prophets that came before, you know, they actually connected to a lot of actual people, but they just, you know, created their characters, as they're saying here. But Jesus and everyone involved with him were created. That's it, fictional characters, all right? Jesus is the Son, remember? Jesus, that's a Roman deity, Greek deities, you know, that has nothing to do with somebody who delivered his people, his family, his lineage, his Israelite people into Jerusalem with the sword. Joshua, Quetzalcoatl, what are we talking about? All right. In the middle of the first century of the present era, Rome's aristocracy felt itself confronted with a growing problem. The Jewish religion was continuing to grow in numbers, adding ever more proselytes. Jews numbered more than 8 million and were 10% of the population of the empire, and 20% of that portion living east of Rome. Approximately half or more of the Jews lived outside of Palestine, of which many were descended from proselytes, male and female. However, Judaism's ethics and morality were incompatible with the hallowed Roman institution of slavery, on which the aristocracy fed, lived, and ruled. They feared that Judaism would become the chief religion of the empire. The Roman author Gnaeus Seneca. All right, that's important right here. Seneca, right? That word Seneca. Just pay attention. Where have we heard this word before? Seneca, the Seneca, Seneca. Yes, it's a Roman family surname and an actual person historically in Rome. And why am I addressing this right now? We'll be addressing later on this video or later parts of this series. What does that have to do with anything? Kurimeo? What you mean? The Seneca, huh? Tutor and confidant of Emperor Nero. So Aeneas Seneca was a tutor and confidant of Emperor Nero. Suggested in a letter to his friend Lucilius, a pseudonym for Lucius Piso, that lighting candles on Sabbaths be prohibited. Seneca is later quoted by St. Augustine in his City of God, although the quotation does not exist in Seneca's extant writing, as charging that the Sabbath customs of that most accursed nation have gained such strength that they have been now received in all lands. The conquered have given laws to the conqueror. The family headed by Seneca's friend Lucius Piso, Seneca's friend Piso, Seneca, Piso, was confronted with an allied problem more personal to it. They were the Calpurnius Pisos, who were descended from statesmen and councils, and from great poets and historians as well. Gaius Lucius Calpurnius Piso, the leader of the family, had married Aria the younger from her grandfather's name, Aristobulus. This made Lucius Piso's wife the great-granddaughter of Herod the Great. Okay, here we go. Talk about Herod the Great again. For those of you who already know who that is, you see the connection of the Pisos and Herod the Great. What is this connection with who we're talking about? What does this have to do with anything, Kurimeo? Well, we're going to talk about this family right here. Aria the younger, her husband, Gaius, who these people were in relation to so-called Josephus. All right? Repeatedly religious-minded Judean zealots were staging insurrections against the Herodian rulers of Judea. The Herodian meaning the dynasty of Herod the Great. Herod was coming from somebody, all right? Remember, Herod was half Roman or Idumean. He was half Idumean, okay? And Hasmonean. He was from the Hasmonean dynasty too. His mom, I believe. So we're going to get into the Hasmoneans. We're going to get into Herod the Great a little bit more. Again, we're just in the introduction of the series. There's a lot of info here that a lot of people don't even know what I'm talking about. I know, but a lot of you do. So just bear with everybody. Let's just get all the info together. And so we're going to try to make sense out of all this, okay? So we're just going over some of the sources we're going to be going into, and we're going to be verifying this information. So we're at the point where, again, they're talking about Judean zealots, right? Staging insurrections in Judea. Remember, that was the war they were talking about in the other book. And Judea, Juta, because of the high taxes and how they were trying to make, have them not practice their faith and religions and ceremonies and all that. The Romans were doing that to the Hebrews or the Jews, all right? So repeatedly, there was a lot of insurrections against the Herodian rulers of Judea, who were Piso's wife relations. Piso wished to strengthen his wife's family's control of the Judeans. The Pisos searched for a solution to the two problems. They found it in the Jewish holy books, which were foundation for both the rapid spread of the religion and for the zealots' refusal to be governed by Rome's puppets. The Pisos mocked but marveled at the Jewish belief in their holy books. Therefore, they felt a new Jewish book would be the ideal method to pacify the Judeans and strengthen their in-laws' control of the country. So you see what they're saying, that what they were saying earlier, how they control information. There was only a group of people really controlling at this time, especially in these places. They made sure if any books were being printed or published, that it was going to be there, approved by them, right, in their way. So they're saying, look, so the Jews They loved their ancient books of their prophets and their laws and all that. They said, why don't we just give them another book? Let's just give them another book, right? Let's write it ourselves. About the year 60 AD, Lucius Calpurnius Piso composed Marcus, the first version of the Gospel of Mark. All right, we're going to look into this again. Marcus, the first version of the Gospel of Mark, which no longer exists. He was encouraged by his friend Seneca and assisted by his wife's kinsman, John Persius the poet. Nero's mistress, later his wife Poppaea, was pro-Jewish, and Nero opposed the plan. The result was that the Pisonian conspiracy to assassinate Nero, detailed in the historian Tacitus, all right, this is real history, this is what he's talking about. A famous source, Tacitus, wrote about what he's talking about. This is the reason why Nero got assassinated. He wasn't going down with the Pisos, what they were plotting to do. But this attempt failed when he aborted the plot. Instead, Nero had Piso and Seneca and their fellow conspirators executed by forcing them to commit suicide. So you see what happened, right? So Nero found out what was going on. And he's like, you know what? I'm going to kill them first. So I'm going to assassinate them first, right? So he had them commit suicide. Now these Pisos he, actually, put to death or made themselves put themselves to death, had a son, right? This is why it's important, why he did what he did, right? Now, continuing, it says, he exiled Piso's young son, Arius, right? So one of the Pisos he murdered, the son was still alive, right? So this son is named Arius, spelled Arius Heron. Now remember the cover of the other books, and in this book, it's letting us know that is Josephus. That's really Josephus. We're going to see, all right, who appears in Tacitus under several names, including Antonius Natalis. So he's saying that Tacitus is calling him Antonio Natalis. Nero sent young Piso to Syria as governor. That post also gave him command of the legions controlling Judea. His own history records his service in Judea in the year 65 under the name of Gaius Florus. All right, you hear this? So this guy who they're saying is Josephus, right? He was a governor, just like I believe Josephus became. And we're going to see who else Josephus was in the story of the New Testament later on, who also was kind of like a governor for the Romans. All right, so interesting that this Arius, who becomes Josephus, had a different name as well, an alias called Jesus, right? Jesus Florus. And in 66 with the pseudonym Cestius Gallus. All right, all these different people are the same person, is what they're telling you. This Arrius Calpurnius Piso deliberately provoked the Jewish revolt in 66 so he could destroy the temple in Jerusalem. For the Jews were unwilling to accept his father's story and thereby become pacified by it as was intended. However, his 12th legion was caught by zealots in the pass of Beth Horon and almost lost. Nero's reaction was to exile him instead to Pannonia, to command a legion there, and to send Licinius Mucianus to serve in Syria, and Vespasian to Judea, to put down the Jewish revolt. All right, so you hear that? Because Arius couldn't control the Jews, or he was doing kind of like dirty stuff over there and provoking revolts and all that. They was like, you know what? Let's send, remember, Titus Vespasian, Titus and his son Titus. These are the ones who eventually sacked Jerusalem and invaded and took it over. All right, Nero had sent that. So it says here, then in 68, Nero was assassinated by his own slave Epaphroditus, who unknown to his master was young Piso's lackey. You hear that? So he was murdered by his so-called slave, who was actually working for the Pisos. Galba became emperor and named Piso's cousin Licinius Piso as his intended successor. But Galba in turn was soon overthrown by Otto. Otto was then overthrown by Vitellius, at which point Piso and his friends began to flock together against the latter. All right, so you see, after Nero died, there was a lot of power struggles there with different families and people taking over the throne, becoming emperors. This is historic. You guys can read up and follow up on all this Roman history that they taught us. But again, they're never telling us the backstories, really. They're just telling us the surface and what they wanted us to know, and that's it. So a lot of this matches the mainstream narratives of all these emperors, Otto, Vitellius, and Nero. So the Pisos were like, all right, this ain't working. So the Pisos and their friends began to flock together against the latter. The Pisos and Vespasian and Mucianus and Tiberius Alexander, Philo's nephew, all joined ranks behind Vespasian to seek to overthrow Vitellius. Arrius Calpurnius Piso was still commanding the 7th Legion in Pannonia. Austria-Hungary. You see that? Austria-Hungary. We just saw coat of arms, right? I just made a video recently, and we're gonna make a lot more. I got a lot more of those videos of the coat of arms. We actually was in Austria, in Hungary, in Austria. We saw some of the coat of arms. You have the Holy Roman clergies, right? Roman. We are talking about the Romans, right? And these were so-called black families with so-called black people all over the coat of arms, the family crest. Okay, so this is the area, ironically, where Arius Calpurnius Piso, aka Josephus, was governing, right? And this is where Vespasian sent him, now appearing in Tacitus with the name Marcus Antonius Primus, all right, south across the Alps to overthrow Vitellius. Meanwhile, the main body of Vespasian's legions marched overland under Massianus from the east toward Rome. Piso succeeded in defeating Vitellius' army and secured Rome for Vespasian. So, all right, this Arius Piso helped Vespasian become emperor. Mucianus arrived and promptly sent him to Judea to help Titus at the siege of Jerusalem. So now go down and help Titus, okay? Take over Jerusalem. He did so. And in 70, they assaulted the city. Then the temple, burned it, slaughtered many thousands, sent thousands more to slavery in gladiatorial combat and death. All right, this is what really went down. And this is all written in Josephus' stories, War of the Jews and Antiquities of the Jews, how the sack and siege of Jerusalem, what the Romans did. Of course, he's writing himself in there as Josephus and not as the actual conqueror, Arrius Calpurnius Piso. Remember, if you don't know, we're going to get into what Josephus did, how dirty he was. Even in the story, he says how dirty he was to his own people, which makes no sense why he would do that to his own people. But now understanding this background of who he may have been, a Roman, it's easy to understand why he did what he did to the Jews or Hebrews during the siege of Jerusalem, and how he became a Roman emperor after being from the tribe of Benjamin, supposedly. Okay, so this is very deep. Again, we're just going over some information here. We're going to repeat all this again. This information, we're going to get it from many sources. So we're just going over this just to get an introduction of what this series is going to be about. All right, so many Hebrews were slaughtered. All right, and that's when they took over Jerusalem. Are we talking about when the Spaniards and conquistadors came? You know, they did lie about chronology and place things back 1,000 years and even 3,000 years. So that's another topic, future videos, but this is all applies to right now. Now it says here, then Arrius Calpurnius Piso wrote and sequenced the following. In Gospel of Matthew, you see this? In 70-75 CE, he wrote then the present Gospel of Mark, 75 to 80, the Gospel of Luke with help of Pliny the Younger in 85 to 90 AD. In the gospel story, he inserted himself by playing the role not only of Jesus, but of all the Josephs as well. He particularly enjoyed assuming the identity of Joseph, wishing to create a Jewish hero, a savior in fictional form. He and his father before him felt the identity of a second Joseph, secretly, but very aptly fit them. For their name Piso had the same 4 letters, rearranged as the 4 Hebrew letters Jud, Vav, Samek, Fe, which in that language spelled the name Joseph. Thus they saw themselves as the new Joseph. That is why so much of the story of Joseph in Egypt is secretly redone and inserted into the gospel story of Jesus. You see that? You see that? Phantoms and duplicates, they're grabbing people, characters, and lives and things that happen in the Old Testament of the Torah, right, to the Hebrews, Israelites, and then they create their allegorical, pagan Roman characters using that history in the New Testament. Remember, when they talk about that, they duplicate all these Josephs. They're talking about the New Testament, not the Old. They're not talking about the tribe of Joseph. That's why they say here the story of Joseph in Egypt is secretly redone and inserted into the gospel story of Jesus. The Jewish Joseph of Genesis, 12 brothers, spices on the camels. Joseph flees without his cloak from Potiphar's wife. Joseph was sold for 20 pieces of silver. All right, we're going to go into the second Joseph of Jesus. 12 disciples, spices with the Magi. The young disciple flees without his cloak when Jesus is arrested. Jesus is sold for 30 pieces of silver. Judas sells Jesus. And you know what happened to Joseph, right? Brother Judas suggests to sell. Remember, he got sold by his brothers. Background was Egypt, bondage and slaying of the firstborn. It says here, background was flight to Egypt to avoid Herod's slaying of the male children. It goes Herod, his character there. So you see the similarities. This is a great comparison of what we're going to be doing with other chapters, also other parts of the New Testament, the similarities, to not only Josephus' works, but Old Testament stories that we already got, okay? The Jesus figure, which Piso creates in a composite, he inserts redrawn elements from Joseph in Egypt and other Jews of the Bible. And other Jews of the Bible, like I said earlier. So what are they doing? Piso, he grabs a lot of the familiar history of the Hebrews, right? And then he just rewrites it in his version, Romanized, allegorical way, creating this Christianity, this symbol, what he wants it to represent, based on lives and elements from Joseph from the Old Testament and other Hebrews of the Bible, right? Joshua, King David, Solomon, Jeremiah, Ezekiel, all of these people. Elements from Essenic writings, all right, as well, and characteristics of various pagan gods, okay, combined with their pagan stuff. And that's where you get, right, your Christianity. Piso plagiarized the Hebrew scriptures, all right? He plagiarized what? The Torah. Especially, he loved and borrowed freely from the prophet Isaiah. What did he do? He borrowed so much from who? The prophet Isaiah. A lot of people try to quote Isaiah and say, but Isaiah was talking about Jesus, Kurimeo. What do you mean? No, he really wasn't. It wasn't about no Jesus as you see it. But look who else was quoting from Isaiah. No wonder. Now, no wonder we see similarities, right? Now, it says here, Isaiah, whose 44th chapter was most helpful. Piso's idea to make Jesus a God to whom to bow, worship, and pray came from Isaiah 44:17. In the idea of prophecies in the Gospel of John and in the writings of the Church Fathers, the prophecies fit Jesus for the same reason Cinderella's slippers fit her feet. The Jesus story was deliberately written in such a way that it would fulfill the prophecies. In addition to creating Jesus in literature, Piso created for himself another famous literary role, that of a purported Jewish general and then historian, Flavius Josephus. As Josephus, he contended he had bravely led his fellow Jews in the war in defending Galilee against the Roman invaders. All right, this is what I was saying. So he made himself a hero first, as Josephus trying to defend his people from the Romans. However, like Jesus, Josephus came only in literature, that is, in Piso's own writings, under his fictional name of Flavius Josephus. He also wrote, during these approximate years, the following: the Jewish War from 75 to 80 CE, the Jewish Antiquities. All right, these are all historic primary sources that the people, basically academics, quote from when they're talking about so-called Jewish history. A lot of it is either scripture or from Josephus, and this is the Josephus who turns out to be actually a Piso, a Roman Piso member. Okay, so he wrote the Jewish War, the Jewish Antiquities, or Antiquities of the Jewish archaeology, his purported autobiography entitled Vita in Latin, which would be Bios in Greek, which is also fictional, Contra Apiopen. All right, Piso is known publicly in history only under his pen name of Flavius Josephus. He does not appear as Arrius Calpurnius Piso. His true identity is decipherable only by reconstruction. All right, we're going to keep reading into how they came across this and the different sources we're going to be reading in this series. Remember, we're just in one source here. This is from the 70s. All right, again, it's a little outdated. We got some newer, modern, more research. All right, with his father's death at Nero's hands in 65. Again, so Nero murdered who? Josephus' dad, or Arius' dad. So he had a personal against Nero. Remember, Nero got assassinated as well eventually. He had a personal with Nero. The Pisos vanished from public Roman history. So it says, with his father's death at Nero's hands in 65, the Pisos vanished from public Roman history. All of a sudden, you don't hear about the Pisos anymore. So you think they just went extinct, even though they had such a prominent, noble position with the Roman emperors in history. For the next 73 years, they are busy writing the New Testament and tightening their power over the known world. That's why you don't hear from them. But they appear only under alias names. They reappear as a family with Piso's grandson Antoninus as emperor in 138, and are thereafter known chiefly as the Antonines or Antonines, but not as the Pisos. All right. All right, they appear back when as Antonians, the family of Antonians, but they are really the Pisos, the Pisos. All right, so we're going to continue to another source we're going to be reading from in this series. The name of this book is called Caesar's Messiah, the Roman Conspiracy to Invent Jesus by Joseph Hadwell. It says here in the introduction, in the popular mind, in the minds of most scholars, the origin of Christianity is clear. The religion began as a movement of the lower class followers of a radical Jewish teacher during the 1st century CE. For a number of reasons, however, I did not share this certainty. There were many gods worshipped during Jesus' era that are now seen as fictitious, and no archaeological evidence of his existence has ever been found. Now remember, when we're talking about a Roman allegorical Jesus, definitely you're not going to find, because it's all allegorical. Remember, they're grabbing stories from real characters from the Old Testament, and then they're adding their pagan stuff to it. So, of course, we're not talking about Quetzalcoatl, but when you go actually look for over here, right, Meshi, and Quetzalcoatl, you start finding archaeological evidence. What contributed most to my skepticism was that at the exact time when the followers of Jesus were purportedly organizing themselves into a religion that urged its members to turn the other cheek, all right, turn the other cheek, like I've been saying, he went into Jerusalem on a donkey, saying peace to everybody. The real Joshua, the real Jehoshua that delivered Meshach, right? Anointed Meshach, deliverer, the person who really delivered the Israelites to Jerusalem, he went in there with the sword. And unfortunately, they murdered a lot of people. They weren't supposed to be there. A lot of these people were doing evil things. Okay, that's reality. War is reality. Shout out to a new breed, making it clear that, most of history really is about war generals and their stories and the families who represent them. All about war. Not about people who turn the other cheek. not about people who turn the other cheek or say peace to everybody, and to give to Caesar what is Caesar's, right? Not those kind of people. Another Judean sect was waging a religious war against the Romans. This sect, the Satire, also believed in the coming of a Messiah, but not one who advocated peace. They sought a Messiah who would lead them militarily. It seemed implausible that two diametrically opposite forms of Messianic Judaism would have emerged from Judea at the same time. Antonine says, I also began studying the other two major works from this era, the New Testament and the War of the Jews by Flavius Josephus, an adopted member of the imperial family. I hope to determine how the scrolls related to them. While reading these two works side by side, I noticed a connection between them. Certain events from the ministry of Jesus seem to closely parallel episodes from the military campaign of the Roman Emperor Titus Flavius as he attempted to gain control of the rebellious Jews and Judea. All right, remember Titus was sent by Nero because Arrius Piso or Manius, remember his AKA name, wasn't doing the job good. So Nero sent Titus Flavius, who eventually did siege Jerusalem. And Josephus wrote about this siege in his books that they're saying. But Josephus, remember, aka Piso. My efforts to understand this relationship led me to uncover the amazing secret that is the subject of this book. This imperial family, the Flavians, created Christianity. And even more incredibly, they incorporated skillful satire of the Jews in the Gospels and War of the Jews to inform prosperity of this act. All right? So now listen to this, the Flavian dynasty, because he's saying it's Flavian, is Josephus is the Flavian, and Titus Flavius, the Flavian dynasty. These are the ones, right? Now, I don't think he's gone back into the Pisos. The Flavian dynasty lasted from 69 to 96 CE, the period when most scholars believe the Gospels were written. It consisted of three Caesars, Vespasian and his two sons, Titus and Domitian, Flavius Josephus, and the adopted member of the family who wrote War of the Jews was their official historian. All right. So I guess this author hasn't really broken the part where Josephus is actually a Piso. We're actually going to see later on in the series that there is a Flavian dynasty connection to the Pisos, but way before. Okay. So the Vespasian, Titus, and Arius Piso and all these people coming together, they're actually related, distant cousins. And that's why they were working together. And they weren't just friends. The satire they created is difficult to see. If it were otherwise, it would not have remained unnoticed for 2 millennia. However, as readers may judge for themselves, the path that the Flavians left for us is a clear one. All that is really needed to walk down is open mind. But why then has the satirical relationship between Jesus and Titus not been noticed before? This question is especially apt in light of the fact that the works that reveal their satire, the New Testament, and the histories of Josephus are perhaps the most scrutinized books in literature. The only explanation I can offer is that viewing the Gospels as satire, that is, as a literary composition as opposed to a history in which human folly is held up to ridicule, requires the reader to contradict a deeply ingrained belief. Once Jesus was universally established as a world historical individual, any other possibility became evidently invisible. The more we believed in Jesus as a world historical figure, the less we were able to understand him in any other way. And that's deep right there. That's deep right there, because the way I took it is like, yeah, we're not really understanding who he really was when we're talking about a real historical Joshua, military, the successor of Moses, Joshua, the son of Nun. Nun is a Hebrew word, the letter N, which means the seed, the heir, the continuation, the fish. The fish. Why is Jesus symbolized as the fish? Not just about the Pisces age. It's Nun. He's the heir, the seed, the hieroglyphic of the sperm, original pictograph. Okay? And we're not talking about Joshua ever saying to worship him or pray to him. That's a whole different thing. That started here in what we're learning today. That started with the New Testament, with this allegorical, this Jesus, this Jesus, that they basically made into one character from many different people. As we can see and reading from here, they also did it with Titus, who took over Jerusalem. All right, we're going to get more in depth of what they mean with that. We're going to see, I'm going to show you that while Titus was taking over Jerusalem, according to what Josephus was writing, a lot of the things that he wrote were the things that were happening while Jesus was getting crucified in the story of the New Testament. We're going to see that. To understand why the Flavians decided to create Christianity, one needs to understand the political conditions that the family faced in Judea in 74 CE, following the defeat of the Sicarii, a movement of Messianic Jews. The process that ultimately led to the Flavians' control over Judea was part of the broader and longer struggle that between Judaism and Hellenism, right? Big one, Hellenism, right? Hellenism, Hellenistic teachings, remember, go back to my Thoth videos, that goes all the way back to Hermes, back to Thoth. And that's also the start of the Pan-African ideology and Kemetic science and all that, which is a Rosicrucian order, a Hellenistic secret society, which was based upon monotheism, and faith was simply incompatible with Hellenism, the Greek culture that promoted polytheism and rationalism. Hellenism spread into Judea after Alexander the Great conquered the area. All right, so now this part of the introduction of this book, I'm glad it's going to talk about this right now. We're going to eventually get into the Hasmonean dynasties, right, and the Herodian and Herod, and why the Hasmoneans had to establish themselves, who were they going against, which were what we're about to read right now, these kind of people, Hellenistic believers and followers. So we're going to read that way before Josephus and all these people and all these revolts of the Jews, Alexander the Great had come and conquered Judea. Okay? Alexander the Great had Judea or Judah, right? Conquered it. And he had brought the whole Greek culture with him, the Hellenistic teachings, the Greek gods and all that. So during that time period, before the revolts, there was a split. So some people were converting over to be Hellenistic Jews. They were not keeping the code. They weren't keeping the code. They weren't being real. They weren't keeping the code. They had converted over to Hellenism. So there was two factions warring with each other, with the Hebrews on top of their oppressors, the Romans. So some of the Hebrews were down with the Romans and the Greeks, beliefs, the Hellenism. And that's where the Seleucid Empire and the Hasmoneans were beefing. We'll read about later. But before that, he's going to get into it right here. How did it come into Judea? How did Hellenism first? Even though we know it goes way back into Thoth and Hermes and all this, the Hellenistic stuff and Islam and all that. Check out my Thoth videos. Hellenism spread into Judea after Alexander the Great conquered the area. In 333 BC, Alexander and his successors established cities throughout their empire to act as centers of commerce and administration. They set up more than 30 Greek cities within Judea itself. The people of Judea, in spite of their historical resistance to outside influences, began to incorporate certain traits of the Greek ruling class into their culture. This is what I was talking about just now. Many Semites, or people from Shemites, found it desirable, if not necessary, to speak Greek. Wealthy Jews sought a Greek education for their young men. Gymnasia introduced Jewish students to Greek myths, sports, music, and arts. The Seleucids, all right, this is what I was saying earlier, the Seleucid Empire, the Seleucid dynasty. These are the ones who were mostly down with the whole Hellenistic push on the Jews and putting and oppressing them. And these were who the Pharisees and all these rebellious Jews were fighting mostly. So it says the Seleucids, descendants of Seleucus, the commander of Alexander's elite guard. All right, so that's the history of the Seleucids. There you go. Okay, remember all this, because we're going to be talking about all these characters, all these dynasties, all these families, what they have to do with all the story, right? And I know a lot of you don't have this biblical background. A lot of you do. Shout out to all the people before me that was teaching about these wars, the revolts, the Maccabean wars, and the Seleucids, and the Pharisees, and the Sicarii. You know, I've been learning, I've been trying to, understand it, because I know it's not just biblical history, but it is basically history. Again, the Seleucids descend from Seleucus, who was a commander of Alexander's elite guard, gained control over the region from the Ptolemies, the descendants of another of Alexander's generals, in 200 BC. When Antiochus IV, or as he preferred, Epiphanes, that is, God manifest. So you see, it's a common thing for these Romans to have these pseudonyms and pen names and different kind of titles they put on themselves. When he became, this guy, Antiochus, when he became the Seleucid ruler in 169 BC, he began Judea's nightmare. Right? So he was very evil, oppressive. Antiochus was openly contemptuous to Judaism and wanted to modernize Jewish religion and culture. He installed high priests who were supportive of his policies. When a rebellion against Hellenization broke out in 168 BC, Antiochus ordered his army to attack Jerusalem. Second Maccabees records the number of Jews slain in the battle as 40,000, with another 40,000 taken captive and enslaved. All right, they're talking about the book of Maccabees from scripture. And just to point out here, a lot of the Maccabee books were pulled out of the Bible. All right, they're apocryphal books. They were hidden or secret books eventually. Antiochus emptied the temple of its treasury, violated the Holy of Holies, and intensified his policy of Hellenization. He ordered the observances of the Hebrew cult be replaced with Hellenistic worship. Okay, so you see what's going on. He banned circumcision and sacrifice, instituted a monthly observance of his birthday, and placed a statue of Zeus on the temple mount. Okay, a monthly observance. And I think we had read somewhere, my boy, shout out to JB, he believes he had read it was on the 25th of each month, which eventually coincides with Christmas. So they had to pay tribute, they had to celebrate and keep observance. They had to also, if we read certain books in scripture, how the Romans were making these people part of their parades, part of their ceremonies and rituals, even though they didn't want to be down and worshiping and carrying idols. They made them do all this stuff. So they were making them do all kinds of things, like it says here, keep a monthly observance of his birthday and place a statue of Zeus on the temple mount. Okay, Zeus, hey Zeus. In 167 BC, the Maccabees. All right, who's the Maccabees? We're gonna get into the Maccabees again. Shout out to everybody who's come before me studying the Maccabees. Who's the Maccabees? It says here in this book, a family of religiously zealous Jews who led a revolution against Antiochus' imposition of Hellenistic customs and religions. They sought to restore power, the religion that they believed was mandated by God in his holy land. The Maccabees compelled the inhabitants of the cities they conquered to convert to Judaism. Males either permitted themselves to be circumcised or were slain. Now, this is a key thing they just said here, and I want you guys to remember this part because I'm going to mention it. It's very important later on in the series, which is that these Maccabeans were what? They were compelling inhabitants of the cities they conquered to convert to Judaism, meaning they were converting a lot of people who weren't even Hebrews. So they weren't just trying to get their rights back and so they can worship freely and let everybody else alone. They were trying to eradicate any other beliefs like the Romans were, and forcing Gentiles or other people they conquered to convert to Judaism. That could include Ishmaelites, right? That could include Moabites, that could include Edomites if they weren't practicing Judaism, if they were more into Hellenistic stuff. Well, that's what they were doing. We're going to read about this later on. So that was a big one right there. They were compelling people. Why would they be doing that? Why do you want Gentiles to be practicing your thing? You know they're not going to do it correctly, and eventually they're going to get in high positions and do something dirty. We're going to read about it. I'm just saying. So it says, after a 20-year struggle, the Maccabees eventually prevailed against the Seleucids. To quote 1 Maccabees, the yoke of the Gentiles was removed from Israel. All right, so 1 Maccabees 13:41. All right, that's in scripture. Again, this is history that was in the Bible, but this is real history. Though the Maccabees went on to rule Israel for more than 100 years, their kingdom was never secure. Now, dodge the hijack again. Remember, when we're talking about orientation, when they're talking about holy lands, America's a true old world. Don't get lost over there in the Middle East. And when they're saying the Maccabees went to rule Israel, Israel's not a place. It's a family. It's not a landmass. Okay? Judea and the Holy Lands, Canaan and all that they mean, right? The Seleucid threat to the region was replaced by an even greater one from Rome. Roman expansionism and Hellenistic culture constantly threatened to engulf the religious state that the Maccabees had established. In 65 BC, a civil war broke out between the two Maccabean rivals for the throne. It was at this time that Antipater, the Edomite, the Edomian, all right, the Edomite, Edomians, who are the Edomites, the Edomians, it was at this time that this character, who we're going to read about more, Antipater, the wily father of Herod, appeared on the scene, all right? The dad of King Herod, okay. Antipater the Edomite. Oh, Edomite. I told you Herod was an Edomite. Now remember, if you saw my City of David video, Herod's temple, the temple of Herod, was actually in the City of David when he had taken over Jerusalem, the City of David.
Hey bro, I'm running a little behind. I just realized I didn't have no tree, so I'm gonna grab that from the dispo.
You couldn't put paper between it. It was so perfect, the zigzag, the way it was put together, just like Sacsayhuaman's walls. It describes it in detail, word for word. Go back to the video, check it out if you haven't. So we're talking about, again, Cusco. What are we talking about? So again, let's have a correct orientation. So Antipater, Herod's dad, helped bring about a Roman intervention in the civil war. And when Pompey sent his legate Scaurus into Judea with a Roman army, it marked the beginning of the end of the Maccabean religious state. For the next 30 years, Judea suffered through one war after another. In 40 BC, the last Maccabean ruler, Mattathias Antigonus, seized control of the country. By this time, however, the Herodian family was firmly established as Rome's surrogate in the region, and with Roman support defeated Mattathias' army and gained control of Judea. Okay, so the Herod, half Edomian, half Hasmonean, all right, so he's an Edomite and a Hasmonean. The Hasmoneans, we're going to read later on, were these Jewish families that were trying to separate themselves from the Hellenistic Jews. So Herod basically defeated the Maccabean families that were ruling, that was trying to keep onto the old Hebrew customs and codes and laws. And Herod the Great comes into history. Following the destruction of the Maccabean state, the Sicarii, a new movement against Roman and Herodian control emerged. This was a movement of lower-class Jews, originally called Zealots, who continued the Maccabees' religious struggle against the control of Judea by outsiders and sought to restore Eretz Israel. All right, so again, these Zealots, these Sicarii, now we know the time frame, it came after the Maccabeans had lost control. The effort of the Sicarii reached a climax in 66 CE when they succeeded in driving the Roman forces from the country. The Emperor Nero ordered Vespasian to enter Judea with a large army and end the revolt. So the Sicarii, were the rebels, right? The main rebels that they had sent Arrius Piso, or that guy, he was having trouble with them. So they sent Vespasian, right? Titus. And remember, Josephus is going to write about this particular siege that Nero sent, right? The siege, the capital of Jerusalem, or of the Hebrews. The violent struggle that ensued left the country devastated and concluded when Rome captured Masada in 73 CE. In the midst of the Judean war, forces loyal to the Flavian family in Rome revolted against the last, the Julio-Claudian emperors. Vitellius and seized the capital. Vespasian returned to Rome to be proclaimed emperor, leaving his son Titus in Judea to finish off the rebels. Following the war, the Flavians shared control over this region between Egypt and Syria, with two families of powerful Hellenized Jews, the Herods and the Alexanders. Again, who? Hellenized Jews. Jews who had converted or started following and practicing the Greek customs. These three families shared a common financial interest in preventing any future revolts. They also shared a long-standing and intricate personal relationship that can be traced to the household of Antonia, the mother of the Emperor Claudius. Antonia employed Julius Alexander Lysimachus, the Abalarch, or ruler of the Jews of Alexandria, as her financial steward in around 45 CE. Julius was the elder brother of the famous Jewish philosopher Philo Judaeus. Okay, now we come into this character, Philo. Okay, the famous Roman poet or writer, Philo. We're gonna see, they're gonna compare Philo to Josephus, and we're gonna determine most likely that it was the same person. Philo, this famous Philo, who was actually Josephus, meaning that this brother of Philo, Julius, was Josephus' brother, or Piso's brother. Philo's writings attempted to merge Judaism with Platonic philosophy. You see what he was trying to do, Philo? Scholars believe that his work provided the authors of the Gospels with some of their religious and philosophical perspective. So look at that. So he had his hands in the New Testament too. How ironic, just like Flavius, Josephus, and Piso. Antonia's private secretary, Caenus, was also the long-term mistress of Vespasian. Julius Alexander Lysimachus and Vespasian would therefore have known one another through their shared connection with the household of Antonia. Julius had two sons. The elder Marcus married Herod's niece Bernice as a teenager, creating a bond between the Alexanders and the Herods, the Roman-sponsored ruling family of Judea. Marcus died young, and Bernice eventually became the mistress of Vespasian's son, Titus. Bernice thereby connected the Flavians and the Alexanders, the family of her first husband, to her family, the Herods. Julia's younger son, Tiberius Alexander, was another important link between the families. He inherited his father's entire estate after the death of his brother Marcus, making him one of the richest men in the world. He renounced Judaism and assisted the Flavians with their war against the Jews, contributing both money and troops, all right? What did he do? He renounced Judaism. Now the question is, were these people really actual Hebrews, or were they converts? Remember, the Maccabean was converting many people. We're going to read later on. The Hasmonean dynasties were doing the same, forcing Edomites to convert, who were Hellenistic. Tiberius was the first to publicly declare his allegiance to Vespasian and as emperor, and thereby helped begin the Flavian dynasty. When Vespasian returned to Rome to assume the mantle of emperor, he left Tiberius behind to assist his son Titus with the destruction of Jerusalem. So, hope you guys have been following me so far. Again, some of the sources we're going to be reading through, we're going to go back into them, of course. Before I did that, I wanted to go ahead and talk about some of the characters they've mentioned already. One of them, again, being Flavius Josephus. This is from the Britannica Encyclopedia, just so we can get what the mainstream narrative says about Josephus. All right, we're going to dodge the hijack because we know Josephus is actually, might be a Piso, Arius Piso. This might be a pen name, pseudonym, all right? So it says here, Flavius Josephus, original name Joseph ben Matthias. So that's not even his name. So they're saying even has a different name, which is Joseph, son of Matthias, right? Remember the Josephs, how they were adding their Josephs? Born AD 37-38 in Jerusalem. It says he was a Jewish priest, scholar, and historian who wrote valuable works on the Jewish revolt of 66 and 70 and earlier Jewish history. His major books are History of the Jewish Wars, 75 to 79, The Antiquities of the Jews, 93, and Against Oppium. early life. It says Flavius Josephus was born of an aristocratic priestly family in Jerusalem. Oh, really? According to his own account, he was a precocious youth who by the age of 14 was consulted by high priests in matters of Jewish law. So, according to his own account, right? But what do you mean? Flavius Josephus might not even be a real person. It's a pen name for Piso. So what do you mean? Piso's not, he's a Roman. The Pisos were Romans, Edomites, Idumeans, dodged the hijack. So again, I just wanted to read to you the whole history of what they gave us, these narratives, right? Who this so-called Josephus, who they quote so much. But when we realize what Josephus did to his own people, you know, you're going to see how dirty, what he did to his own people. So we're going to understand why. We're going to understand the background behind this Josephus and how he could do that to his own people, supposedly. Because they're saying he's a Jew from Jerusalem here. At age 16, he undertook a 3-year sojourn in wilderness with the hermit Banus, a member of one of the ascetic Jewish sects that flourished in Judea around the time of Christ. Returning to Jerusalem, he joined the Pharisees, a fact of crucial importance in understanding his later collaboration with the Romans. All right, later what? Collaboration with the Romans. Why is he collaborating with Romans? If he's from Jerusalem, if he's a Jew, why is he collaborating? The Pharisees, despite the unflattering portrayal of them in the New Testament, were for the most part intensely religious Jews and adhered to a strict, though non-literal, observance of the Torah. Politically, however, the Pharisees had no sympathy with the intense Jewish nationalism of such sects as the military patriotic zealots, and were willing to submit to Roman rule if only the Jews could maintain their religious independence. All right? They didn't give the Romans as long as they allowed them to practice. In AD 64, Josephus was sent to an embassy to Rome to secure the release of a number of Jewish priests of his acquaintance who were held prisoners in the capital. There he was introduced to Poppaea Sabina, Emperor Nero's second wife, whose generous favor enabled him to complete his mission successfully. During his visit, Josephus was deeply impressed with Rome's culture and sophistication, especially its military might. All right, so I dodged the hijack because we're talking about Piso. All right, this is the narrative that they give us. This is the so-called Josephus. All right, again, a first century Romano, Jewish, Romani, his Jewish historian and military leader, best known for the Jewish wars, and was born in Jerusalem, then part of Roman Judea, to a father of priestly descent and a mother who claimed royal ancestry. All right. He initially fought against the Romans during the First Jewish-Roman War as head of the Jewish forces in Galilee, supposedly, right? That's according to Josephus, until surrendering in 67 to Roman forces led by Vespasian. All right, Vespasian. Oh, so he surrendered to Vespasian. But how could he surrender if he's actually Piso? They were working together, remember? He helped Vespasian seize Jerusalem. Titus, right? He helped Titus. It says that after a 6-week siege of Jodfa, Josephus claimed the Jewish Messianic prophecies that initiated the First Jewish-Roman War made reference to Vespasian becoming emperor of Rome. So this is big. We're going to see that supposedly Josephus prophesied that Vespasian would become an emperor. He made a prophecy and it became true. Well, of course it's going to become true when you're writing the story, right? And you know what's going to happen, and you're a Piso, you're not really, and why would a Hebrew, a Jew, be prophesying that? Why would he be claiming that and making him look good like that? In response, Vespasian decided to keep Josephus as a slave and a presumably interpreter, right? So we're going to already see that that's false, all right? We read that earlier, right? In the book, it's saying that was false, right? After Vespasian became emperor in 69 CE, he granted Josephus his freedom, at which time Josephus assumed the emperor's family's name of Flavius. Also, he adopted the name Flavius. Now he's a Flavius. You see the story and the hijack? Flavius Josephus fully defected to the Roman side. So all of a sudden, he's just a full Roman and was granted Roman citizenship. All of a sudden, this Hebrew, right, this Jew from Jerusalem, all of a sudden, not only is he getting citizenship and went to the Roman side, he got their name. He started being down with their family members, okay? He became an advisor and friend of Vespasian's son Titus. Wait, Josephus and Titus. Wait, Titus was the same one, right, who serving as his translator when Titus led the siege of Jerusalem. Who was the translator? So Josephus, Vespasian's son's friend or advisor, right? Translator. Just like when the Spaniards and conquistadors came, they had these so-called translators, these Moorish translators with the Indians, right? The in-between guy. So he helped Titus lead the siege of Jerusalem. Josephus, right, against his own people in 70 CE. Since the siege proved ineffective at stopping the Jewish revolt, the city's pillaging and looting and destruction of Herod's temple, second temple, soon followed. Josephus recorded Jewish history with special emphasis on the 1st century CE and the First Jewish-Roman War, including the siege of Masada. His most important works were the Jewish War, the Antiquities of the Jews, the Jewish War recounts, the Jewish revolt against Roman occupation. Antiquities of the Jews recounts the history of the world from a Jewish perspective for an ostensibly Greek and Roman audience. This is who he was writing for. These works provide valuable insight into the 1st century Judaism and the background of early Christianity. Early Christianity, really? Flavius Josephus. Oh, I didn't say it. This ain't a conspiracy book. Josephus' works are the chief source next to the Bible for the history and antiquity of ancient Palestine and provide a significant and independent extra-biblical account of such figures as Pontius Pilate, Herod the Great, John the Baptist, James the Just, and possibly Jesus of Nazareth. Josephus, son of Matthias. All right, that's going to be very important later on. If you guys don't know who Joseph of Arimathea is, Joseph of Arimathea is actually Josephus, son of Matthias. Yeah, we're going to get to that later on. Don't worry. It says he was born into one of Jerusalem's elite families. He was the second-born son of a Jewish priest. His older, full-blooded brother was also like his father, called Matthias. Their mother was an aristocratic woman who descended from the royal and formerly ruling Hasmonean dynasty, okay? Hasmonean, right? I told you we're going to get into the Hasmonean. So he's supposedly Hasmonean, but remember, he's a Piso. He's not even a real Josephus. That's not his real name. But maybe the Piso might be a Hasmonean. But what is a Hasmonean dynasty? According to Wikipedia, Hasmonean dynasty was a ruling dynasty of Judea and surrounding regions during the classical antiquity from 140 BC to 37 BC. All right. It says that the dynasty ruled Judea semi-autonomously from the Seleucid Empire. All right. So remember the Seleucids. Who were the Seleucids? They were the ones pushing the Hellenistic beliefs, culture, religion onto the Jewish, to the point where they were trying to eradicate the whole Jewish belief, ban their practices, force them to convert, all that stuff. And so they were ruling at the same time, the Hasmoneans and the Seleucids. See, these Hasmoneans were the ones really beefing the ones. They were the ones trying to keep the code, supposedly, the Hasmoneans, okay? So with the empire disintegrating, the Hasmonean dynasty, Judea gained further autonomy and expanded into the neighboring regions of Samaria, Galilee, Uteria, Perea, and Idumea. All right, Idumea, Edomites, Idumea. The Hasmonean rulers took the Greek title Basileus, king or emperor, and some modern scholars refer to this period as an independent kingdom of Israel. The kingdom was ultimately conquered by the Roman Republic, and the dynasty was displaced by Herod the Great. Okay, you get it? So when Herod the Great comes in the picture, remember, even though his mom, I believe, was a Hasmonean, right? His dad was Antipater, remember? His dad was Antipater the Edomite, or Idumean, the Idumean. And that begins the Herodian dynasty after the Hasmoneans, or the Jews, were in control, right? The Hasmoneans. Now, a little history as the Hasmoneans, okay, real quick. The dynasty was established under the leadership of Simon Tassi, 2 decades after his brother Judas Maccabeus. Remember the Maccabean Wars. Remember, they were the ones revolting. They were the ones. Jehuda Mahabiki defeated the Seleucid army during the Maccabean revolt. They defeated the Seleucids, the Maccabeans, remember? According to 2 Maccabees, remember these are biblical scriptures, and the first book of the Jewish War by Jewish historian Flavius Josephus. So you see who they're quoting, right? The Bible, and then all of a sudden Josephus. Antiochus IV moved to assert strict control over the Seleucid satrapy of Coele-Sierra and Phoenicia. After his successful invasion of Ptolemaic Egypt was turned back by the intervention of the Roman Republic, he sacked Jerusalem and its temple, suppressing Jewish and Samaritan religious and cultural observances, and imposed Hellenistic practices. They tried to, you see what they did? They pushed their Thoth, Hermes teachings, their alchemy, their Hellenistic practices. The steady collapse of the Seleucid Empire, under attack from the rising powers of the Roman Republic and the Parthian Empire, allowed Judea to regain some autonomy. However, in 63 BC, the kingdom was invaded by the Roman Republic, broken up and set up as a Roman client state. All right, so again, that's a little bit, just a real quick history of the Hasmonean dynasties and the Maccabeans. Remember the Maccabean revolts? All right, the Maccabean revolts, just read up on that real quick. Again, this is just Wikipedia, general knowledge. I just want you guys to see the mainstream, what they tell people. And we're going to get, again, the background stories of all this, hopefully in a more clear way. And it says here, the Maccabean revolt was a Jewish rebellion led by the Maccabees against the Seleucid Empire and against Hellenistic influence, Hermes, on Jewish life, on the Hebrews. The main phase of the revolt lasted from 167 to 160 and ended with the Seleucids in control of the country, but conflict between the Maccabees, Hellenized Jews, and the Seleucids continued, with the Maccabees attaining independence by the end. King Antiochus Epiphanes launched a massive campaign of repression against the Jewish religion in 168 BC. The reason he did is not entirely clear, but it seems to have been related to the king's mistaken internal conflict among the Jewish priesthood as a full-scale rebellion. I remember now, these people are the Romans. They're related to the Pisos and all these Flavians. They're trying to impose their Christianity. They're going to create the stories. That's why they're saying they don't know why they did it, but that's what they were plotting. All right. So we're going to read up a little bit, if we can, more on the Maccabean revolt. But again, just a little background of what we're reading when we're reading these books, when they're talking about Maccabean and the Seleucids, Josephus, Hasmonean, Herodian, Herod the Great. All right, so a little background on that. Returning now to the book Caesar's Messiah, the Roman Conspiracy to Invent Jesus by Joseph Atwell. In a convergence unique in history, the Flavians, Herods, and Alexanders brought together the elements necessary for the creation and implementation of Christianity. They had this financial motivation to replace the militaristic religion of the Sicarii, the expertise in Judaism and philosophy necessary to create the Gospels, and the knowledge and bureaucracy required to implement a religion. The Flavians created and maintained a number of religions other than Christianity. Moreover, these families were the absolute rulers over the territories where the first Christian congregations began. To produce the Gospels required a deep understanding of Judaic literature. The Gospels would not simply replace the literature of the old religion, but would be written in such a way as to demonstrate that Christianity was the fulfillment of the prophecies of Judaism and had therefore grown directly from it. To achieve these effects, the Flavian intellectuals made use of a technique used throughout Judaic literature, typology. Right? Typology. In its most basic sense, typology is simply the use of prior events to provide form and context for subsequent ones. Okay? Typology. Theology. Typology in Christian theology and biblical exegesis is a doctrine or theory concerning the relationship of the Old Testament to the New Testament. Events, persons, or statements in the Old Testament are seen as types prefiguring or superseded by antitypes, events or aspects of Christ or his revelation described in the New Testament. Okay, so you see, a lot of stuff that happened in the Old Testament, they attributed and gave it to aspects of Christ. All right, typology. Typology. They used typology. If one sits for a painting, for example, he or she is the type of the painting, the thing it was based upon. Typology is used throughout Judaic literature as a way of transferring information and meaning from one story to another. For example, the book of Esther uses type scenes from the story of Joseph in the book of Genesis, so that the alert reader will understand that Esther and Mordecai are repeating the role of Joseph as an agent of God. The authors of the Gospels use typology to create the impression that events from lives of prior Hebrew prophets were types of events from Jesus' life. In doing so, they were trying to convince their readers that their story of Jesus was a continuation of the divine relationship that existed between Hebrew prophets and God. Remember that Christianity and Paul and all these people, supposedly according to the story, was preaching to Gentiles. They were trying to convert all nations, right? So they can make up whatever story they wanted and typology about Jesus' life. They didn't really know or understand the Hebrew prophets and Hawa. At the very beginning of the Gospels, the authors created a crystal clear typological relationship between Jesus and Moses. The authors placed the sequence at the beginning of their work to show the reader how the real meaning of the New Testament will be revealed. The sequence begins in Matthew 2:13, where Joseph is described as bringing Jesus, who represents the new Israel, down to Egypt. This event parallels Genesis 45:50, where a previous Joseph brought the old Israel down to Egypt. The authors of the Gospels associated their Joseph with the prior one by means of more than just a shared name and a journey to Egypt. The New Testament Joseph is described like this, his counterpart in the Hebrew Bible, as a dreamer of dreams and as having encounters with a star and wise men. By using scenes from Judaic literature as types for events in Jesus' ministry, the authors hoped to convince their readers that the Gospels were a continuation of the Hebrew literature that had inspired Satire to revolt, and that therefore Jesus was the Messiah whom the rebels were hoping God would send them. In this way, they would strip Messianic Judaism of its power to spawn insurrections, since the Messiah was no longer coming, but had already come. Further, the Messiah was not the xenophobic military leader that the Satire were expecting, but rather a multiculturalist who urged his followers to turn the other cheek. If the Gospels achieved only the replacement of the militaristic Messianic movement with a pacifistic one, they would have been one of the most successful pieces of propaganda in history. But the authors wanted even more. They wanted not merely to pacify the religious warriors of Judea, but to make them worship Caesar as a god. And they wanted to inform posterity that they had done so. The populations of the Roman provinces were permitted to worship in any way they wished. With one exception, they had to allow Caesar to be worshipped in their temples. This was incompatible with monotheistic Judaism. At the end of 6673 CE war, Flavius Josephus recorded that no matter how Titus tortured the Satire, they refused to call him Lord. To circumvent the Jews' religious stubbornness, the Flavians therefore created a religion that worshipped Caesar without his followers knowing it. To achieve this, they used the same typological method they had used to link Jesus to Moses, creating parallel concept sequences and locations. They created Jesus' entire ministry as a type of the military campaign of Titus. In other words, events from Jesus' ministry parallels events from Titus' campaign. This is what I was saying earlier about how when he attacked Jerusalem, and we're going to read this, I'm going to show you why I say that. To prove that these typological scenes were not accidental, the authors placed them in the same sequence and in the same locations in the Gospels as they had occurred in Titus' campaign, and they're getting this from Josephus' writings. The parallel scenes were designed to create another storyline than the one that appears on the surface. This typological storyline reveals that Jesus, who interacted with the disciples following the crucifixion, the actual Jesus that Christians have unwittingly worshipped for 2,000 years, was Titus Flavius. The discovery of the Flavian invention of Christianity creates a new understanding of the entire 1st century CE. Such a revelation is disorienting, and the reader will find the following points useful in understanding the new history that this work presents. We're back in the book Piso Christ, Arrius Calpurnius Piso, aka Flavius Josephus, the Roman inventor of the biblical Jesus. The New Testament story in Christianity, Roman Piso was J. Gallus, it says here. So again, just want to emphasize this is an actual Piso, Roman Piso. That wasn't the name of the book. Roman Piso is the author. All right. So a Piso descendant. A lot of good chapters and information in this book, and the different aliases that Arrius Piso, right, aka Josephus, really was. Just example, Arius Piso as Dio Chrysostom. All right, so that was one alias. So it says here, the Pisos, Flavians, and Balbi. All right, so remember we just read that the Flavians were the creators of Christianity. All right, so it's deeper than that. All right, we're going to show it right here, try to link it all up, like we're saying, just reading the different sources, try to corroborate with different information, try to understand this a little better. It says here, to better understand what was happening in the first century CE, common era or current era, like AD, right? And how power over all of the Roman Empire came into the hands of the Flavians, one is to examine all who supported their rise to imperial power, okay? It wasn't just Flavians, including their royal relatives. A few years ago, something about the discovery of a stone tablet was being mentioned, on which had information about the Piso family. It is very likely that more than just one such tablet had been discovered. This one tablet referred to the Arrius Calpurnius Piso, who poisoned Germanicus Caesar. All right, Arrius Calpurnius Piso, right? So let's go see real quick what they have to say about this guy in Wikipedia. Now it says, Arrius Calpurnius Piso, council from 7 BC. All right, it says, was a Roman statesman during the reigns of Augustus and Tiberius. He served as consul in 7 BC, after which he was appointed governor of Hispania, the Council of Africa, the Pisos, Africa, Hispania, Hispaniola, Africa, is that the West, afar? Future video, what does Africa really mean in these old ancient texts? Does it really mean a continent, Africa, or does it mean West, afar, Afarica, Aparica? He belonged to one of Rome's most distinguished senatorial families. All right, he was what? One of Rome's most distinguished senatorial families. Who? The Pisos. So the Pisos are real people, right? In history. This is in Roman history, right? They teach this in college. Okay, whose members included Calpurnia, third wife of Julius Caesar. What? Julius Caesar's third wife was what? A Piso. All right, a Piso. He was a member of the gens Calpurnia, specifically among the Calpurni Pisones. What is the gens Calpurnia? What is the gens Calpurnia? The gens Calpurnia was a plebeian family of ancient Rome, which first appears in history during the 3rd century BC. The first of the gens to obtain the consulship was Gaius Calpurnius Piso, all right, in 180 BC, but from this time their consulship were very frequent, and the family of the Pisones became one of the most illustrious in the Roman states. The Pisones, the Pison family, the Pisones, became one of the most illustrious in Roman Edomite state. Two important pieces of republican legislation, the Lex Calpurnia, all right, and the Lex Acilia Calpurnia, were passed by members of the gens. The Calpurni claimed descent from Calpus, the son of Nuna Pompilius, the second king of Rome, all right, and accordingly, the head of Numa is found on some of the coins of these people, of these gens, all right, of these people, all right. So going back, all right, he was a member of the gens Calpurnia, who now is Calpurnius Piso, the one we were just reading about, and his grandfather being one of the participants in the Catiline conspiracy. All right, the Catiline conspiracy. Remember, they just said he poisoned somebody. All right, he had a brother, Lucius Calpurnius Piso. Lucius Calpurnius Piso. He had a brother, Roman senator, who was appointed consul in 1 BC. Okay, so these Pisos are real. We're gonna read about these people more and more. It says Piso was married to Plancina, a woman of noble rank and wealth, By Plancina, Piso had two sons, Arrius Calpurnius Piso, who after Piso's death had to take a name of Lucius Calpurnius Piso. He changed his name. And Marcus, we had a Marcus earlier, Calpurnius Piso, all right? This was a general under Vespucian, remember? All right, so real quick, just wanted to show you, these are real people they're talking about. We're gonna go back to the book. Again, this one tablet referred to, so they found a tablet referring to the Piso families, right? They were talking about, and it referred to Arrius Calpurnius Piso, who we were just talking about, who poisoned Germanicus Caesar in 19 CE. There was quite a bit of information on that tablet, or set of tablets. It seems that it was a tablet which gave the details of the trial of Arrius Piso in regards to the deed of which he was accused of poisoning Germanicus. However, the real value to those of us who are piecing together the family tree of the Pisos and their relatives is the genealogical information which was given on that tablet. The tablet confirms a marriage between the Piso and Balbi families. This information actually completes a circle of involvement and connections between the Pisos, the Flavians, and the Balbi. The Balbi were financial backers and supporters of the Vespasian and his bid for the imperial throne of Rome. All right, these are people who backed Vespasian and were going against Nero. Okay, we know of the marriages of Julius Caesar to one of the Piso women, Calpurnia. All right, we just got that, the daughter of Lucius Calpurnius Piso, Caesonius, the consul of 58 BC, before the current era. But his son is the Lucius Calpurnius Piso Caesonius, who was a pontifex. Who was what? A pope, a pontifex, a bishop, and consul in the year 15 AD, was the father of another Calpurnia. And it is this Calpurnia who married Lucius Nonius, or Atius Balbus Aperinas, who was a consul in the year 6 AD. This Lucius Nonius Balbus Asperinas fits into the puzzle to be the grandson of that Marcus Nonius Attivus Balbus, who in circa 30 AD, or BC, married Julia Minor, the sister of the dictator Julius Caesar. This is truly complicated family tree with very closely knitted relationships between royals. Also, this Lucius Nonius Attius Balbus Asperinas was the nephew of Attia Major, who was married to Augustus Caesar. There are other later relationships between these families that will better clarify the motives for the things which we have been examining as to the making of the New Testament, the Jesus story. Continuing a few pages ahead, it says here regarding the relationships, right, of the Pisos to the Flavians. The father and son team of Marcus Nonius Attius Balbus Sr. and Marcus Nonius Attius Balbus Jr. of circa 68 AD apparently were also involved in the Pisos conspiracy against Nero, as well as helping to put down the rivals of Vespasian in his pursuit of the imperial power. Remember that Vespasian, they were fighting for the throne. Nero had been assassinated. And then there was different people, sanctions trying to take control. Vespasian was one of them. And he had a lot of followers and supporters. Those of you who have been researching this subject may know that the key person in the invention and writing of the New Testament was Arrius Calpurnius Piso, aka Flavius Josephus. And he was a great nephew of the Emperor Vespasian by way of Vespasian's brother, T. Flavius Sabinus, whose wife was Aria the Elder. Okay, so big one right there. That's his direct connection to the Vespasian Flavian family. All right, the so-called Josephus. All right, who is actually Arius Calpurnius Piso. So the Pisos are related to the Flavius or Flavian dynasty, and it's through Vespasian's brother, right, his wife, so his sister-in-law, who is Aria the Elder. Her daughter, they're going to tell us right here, Arius Calpurnius Piso, which is Josephus, was the son of Aria the Younger. His mom, all right, his mom, so Josephus or Arius Piso's grandmother, right, is Aria the Elder, which is the sister-in-law of Vespasian, all right, the emperor. So they are related some way. So Arius Piso was the son of Aria the Younger, who was the daughter of Arya the Elder. There wasn't any need to claim Josephus Arius Piso as having been adopted by the Vespasian, other than to be used as another way to hide behind the alias of Flavius Josephus. Remember what he's talking about. They're trying to always tell us in mainstream narratives that Josephus, after he was a slave of Vespasian, remember Vespasian is family. He wasn't no slave, they were all together. And it says that he granted Josephus his freedom, which time Josephus assumed the emperor's family's name of Flavius. No, he didn't adopt the name. That's what they're talking about, so dodge the hijack. Again, back in the book, Piso Christ, right? There wasn't any need to claim Josephus Arius Piso as having been adopted by Vespasian, other than to be used as another way to hide behind the alias of Flavius Josephus. Here we have laid out some relationships, and perhaps these are beginning to show the reader how the royals were connected and to whom and why they were so powerful. In his Vita, Flavius Josephus, actually Arrius Calpurnius Piso, great-grandfather, was called Simon Pacellus, which meant stutterer. If you take the information that we have and trace his ancestry back and concentrate on his great-grandfather, you will find that a piece of the puzzle fits. Arius Piso did have a great-grandfather whose name means stutterer, but it is not Pacellus but Balbus, and this is because Balbus also means stutterer. This great-grandfather is the father of Arius Piso's grandmother, and we discover that her name of Monachia is really Nonia, that is with mum as nun, non-phonetically, Atia. Knowing this reveals her as a Balbi. She is the daughter of Plancinas Monatinus, the wife of Neos Calpurnius Piso, whom we have already discussed above. Wow, right, so that's the first part. We're going right into part two right away. Second, guys. I hope you guys are enjoying it. The presentation so far. We're gonna keep going. We're just doing a little marathon because we're gonna continue this series. I wanted to get back into it. We're gonna get back into it together. Hope you guys are enjoying it. Shout out to all the real ones in the chat. I see you. Shout out to Drop Nation. Shout out to the Jasharala. Shout out to Jasharala. Come Jasharala, you know. Kwam. Kum. And we continue in the book, Creating Christianity, a Weapon of Ancient Rome by Henry Davis, sympathetically reveals how the Roman and Jewish aristocracies created the most famous story of all time. Today we're going to continue in part one of this book, as it says here, the Gospels. The Torah was a holy book that the Jews guarded and cherished with their life, and they shared these manuscripts all over ancient Israel, except Jerusalem, as the Romans had destroyed the Jewish presence there. The different sects in Judea, the Pharisees, the scribes, the Sadducees, the Essenes, the Zealots, held varying beliefs about their religion. The Essene sect, who lived in Qumran, on the west bank of the Judean desert, likely followed the rebellion because of their messianic expectations. When the Romans occupied Qumran, the Essenes stored manuscripts in the caves for fear of them being destroyed. Eventually, Qumran was conquered in 68 AD, and archaeological remains show that the Romans burned this area to the ground, and after the destruction of the Second Temple in 70 AD, they then turned their attention to Masada. To complete their victory in 73 AD, The conquering of Qumran forced the Jews to try and save the scrolls by hiding them in the caves. Those scrolls are known today as the Dead Sea Scrolls. Much like today, during that time, there were no actual rules in place concerning who could produce literature for the people within the Roman Empire, but there was no freedom of speech either. Only 1 or 2% of the population could actually read and write, those being nobles, merchants, and rich individuals. And the royalty of the day had to agree with all the literature being circulated. Otherwise, the author would not live long. Considering the slaves copied these various books or book rolls one by one, means only high society people had the powers to achieve this, okay? What is interesting is this research shows that at that time, only those of royal status wrote public literature. Following the war, Rome took command of all churches and temples, which means that the Roman emperor of the time after the war would have had to allow and agree to any holy writing being read out and distributed in around the empire and in the other territories under Roman authority. This limits just who would have been able to write religious texts. All right, that's a major key right there. He's trying to bring you into a perspective, give you reference of that time. What was it like? Who was really publishing or writing things? It wasn't just regular people like they tell us. The early Christian literature becomes suspicious regarding this, as so far no concrete information regarding the author's identities has been provided. Okay, they haven't been able to prove none of the authors of the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? So they're telling you only speculations. Within the Roman Empire, the emperor controlled all publishing, the lives of philosophers and where they lived, access to the royal library of Alexandria in Egypt, and all places of religious interest. Writers had a great influence on people, and so the emperor tried to control what was available, all right? So writers had a big control on the people, right? On the masses, your books, just like movies do today. Persuasion, right? With bookshops often being raided and undesirable books destroyed. So they were censoring stuff, right? You see that? They were controlling the flow of information. Emperor Augustus ordered private houses to be searched for books he took a dislike to. So writers had to be careful when writing about powerful people in Rome, as the punishment meant death. As we learn from the writer Juvenal, a Roman poet active in the late 1st and early 2nd century AD, the best thing to do was wait until someone died before you criticized them. By the time of the 4th century AD, Rome had 28 large libraries where citizens could read books for free. However, government officials called prefects selected the books that appeared in these libraries. In this way, the government could control what information was available. Now you see what they were doing back then, right? Controlling the information. Supporting information regarding the rules around literature come from Appian in his Civil Wars, written approximately 160 AD. He says Laena, under instructions from Antony, cut off Cicero's head. He also cut off the hand with which Cicero had written his attacks on Antony. The head and hand of Cicero were suspended for a long time from the rostra in the forum where formerly he had made speeches. Another example comes from Tacitus, the Roman historian and politician, in his book The Annals of Imperial Rome, where in 118 AD he says the Senate ordered his books to be burned by the aediles, but they survived, first hitting and later republished. The stupidity of people who believe that today's authority can destroy tomorrow's memories. That was a deep phrase right there. The stupidity of people who believe that today's authority can destroy tomorrow's memories. They can't stop our truth either. That's a deep one right there. That applies to what we're doing in our journey, right? This is a statement regarding when the Roman historian Cremutius Cordus criticized the power of the emperors. All public literature went through a Roman filter. And to maintain this control, the emperor used secret police, secret police called the frumentari. These officials of the Roman Empire were originally wheat collectors, but acted as the secret service of the Roman Empire in the 2nd and 3rd centuries. You hear that? And their loyalty was to the emperor. But with these rules in place, it brings us back to the discoveries regarding Flavius, Josephus, and the New Testament itself. The evidence seems to suggest the authors of the Gospels would need to be literate enough to create writings for public use, but they would also need to have the means to reproduce them if under threat of being destroyed. If literate high priests wrote the Gospels, records clarifying this should exist. All right? That's true. Listen to what they're telling you. If literate high priests wrote the Gospels, records clarifying this should exist. Possibly, if illiterate peasants gave these eyewitness accounts, then those who were literate would need to have written them. So the question again is, who were the authors? The first thing to understand when researching the Gospels is that the word kata appears with the name following it. For example, tu kata matoayon, and it keeps going, which means the according to Matthew holy glad tidings. According to, key term right there, according to. Supposedly, written by, I heard it, according to this guy. Well, according to him, according to T-Bone, this is what happened, this is what went down, and then he went over there, and then they went over there, and then this he came over here, and then he according to. You get it? You never notice that all these books in the New Testament, especially of the disciples, always according to Luke, according to Mark, according to a third person is telling the story. You get it? The verb glad tidings is translated in the King James Bible as to preach the gospel. The English word gospel is created from the Anglo-Saxon God spell. You hear this? Meaning good news or tidings. But glad tidings occurs in King James Bible and translates as evangelion, which is the classical Greek word meaning good news. Hey, I got good news for you. I got a gospel. I got good news. Check this out. I got a God spell, a ghost spell. The word kata in Greek designates the source, not the author. A different form of Greek would designate the author, such as archegus. So when these names were attached to the accounts, somebody was claiming the names were the sources for the author. Somebody said, according to, It's like somebody who's a non-believer in the research and sources we show, and they don't watch my videos, So, and this, let's say a Pan-African, for example, He don't even watch my videos. So he goes to his boy, says, hey, guess what? According to Kurimeo, you get what I'm trying to say? According to. So never directly saying, this was written by Mark. This was written by, it always says according to. It doesn't give you a definite confirmation like this is the book of Isaiah. This is the book of Jeremiah. This is the book of Hosea. This is the book of Joshua. You get it? Those are primary direct first-hand accounts, Not third persons according to's. All right, so something that's very obvious in the New Testament. But they cannot be eyewitnesses, as Matthew copies Mark using the same words. And if you were an eyewitness, why would you use the words of someone who is not an eyewitness Exactly. So he's saying there's a lot of parts, and even in the different books of the disciples, they're repeating the same things. And these are supposed to be accounts of different people. This is what the New Oxford Annotated Bible has to say on the matter. Scholars generally agree that the Gospels were written 40 to 60 years after the death of Jesus. They are not eyewitness or contemporary accounts of Jesus' life and teaching. Okay? This is in the New Oxford Annotated Bible. Even the language has changed, right? Even the language, even worse, the language has changed. Though Greek had become the common language used by groups whose primary languages were different in the Eastern Roman Empire, and inscriptions and fragments of Greek translations of the Hebrew Bible show that Greek was used among Jews within Judea, Jesus, his disciples, and the crowds would have used Aramaic, a Semitic language closely related to Hebrew, which it had replaced as the principal spoken language of Palestine. Despite scholarly efforts to detect an underlying Aramaic original for Mark or Matthew, right, they've never been able to kind of really find that. It is probable that all the evangelists wrote in the common Koine Greek of their day. Further, the vast majority of Hebrew Bible citations in the New Testament are taken from the Greek translations of the Hebrew Bible, the Septuagint. All right. So you guys listening? Most of the original New Testament, right, writings were in Greek, and that's where we get the Septuagint, right, version of the Bible, the Greek, right, New Testament. The New Oxford Annotated Bible, New Revised Standard Version, page 1380. I reference it if you like. For an article investigating when the Septuagint was created, please visit www.henryhdavis.com. Secondly, as mentioned above, the Greek word for gospel is evangelion, which again, as shown above, means good news. According to the Standard Theological Dictionary, the word gospel means the good news of military victory. Guess what, guys? I got good news. We won. We beat the Hebrews. We took over the promised land. Guess what? We got good news. Hey, everybody, gather around. Gather around. I'm here to evangelize you or bring you good news. We won. We beat the Hebrews. We won. So, a military victory. If we look at Mark's gospel closely, we can see that being the case. And he gives some examples here saying Jesus has authority over doctrine, 121 to 22, 27. Jesus has authority and victory over demons, 123, 27, 34. Jesus has authority and victory over disease. Jesus has authority and victory over sin, and it gives you the verses. Jesus has authority over the Sabbath and traditions. Jesus has authority and victory over Satan's strong man. Jesus has authority and victory over storms. Jesus has authority and victory over death. When reading the above, if for a moment we put the words Rome in place of the word Jesus, right? Let's go back. He said, instead of saying Jesus, put Rome, right? It says Rome has authority and victory over sin. Rome has authority over the Sabbath and traditions. All right. So remember, they were trying to break you out of the Sabbath and those traditions, right? That was one of the codes, no? That was one of the codes, the commandments, keep the Sabbath, right? So it's in Mark, it was telling you that Jesus had authority over Sabbath. Now all of a sudden, we got a new tune. We got a New Testament, guys. Guess what? We got a New Testament and we got good news. Okay? We got good news and a New Testament. So he's saying, so replace that word with Rome. We can see that these victories become the military victories of Rome after the Roman-Jewish War. The Jewish presence in Jerusalem was destroyed and Rome had authority over that land. So the military victory meaning of evangelion applies to the Gospels. When we come to the chapter which examines the parallels between Josephus and the Gospels, this fact will hopefully become even more apparent. The Gospels claim to be 4 very separate stories or reports written independently by 4 different individuals. But when we consider the information above, we can see how They were constructed and therefore understand what they are. Mark and Matthew are works of literature and were created using the structure that makes up the Torah, the Old Testament. All right, where they get in their info, where their source for most of it. Again, we got this on part 1. Typology, right? Typology, let's not forget, right? They were creating and using the structure, right, that makes up the Torah, the Old Testament. The Torah, the traditional and sacred book of the Jews that is made up of 5 sacred books, appears to have been used as the basis for creating the 5 parts in these Gospels. That means someone used the origin story presented within the Torah to create the origin story of Jesus. They used the theme of Exodus, which means leaving Egypt or bondage, right, to create the passage about Jesus visiting Egypt, simply a reversal of what appears in the Torah. The book of Numbers is, according to the story, an account of how God ordered a continuing of the people, a census, of the 12 tribes of Israel, a census. After counting all the men who were over 20 and fit to fight, the Israelites began to travel in a well-ordered division. In Hebrew, it means the book of the wilderness. And that leads to the passage in which Jesus goes into the wilderness. Next, we have Deuteronomy, the important section in the 5th book of the Torah, in which Moses gives law to the Israelites on the mountain. In Mark and Matthew, we see the story of the Sermon on the Mount, in which Jesus gives a new law. Finally, we have the book of Leviticus, the 3rd book of the Torah, which is the account of the sacrifice, which was used to create the story of the crucifixion. In the book of Exodus, Moses is told to go to Egypt and come back from Egypt. And that part was used to describe how Jesus' father is told to go into Egypt because of the destruction of the children. So one story is used as a literary structure to create another story. And if that is the case, it is not a historical account. Continuing in the book, Creating Christianity, a Weapon of Ancient Rome. Now, you may be familiar with the following arguments regarding why there should be a mention of Jesus outside of the New Testament. But for those who are not, I will present a few of them. The New Testament contains some 24 scriptures in which Jesus is said to be famed far and wide and performing miracles. For example, in 1 Corinthians, 500 people supposedly saw him resurrected. And at his death there were earthquakes, the sun darkens, and the saints rise out of the ground and wander through the streets of Jerusalem. And it says here, quotes, "And the graves were opened, and many bodies of the saints which slept arose, and came out of the graves after his resurrection, and went into the holy city, and appeared unto many." All right, that's in the New Testament, right? They're talking about zombies, literally coming out the grave. This unique event is not recorded in the historical record of the day. The question is why. The period in which this event happened is one of the best documented in history. All right, this period, people were recording things, what he's saying. It should have been recorded. So I think it's very reasonable to assume that the above event would have been noticed. Jesus was also supposedly rampaging through the streets, going into the temples, and feeding 5,000 people with fishes and loaves of bread. And this area was a very busy trade route. But even if people did not mention him, it's reasonable to think that the other issues that were going on at that time would have been noticed. It is written that the curtain of the temple was torn in two from the top to bottom at Jesus' death, on Matthew 27:50, meaning there was damage to the Jewish temple. That should have been recorded somewhere other than the Bible, as the Jews would have been very protective of their temple if somebody had entered there in an aggressive manner, such as this. In another incident, Jesus threatens to destroy the temple, Matthew 26:61, and he's calling the Jews sons of Satan, which was blasphemy and deserved the death penalty. Again, it can be expected that the Jews would have recorded that incident. But even the supposed persecution of the Christians by Paul, all right, Paul, future character and all this. What does Paul have to do with all this? who was Saul, supposedly. So Paul, who was Saul, at the time does not make it into the historical record. So Paul's not even in history. An individual who should have recorded something of these events, a man named Philo. All right, Philo. We talked about Philo, all right? Philo, we're going to get a lot of correlation of him possibly even being Piso, the same person, Josephus. So it says here, Philo Judea of Alexandria, Judaeus, a Jewish historian who was living at the exact time and who was part of the wealthiest family on the planet, says nothing but his logos, word of God idea, appears in the New Testament. Philo was an important historian at this time, but in his works he does not write about a Jesus that would be seen as the Messiah of the Gospels. The only similarity in his incarnate word, the logos, which was significantly developed by the Greeks as the living word of God, all right? And they're true, that's a Hellenistic thing, all right? We talked about this in my thought videos, go back about the logos. Who's the logos? The ancient of ancients. Who was the real logos according to Hellenistic views? Hermes, Stuff, the ancient of ancients. Who is that? Continues, says, and Philo describes the words that end up in the New Testament. Philo wrote, the logos of the living God is the bond of everything, holding all things together. So that's something Philo, a famous historian, wrote, right? And this is what the New Testament says. And he is before all things, and in him all things hold together. Colossians 1:17. Who wrote Colossians? What is that? Get it? Another perhaps trivial point, but a valid one, is regarding the three kings, or the biblical magi, also referred to as the three wise men, who make only one appearance in the Gospels, the Gospel of Matthew. These wise men felt that the birth of Jesus was so important enough to visit him, even bringing gifts, but we have no record of them or from them regarding this visit. So what happened? It is by considering all these factors and putting them into context and culture of that time that the only possible way the story would have been able to gain credibility is for it to be product of those who control the creation of religious laws. The Old Testament is a set of laws. All right, Torah means the book of law. Are you following the laws, keeping the code? And the New Testament gave new laws. All right, so then they came with, hey, we got some new laws here, guys. We got the New Testament here. We got a new tune for you. Which is why the story of Jesus does not present itself as it should in history, especially considering other recorded events. Jesus' story parallels past ancient Messiah stories. All right, remember, you guys go back to my thought videos, we talked about it a little bit, right? We know that, there's the Isis, Osiris and Horus, thing, the Trinity. We got that all over the place, right? Like there's a lot of messiahs before him, right? Who got crucified, who died on the third day, resurrected, right? All that, Mithra. We've gone over this, so we know what he's talking about, right? Jesus' story parallels past ancient Messiah stories and uses attributes from other gods worshipped around the empire. Remember, they were adding their pagan stuff too. Those gods include the Etruscan god Usil, who walked on water, the Egyptian god Osiris, who came forth from the tomb, Dionysus Bacchus, the god of wine, and the Greco-Egyptian god Aesculapius Serapis, all right? Serapis, all right? Serapis, the god of healing. Real quick, before we continue, all right? So if you just Google Serapis, you can do it yourself. This is what you get, statue of Serapis. Now, what does this look like? Jesus, the image they put of Jesus, right? And also of Zeus, like this bust of Zeus, all right? You see this? This is what they were worshiping. Check out my thought videos. The people who were following Serapis, we read this 3 to 4 years ago, and I was trying to understand, like, wow, right? How did these people become the early Christians, these worshippers of Serapis, right? And Serapis, Apis, the ape is the bull, right? Check out my thought videos again, right? It's all coming in full circle now. And, you know, this is why I didn't do a part 3, because it was starting to get really deep and I needed to really understand a lot of things before I try to do videos on it. So we're about to get back into that. I just wanted to show you, this is Serapis. Again, who are they mixing? This allegorical person, Jesus, they're combining so many things, putting this superhero, Roman superhero, Messiah, Jewish Messiah that they created, right? With all these attributes and typologies, epithets, right? Attributes of ancient historic people, mythological, gods, pagans, and Hebrew kings, prophets, and messiahs. All right, so I wanted to add this. This was one of them. All right, this is another one that they attribute, you know, they even got the name Jesus. You see, Jesus was a Gaulish god known from 2 monumental statues. All right, so Jesus, it says here, on the Gallo-Roman pillar of the Bowman, Gallo-Roman. That's just so significant to the Pisos. I'm going to show you guys why, if not in this video, but maybe in a future one in this series. I'm going to show you where the Pisos are coming from. So this guy's Jesus is always cutting down trees. Jesus, all right? Jesus. All right, so coming back to the book, how it was letting us know how they're mixing all these pagan gods and putting these stories, same stories, into the life of Jesus. Again, one of the people they were using was Iacupalapius Serapis, all right? Serapis, the god of healing. The next step then in this investigation is to examine the background information regarding the first century historians, Flavius Josephus and Philo Judea of Alexandria. Understanding the background of these 2 individuals will hopefully make it easier to understand the discoveries investigated in the following chapters. All right, so I wanted to come back to this book, right, which is called Piso Christ, Arrius Calpurnius Piso, aka Flavius Josephus, the Roman inventor of the biblical Jesus, the New Testament story, and Christianity. This is written by Roman Piso. I'm going to look into him. Is he a possible descendant? And with J. Gallus, or these pen names, because these are famous family names that the Pisos had, the Piso and Gallus. So I don't know if they're just using pseudonyms, but that's the name of the authors here. There's a part in this book where the author is mentioning these 2 people. One of them is Sir Ronald Syme, we're going to learn about, and Abelard Rushland. Right now, Abelard Rushland is the guy who wrote this book right here, the True Authorship of the New Testament, right? And which we're gonna definitely get back into, but this one gets very into it right away, specifically, so we gotta build up to it so we can understand everything before it. We're gonna come back to this book. So the author's talking about these 2 individuals. Let me just read a little bit of what he says here. Abelard Rushland had tried to educate several scholars to the fact that Sir Ronald Syme was privy to the fact that the Roman Piso family invented the Jesus story and the Christian religion, and that they were successful because they were also in control of all that was being written for public consumption at the time, biblical or not. All right, so again, Rushland is the guy who wrote, you know, that other book we just came from, the True Authorship of the New Testament, was very controversial. Actually, first person really coming out straight up, you know, in public mainstream, giving you specific people's names. Like, it was the Pisos, you know, who created this, you know, because what he's pointing out, this author right here, is that even though Ronald Syme, who we're going to learn, was one of the most famous Roman historians, he got very specific in a book he wrote. He was very subliminal. He didn't basically say, yeah, the Pisos created Christianity, but he hinted to all of that. So that's what Abelard Rushland was saying, that Ronald Syme knew what he was talking about. He just held it back. You know, he was trying to point that out. So here, read a little bit of Robert Syme, or Sir Robert Syme, right? It says, that he was from New Zealand, born historian and classicist. He was regarded as the greatest historian of ancient Rome, all right? The greatest historian of ancient Rome since Theodore Mommsen, and the most brilliant exponent of the history of Roman Empire since Edward Gibbon. His great work, The Roman Revolution. We're going to get into that book, okay? A masterly and controversial. Why is it controversial? If he's the most famous Roman historian, why is the most famous Roman historian his book? Why is it controversial? Is there a reason we never heard of this guy's book in school? Is this a part of Roman history they didn't really emphasize on? So they're saying a masterly and controversial analysis of Roman political life in the period following the assassination of Julius Caesar. Remember, Julius Caesar was married to a Piso. Remember, Julius Caesar's dad is Lucius Calpurnius Piso, who is Arrius Piso, aka Josephus' uncle, right? His brother got murdered by Nero, Piso's dad, Flavius Josephus' dad. Remember, that was from part 1. Make sure you remember that. We're going to get into all this information again. Don't worry. Right now, we're learning about who Ronald Sim. We're talking about real scholarly people, peer-reviewed, the most famous Roman historian, academic in modern times, right? I'm going to show you that in his book, he got the Pisos all over in there. So the Piso family were real. They were real. I'm going to show you that. So I come back into the book. Now we know who Ronald Sim is. We know who Abelard Rushlin is. Again, Abelard Rushlin, the author of the book, The True Authorship of the New Testament. Very famous book that circled the internet a lot all these years. So this author, again in the book, Piso Christ, he's just pointing out these two people who pointed this out before him. So what he says about them, it says Rulers had tried to explain to scholars the reason that Syme was able to write in such detail in all of the various areas of Roman history and that he wrote about, because he was looking at it with the great advantage of seeing it from the inside, looking out, all right? From the inside, looking out at those who did not understand what he knew. Only by being inner circle, he was down with somebody, right? They were part of a secret society. Most likely is that what that means. Only by being an inner circle could he draw the conclusions and raise the kind of questions that he did. As a matter of fact, Syme's work is what had made it possible for other inner circle members to make more progress in their own research. Abelard Rushlin and other inner circle members had been reading Syme's work for many years, from which much information was gathered. More mention of Syme's particular work is in the bibliography of this book. The death of Sir Ronald Syme, even though he was quite elderly, came as a great shock to many people who had been following his work. He was born in 1903 and died in September 1989. A British historian by profession, he studied and taught at Oxford University. He was a patriotic Brit, serving the British government both in Belgrade and Ankara during World War II. Syme had been a fellow at Trinity College, Oxford, from 1929 and 1949. He was a professor of classical philology and taught at the University of Istanbul from 1942 to 1945, and Camden, professor of ancient texts and fellow at Brasenose College, Oxford, as well as a fellow of Wolfson College, Oxford, all right? The guy was scholarly, all right? So this ain't a controversial thing. This is not pseudo. Okay, well, this is why we're breaking this down little by little. It doesn't matter how many parts we take, right? Sir Ronald Syme was an eminent scholar of classical Roman, very well respected by his peers, okay? However, he was also wise enough to realize the fact that had he tried to publicly present his findings, as we are doing now, he would have suffered the same fate as Bruno Bauer. He would have lost all the credibility that he had gained in the world of academia. This is because it is a vastly huge task to compile and publish all this information into a comprehensive form which people can readily understand. And I'm going to say right there, tell me about it. And I'm going to tell you guys, I've been holding these books. Well, not these Kindle ones, but the other two, especially the True Authorship of the New Testament and Caesar's Messiah book. Shout out to Drop Nation. I got that from there. You know, we've been holding these books for like 3 or 4 years, and I've been wanting to do videos on it, but I had to have my understanding of it first, you know? Because like he's saying, it is a big undertaking to compile. It's a huge task to compile and publish all this information in a comprehensive form, or make a video about it in a comprehensive form, right? Which people can readily understand. Hope you guys are following along. It requires many things which most people, even scholars, are not used to, including learning many completely new and different concepts, okay? That's the problem with most master teachers. They think they got it all figured out. See, that's the thing. I ain't a master teacher. I'm a master student. We're learning. We got to keep learning. Can't think we got it all figured out. You got to be open to different concepts, all right? While examining everything with a very objective and agile mind. This subject matter is not easy. It must be researched in an open-minded manner. Symes simply realized the truth of the situation and went quietly about his work, knowing that his research would help future generations after they realized the underlying truth about ancient history. All right? And that's what we're doing. And we're going to go to his book right now. So thank you. All right, so I'm on archive.org. I found the book right here for free. Okay, again, this is The Roman Revolution by Ronald Syme. This was written in 1939. These are some of the contents of the book. So you can see Introduction, Augustus and History, the Roman oligarchy, right? Who were in control, right? Control, the domination of Pompeo, Caesar the dictator, the Caesarian party, Caesar's new senators, the consul, Antonius, and so on and so on. You guys can see all the different topics, the government, the cabinet, the succession, the opposition, the doom of the nobles, the doom of the nobles, okay? Genealogical tables. So I just want to show you guys that in this version of the book, this book I have here, they actually didn't scan or they erased the genealogical tables. Let me just show you. So you see, they just blurred out most of it. They did something. Now what I did is I put in Piso as a search word in this book, and I got all these results right here. So I just want to show you guys that this is real history when we're talking about these people, the Pisos, the Piso family, the dynasty. Okay, so on this page, I believe 6 it says here, it talks about a section of the Roman Empire called the Cispalline Gaul region. And we're going to read a little bit further, is where it seems to be where the Pisos might have originated from, okay? And this was a region of Gaul people or Gaulish people, the Gauls, right? The Gauls. That's why earlier I was saying Gallo-Roman, that Gallo-Roman culture, that's what it is, the Gaulish people being influenced and adapting all the culture of the Romans, and they were called the Gallo-Romans. So it's just stating here that in this region, Caesar was given that region. It says, to this end, Caesar was granted the province of Cispalline Gaul, which dominated Italy for 5 years. Now it says here further, the 3 rulers designated consuls for the next year, L. Calpurnius Piso, that's Lucius, that's Arius' uncle, Lucius Calpurnius Piso, a cultivated aristocrat with no marked political activities, and A. Gabinius, a Pompeian partisan. All right, so this just referencing these 2 people as the consuls in that area, the Cisalpine Gaul area they called. On page 62, and it says right here, a counselor who could stand neutral without the imputation of lack of courage or principle was Caesar's father-in-law. All right, Caesar's father-in-law, right? Remember, Caesar was married to a Piso woman. Caesar's father-in-law, the virtuous L. Calpurnius Piso, that's Lucius. Again, that's Flavius Josephus' uncle, okay? When hostilities were imminent, Piso offered to mediate between Caesar and Pompeius, and during the civil wars, he did not abate his sincere efforts in the cause of concord. Very important person right here, right? This Lucius Piso in this book, as you can see, real Roman history. Page 74, we get this reference on the footnote. It says here, number 5, the maternal grandfather of Lucius Calpurnius Piso was a businessman called Calventius from the colony Cicero. All right, so now we got a genealogy here. Again, we start seeing who these people are historically, okay? It's about on page 135 or chapter 10 of this book. It says the senior statesman. All right, a little bit more info here. It says, in the Senate, 3 men of consular rank had spoken against Antonius, namely Lucius Piso, P. Servilius, and Cicero, and therefore might be said to have encouraged the designs of Octavianus. That was all they had in common in character, career, and policy. The 3 counselors were discordant and irreconcilable. Piso, all right, who's Piso? Piso is an aristocrat of character and discernment, united loyalty to Roman standards of conduct with lively appreciation of the literature and philosophy of Hellas. He was the friend and patron of Philodemus, all right, the poet and scholar. Now listen to this, all right? Remember, Lucius is Flavius Josephus, aka Arius Piso's uncle, all right? This is his uncle. And they're saying that his uncle is friends with Philodemus. We just read about that last book telling us that we need to understand who Philo is, right? And I'm going to show you eventually. It seems that Philo is Josephus, is Arius. So it's interesting that they say right here in this book, the author knew, right, the different pseudonames. He's letting you know that Lucius, who's Josephus' uncle, is friends with Philodemus, who we're going to see it's most likely Josephus too, the poet and scholar. Though elegant in his taste, Piso suited his way of living to his family tradition and to his fortune. All right, they had money, to his fortune. The Pisos, they have power and money. Okay, Pisos, which would not have supported ostentatious display and senseless luxury. Being the father-in-law of Caesar, all right, remember, he's the father-in-law of Caesar. Caesar was married to a Piso. Okay, a little bit of Piso here on this page. All right, just want to show you guys. I mean, I would love to read this book. We're probably going to read a lot of this book when we're talking about the Romans, right? We're going to get more into this, right? Nations of the world, Idumeans and all these people, all these clans, all these families, dynasties, you know, break them down. Because in Rome, right, we know in Rome, the Romans were colonizing many different nations like the Gauls, and they were making them Roman citizens. So when we think of history, we just see Romans, right? So like when we see World War I, we see, or World War II, right? We see America, right? Or Americans, or USA going to fight against the Germans, right? But when we think of American soldiers, we got to remember there was a lot of different nations included there. There's Italians, there's Irish, right? There's white people, so-called black people, Native Americans fighting in the wars. It doesn't mean they're all the same people. So what I'm trying to say is, when we think of Romans, remember Rome was a melting pot. It wasn't a lot of different people, even Jews, a lot of the Cimri, a lot of the Gauls, a lot of the Celts. All these people became Roman citizens. The Iberians, a lot of North Africans, these people became Roman citizens, and they were looked later on in life, even if they were there for hundreds of years, their dynasties, they were just Roman later, eventually, right? So that's what happens, kind of what I'm going to show you with the Pisos. They were really Gaul people. So I'm going to page 150 right now. I read a couple of these pages before I recorded this. Very interesting what it was saying about the Romans, how we think that these people were very morally, you know, how the way they write history, like they were so civilized, but they were actually doing a lot of bad things, you know, being very murderous, corruption, you know, oppressing people, having orgies, doing all kinds of crazy stuff. And he wrote about it in this book. And on this part, it says, there were more damaging charges. So apart from the stuff he just described, which I read, right? We're going to read it in future videos, don't worry. It says there were more damaging charges than mere vice in Roman public life. The lack of ancestors, all right? No pedigrees. Listen to this. The lack of ancestors, the taint of trade, or the shame of municipal origin. Because a lot of people were just coming from places where people weren't very popular. Like there were Gauls, were seen as uncivilized or barbarians, you know. As for Piso, right, we're talking about Lucius Calpurnius Piso. This is Josephus' uncle, Josephus' uncle. As for Piso, his grandfather did not come from the ancient colony of Placentia at all right? Remember we read that the Calpurni were coming from Placentia, which is kind of close to where they're going to put them right now, but it's not really from there. That was a more luxurious place to be known to come from, so they kind of must have said that. This author, again, Roman historian, right, the most famous Roman historian, is letting you know that his grandfather actually, which is Josephus' great-grandfather, was from Mediolanum, and he was an Insumbrian Gaul, exercising the ill-famed profession of auctioneer, or stay worse than that, he had emigrated there. So he was not even from there. He was coming from there, but he wasn't even originally from there. He was coming from the land of trousered Gauls beyond the Alps. Trousered Gauls? What does that mean? So when I was Googling all this stuff, you guys, before I recorded this, I realized trousered Gauls, they were calling these people that were wearing pants with trousers like uncivilized. And when you had the toga or the skirt, that was civilized, literally. There's some quick examples here. Definition of trouser, right? Then I give you the, this one in the bottom, it says right here, right? It says Caesar made a complete conquest of Gaul in 55 BC. In ancient times, the civilized races were untrousered, meaning they had togas, the civilized ones. So meaning the ones that didn't have togas or had trousers were uncivilized. You get it? That's what they're saying. Now I want to read this website real quick. But the civilizing of the barbarians under Roman rule provides a unifying historical theme of the geography. The idea that Roman rule and contact with Rome had beneficial effects of this kind reoccurs in other texts. Mela relates how the worst barbarity of the Gauls, right, the barbers or the Berbers of the Gauls, the barbarity of the Gauls of the interior, human sacrifice, they were sacrificing humans, had now been abolished. And he also mentions that Narbonensis used to be called Gallia Bracata, which meant trousered Gaul, the trousered Gaul, as opposed to Gallic Togata, the term used at the time for Gaelic Italy, because they wore the toga, right, the togata. So again, wearing trousers for the Romans was looked as uncivilized. So let me go back to the book again real quick. Again, it says his father, right, was an Insumbrian Gaul, right? An Insumbrian Gaul. And he came originally, he wasn't just an Insumbrian, but he came from the trousered Gauls, the barbarians. It says here, bracao is the Latin term for trousers and is the context and today used to refer to a style of trousers made from wool. According to the Romans, this style of clothing originated from the Gauls. The Gauls, trousers, look at that, trousers. They were used to togas. So the Cispalline Gaul, right, as it says here, was the part of Italy inhabited by the Celts or Gauls. Okay, Gauls, all right? So there's a part of Italy where the Gauls were, and again, this is where Piso's grandfather was coming from on his paternal side, I believe, but he was an Insumbrian Gaul, okay, as it says here. It says the Insumbries or Insumbri were an ancient Celtic population settled in Insumbria, right? Insumbria, as you can see here, parts of northern Italy, Insumbries. They were the founders of Mediolanum or Milan. Though completely Gaulish at the time of Roman conquest, they were the result of fusion of pre-existing Ligurian and Celtic population. Okay, so these people, these clans, these nations eventually got taken over by Rome, and they became, a lot of them, Roman citizens. Okay, so reading about these Gaelic Celtic people that became Roman important people, right? I found this guy Gaius Valerius Trocilius, who was a Hellenistic Celt who served as an interpreter an envoy for Julius Caesar in the first year of the Gallic War. So he must have ran into the Pisos, right? Because remember, Julius Caesar was married to Piso. His father-in-law was Lucius Piso, a consul, very famous aristocrat. So this guy must have run into them. Found something very interesting here, okay? Now it says here, during his dictatorship, Caesar extended full rights of Roman citizenship to ethnically Celtic Cispalline Gaul, northern Italy. So you see, and this is where the Pisos were coming from, right? And filled the role of the Roman Senate with controversial appointments that included Cispalline and possibly a few Narbonese Gauls. So a lot of people was like, why are you adding all these Gaulish people, right? Why are you letting them become Romans and giving them all this power, right? Again, this is the origin of the Pisos here as Roman aristocrats. So what I'm trying to show you. Now listen to what it says here. It says, although accusations of degrading the Senate with uncivilized trouser-wearing Gauls, uncivilized trouser-wearing Gauls, were exaggerations meant to disparage Caesar's inclusive efforts. Ronald Sim, here we go, back to Ronald Sim, has pointed out that men such as Thrasygelus and Trogus were educated citizens worthy of such appointments. Gallia Narbonensis, that's a place, can assert a peculiar and proper claim to be the home of trousered senators, whose names are recorded. So Gallia Narbonensis, all right, Gallia Narbonensis. Gallia Narbonensis, again, is a place, all right, was a Roman province located in what is now the Languedoc or province in southern France, where the Huguenots kind of settled, eventually. But it's very important because when we go back to the book, all right, now we got a real reference. He said that his grandfather was coming from Mediolan and he was an Insumbrian Gaul exercising an ill-famed profession of an auctioneer. But even worse is that he wasn't even from there. He actually immigrated thither from the land of trousered Gauls beyond the Alps. All right, let's go back. Narboni, all right, this is beyond the Alps. North of the Alps was a Roman province, been the first Roman province north of the Alps. So it's the same place. So now, again, they were what? They were grabbing people from there. So these Romans, these other Romans who were, more pure Roman, like Idumean, probably, less Gaulish, or Gauls, or Cimri. Who's the Gauls? Remember from my video, the Cimmerians, Japhet's people, a lot of them, the Gauls a lot of them are from Japhet, the Cimri, the Cimri, the Cimmerian, the Gimri, the Gauls. So this province could boost opulent and cultivated natives of dynasties' families, Hellenized before they became Roman, whose citizenship, so far from being the recent gift of Caesar, went back to proconsuls a generation or two earlier. So this is important. These Hellenized Gaulish people, right, that the Pisos appeared to be coming from, were already Hellenized. They were bringing that Hellenized belief system with them. Remember what that entails. Remember part one, we told you that the Hebrews, they were fighting the Hellenistic organizations and those in power, right, during the Maccabean Wars. These Greek Hermes teachings, these Hermes Hellenistic thought, Hermes teachings, Hellenistic alchemy, Rosicrucian, Hellenistic teachings eventually is what helped create Christianity. So it's very important, this connection right here we're seeing, and we keep seeing the proof as why they were, going against their own Roman people, right? Like Nero. Remember the Pisos assassinated Nero. Nero assassinated his dad. Nero killed Josephus' dad, and then the Pisos got him back. They got him out of the throne. Right now we see why they're beefing like that. They're not really the same people, is what I've been trying to show you this whole time. And I'm glad I found that. And I'm glad I found some historical reference by a very scholarly person. Nobody can debunk this. This is real history. We got a little reference here. We might be able to connect these people to their ancient clans. They might be coming from Japhet, who mixed with Hamites, a couple of Danites, But either way, as I said here, he was from the land of the trousered Gauls beyond the Alps, Narboni. Okay, so again, the Roman Revolution by Ronald Syme. I just wanted to show you guys, and this is one of the most famous, if not the most famous, Roman historians, at least in our times, 1900s, 2000s. Okay, and he's literally showing you that the Pisos were a real family and their possible origin and genealogy. Okay, all right, so back in the book Piso Christ by Roman Piso with J. Gallus, we go to a part of the book where it talks about profiles of Arrius Piso and his family. And we know this are historical people, right? Gonna try to break down, this guy had so many alias and pseudonyms. I'm gonna break down how and why, show you how the Romans, this was a normal thing for the Romans to have these different kind of titles and names and pseudonyms they gave themselves. Now it says here, the first source that we look for information on Arius Piso and his family is in the work done on this subject by Abelard Reuchlin, the True Authorship of the New Testament. This is the very first work that actually talks about Arrius Calpurnius Piso and his family as the authors of the New Testament. One thing that should be noted is, as of this writing, Abelard Reuchlin has corrected a few things in his work which were incorrect for whatever reason, typos, misquotes. One of the main things that he had mentioned, Lucius Calpurnius Piso as Arius Piso's father, he had learned this to be incorrect in the mid-1980s. So after he wrote his book, he discovered the work of Guy Edward Farquhar Chilvert on the works of Tacitus. There he realized that Gaius Calpurnius Piso, who was sentenced to death by Nero, was the father of Arius Piso, full name Arius Calpurnius Piso. Note that Reuchlin still has not corrected the information in his booklet and does not plan to do so. Instead, he is working on a new, more advanced and informational work to be completed in several volumes. Abelard Reuchlin in his booklet, The True Authorship of the New Testament, gives the various Piso family alias names and tells us just who were the immediate family members, namely Arius Piso's sons and his daughters, Claudia, Phoebe, Pompeia, Plotina. He tells us of Arius Piso's 4 sons, Alexander, Alexander, Julius, Justus, Proculus, Piso, and some things about their children, the grandchildren of Arius Piso. Reuchlin tells us how one may find where he obtained this information, citing the Vita of Flavius Josephus. In the Vita, you can find that information along with the birth dates for 3 Arius Piso's sons. Furthermore, in the Vita of Flavius Josephus Arius Piso, one can also find that under the name of Flavius Josephus, Arius Piso was married 3 times. This is actually quite a bit of information, and it is amazing to think of just how many so-called scholars over the course of so many hundred years have overlooked this and never put any of this together, as did Reuchlin. Okay? More amazing is that Josephus Arius Piso makes it so easy to learn the age of each of 3 of his sons by giving their births by particular times during the reigns of emperors. Within this information, we know the following, that Arius Piso was married 3 times. At the time that he wrote the Vita, he had 3 living sons, because Alexander, the eldest son, was then dead, and there was his daughter Claudia. He did not have any children with his first wife. By further deduction, we find that Alexander and his brother Julius Piso both had the same mother, and their mother was Arius Piso's second wife, Boionia Priscilla. Brothers Justus and Proculus Piso had the same mother, and she was Arius Piso's third wife. It now appears that Claudia Phoebe's mother was also Boionia Priscilla, Arius Piso's second wife. As for the dates when his sons and daughters were born, we find those as C is for Calpurnius, a clan of family middle name. Alexander C. Piso, born between 71 and 73. Okay, so Julius C. Piso, and that's the age they give him. Claudia Phoebe, these are the years. Justus Piso, Proculus Piso. Okay, Arius Piso's third wife is described as Jewish, who had been living at Crete. She, as has been said, was the mother of Justus Piso and Proculius Piso. Interestingly enough, since we see Proculius' mother as a Jewish, we see that one of the Proculius Piso alias name as Agrippa, a patently Jewish name. Note that our further research reveals that the mother of Arius Piso, two youngest children, Justus and Proculius, was actually Berenice, the sister of Agrippa II. We will get into this in much more detail in other examinations of this topic. Again, so here we go. We got these kind of characters in the first part. Just so you guys get familiar with these characters. They're kind of all related, intermingled, has something to do with the Pisos. One must keep in mind while thinking of this that what has been learned from this is there were very few people who were in control of so much of the world during that time of the Roman Empire. Remember, they were controlling the information. Only a few royals who outranked other royals within the Roman Empire, and in turn, the outranked royals ruled over and controlled the masses of the empire. This meant that for the royals to keep their power, the common people had to be completely kept in ignorance about the reality of using many alias names and who actually were the few persons who were doing so many things. You see that? So in order for people not to uprise and say, hey, how come you're the one writing all the books, right? Why should we believe only you, right? Let's say this one guy got 7 books. Well, it's better to have at least 5 different people writing these 7 books than one person, right? Then he can be like, well, I wrote 2 of them, man, only, okay? Here's some other sources. So people are, well, I guess it's just, if he's saying it and this other guy's saying it, then it must be okay. It must be true then. All right, we're good. So that was a good point. So making these alias names, it kept people in ignorance about the reality, right? No one other than those who were in control could write books that would ever be distributed widely throughout the Roman Empire. Remember, at this time, the flow of information is heavily controlled, all right, censored. Secret Service, police, remember? In this way, those in control could create an illusion by writing books. So they use books. Let's put it in a book. They'll believe it. Let's put it in a book. A part of the deception was the use of pen names or alias identities. The reason for this was to create the illusion that many different persons were writing, but actually only a few persons were actually writing. Doing so meant that the masses would think there was a measure of freedom that allowed many to be able to write and get their message out to other people of the empire. In reality, such freedom did not exist, all right? You couldn't just write anything. That's the illusion they had. Freedom of press, right? No, that was an illusion. There wasn't anything such as freedom of speech as we know it to be in the time that we now live. Arius Piso and his close relative went about writing under various alias names, creating and spreading this illusion. His sons too were actively writing to help make the illusions seem real, as did his grandsons too, who wrote and helped create this facade. Arius Piso, also writing under many alias names, played many characters in history and in the biblical texts that they were writing. His son Justus Piso wrote as Justin Martyr. We have yet to learn of all the books that were written by each of the Arius Piso's sons. So the author's saying there's probably a lot more that we don't even know about yet. Grandsons and the rest of his descendants. And his descendants became the future emperors of the Roman Empire. So you hear that? Even worse. So eventually his descendants became emperors, okay? Arius Piso's grandson Titus Antoninus, remember that the Pisos eventually came back into history as the Antoninus family. They stopped using the Piso name. So Titus Antoninus, which is Arius Piso's or Josephus' grandson, became the Emperor Antoninus Pius, right? Piso, almost Pius. His successor Marcus Aurelius was a great-grandson of Arius Piso. All right, Marcus Aurelius was Josephus' great-grandson. However, Arius' son Julius Piso, Julius' son and grandson were denied the throne. However, Julius Piso's descendants did eventually become emperors. But besides being emperors, the family members were the popes of the churches as well. They were the popes. Listen, Vatican, right? After all, they were the ones who had invented the religion and built the churches. It only makes sense that they would be in control of Christianity and the church. The church was a big money maker, as there were many things associated with the church that generated a great amount of wealth. This will be further explained as you learn more about this subject. As we dig more into this, you will see all the important parts that Arrius Piso, his sons and grandsons played in making a new Roman Empire, of which they held complete and total control. It was from their position of money, luxury, power, and control that they produced and used all the works that would seal their authority and completely fool the masses who were entirely clueless as to what was really happening. Had the masses known how they were being fooled and manipulated, they would have revolted and killed those who were oppressing them so harshly. We wish that more could be put into this one book, but that will have to wait until we can complete additional books to cover those areas. But don't worry, we got this. We have to admit that it is amazing to realize just how far we have advanced in our research of this subject, right? It's amazing. And the history of that time, it is so very complicated and must be researched on an extremely sophisticated level. This ain't for novices. So read and enjoy, learning about all the things we have placed upon the pages of this very important book that have never until now been brought to the attention of the general public in such specific detail.
Yeah. So we're going on to part 3. Thanks to everybody that's tuned in. Sorry about that. A little break here. We're gonna go into part 3, right? And a little addition here, Eleazar. Eleazar, the realist edition. Who's Eleazar? Gotta get a little story here. Watch how it has a lot of similarities to what happened to so-called Jesus. All right, here we go.
Hey, what's up, everybody? How you guys doing? I was just reading from this website right here. It says, investigating ancient Rome's aristocracy and its role in creating Christianity. And one thing it mentions here is the use of multiple names to refer to one individual, the Roman senator of the 1st century, Gaius Calpurnius Piso. All right, if you guys remember, that was Arius Calpurnius Piso's dad. Arius is Josephus, known for the Pisonian conspiracy, and his wife Aria the Younger, which most likely her name is not just Aria, but missing the M in the front, which is Maria or Mariam. Aria or Maria, Maria the Younger, are referred to by multiple names, including Titia Flavia Sabina, who had married Gaius Calpurnius Piso of the house of Calpurni, who was also recorded as Caecini Paeti. Titia Flavia Sabina is also recorded as Aria the Younger, wife of Publius Codius Tracia Paetus. All right, so all these names who she's being married to is really the same person, Gaius Calpurnius Piso. So this is a common thing that was going on in these times with these Roman individuals. They would have these titles and names. They would be giving themselves pen names. They would be known by different writers with specific names that meant something to that writer, but he knew who he was talking about. The more we repeat it, the more you'll know who we're talking about when we mention these names. All right, these are the parents of Josephus, basically, right? Arius, that's what they're talking about. Aria the Younger and Gaius Calpurnius Piso. All right, so that was just a quick little introduction here to the video we got today, part 3, since we just heard about the Pisonian conspiracy and the Pisos, right? Are these historical people? Well, in part 2, we kind of showed they were. Just have another correlation here. It says here, we're going to read from the Encyclopedia of the Roman Empire, revised edition by Matthew Brunson, all right? Encyclopedia of the Roman Empire. Real quick, we're just on page 66 of this book, just to go ahead and get some historical reference. It says here regarding something to do with Nero and Gaius Calpurnius Piso, it says here. So they're talking about in this part of the book a person named Baia. It says Baia gained increased notoriety during the reign of Nero, who spent much time at the villa of Gaius Calpurnius Piso, all right? That's Josephus' dad, who became the center of the famed Pisonian conspiracy. It's a real thing, the Pisonian conspiracy. We ain't talking about conspiracy theories here and making up things and pseudo information. This is historic, all right? The Pisonian conspiracy not only was regarding Nero in that time, it has become a much bigger conspiracy, and this is what we're learning on this series, right? The Pisonian conspiracy. It was proposed that Nero be murdered there, but Piso refused, all right? So again, Piso is historic. In another part of the encyclopedia says, finally in 65, the Pisonian conspiracy was formed, centered around Gaius Calpurnius Piso and involving numerous noblemen, senators, and others, okay? This was real history. What? The Pisonian conspiracy. Josephus' dad. Just real quick, in another part of the book, just so you guys can remember, we've gone over this. Lucius Piso is the uncle, and remember that his daughter Calpurnia, which is the cousin of Josephus, was married to Caesar. As it says here, further acts ensured Caesar's support among the poor, the equestrians, and with Pompey he married Calpurnia, the daughter of his successor in the consulship. So he was a consul too, Lucius Piso, and then betrothed his own daughter Julia to Pompey. Okay, so the Pisos was very important. So part of the Caesar's family or connected to them. They're also part of the Flavian dynasty or the Flavius family, along with their history. Again, Encyclopedia of the Roman Empire, Matthew Brunson, this is real history. Back in the book here, called Creating Christianity, a Weapon of Ancient Rome by Henry Davis, sympathetically reveals how the Roman and Jewish aristocracies created the most famous story of all time. And we go to part 4 of his book here. And just remember that when we're talking about Flavius Josephus, we already broke down that that's a pen name. And everything points to him being Arrius Calpurnius Piso. That's his real name. Now it says here, to find out who Josephus was, we need to investigate whether or not he is mentioned in any historical documents of the time, and we need to see if we can find any more information regarding his background. With the parallels that have just been examined, the next step is to ask 2 important questions. First, even if the parallels can somehow be considered a coincidence, how is it possible to have so many occur in the same place in both books using the exact words and concepts? What he's referring to is how you can find parallels between the Gospels, right, and the New Testament, and the works and writings of Josephus, which he broke down. We're going to get into that. Did Josephus take part in the writing of the New Testament? We need to ask these questions because, again, it is important to either verify or debunk all angles. Remembering what we have examined in the previous chapter, Josephus becomes an incredibly suspicious individual, especially due to the known fact that the message of the New Testament emerged after the war. Because when this man surrendered to the future emperor Vespasian, he was treated exceptionally well thereafter, which is in contrast to the fate of other Jewish leaders such as Jesus ben Ananias, Josephus the Jewish War, and Simon bar Giora, Josephus the Jewish War, because Roman generals routinely took enemy generals to Rome to be publicly executed. Josephus, however, escaped this fate. So he gets saved, he gets captured by the Romans, and all of a sudden, he's a Roman citizen, right? After being a rebel, after being a prisoner. He's a Flavius now. He even adopts the name Flavius Josephus because his original name supposedly was Joseph ben Mattia, Joseph son of Mattia. So that's what he's referring to, how those other prisoners, everybody got tortured, executed, yet Josephus, somehow, he got praised after. He became a prophet. You know, as we read in the last video, he prophesied that Vespasian Titus would become emperor, right? So now he was a prophet and on their side. So when we go back to reading what he's talking about here, so instead of being publicly executed when he was captured, he was treated immensely well, even living in Vespasian's house. And as we read, receiving the Flavian name through adoption. I find it very difficult to believe this, especially considering he tells us that during the siege of Jotapata, he had his men pour boiling oil down upon the Romans and boiling fenugreek over the Roman assault planks in 67 AD. If there were only a few parallels that contained the same concepts, we could speculate that these events were common occurrences at the time. However, that is not what has been presented, so we must investigate further. All right, so real quick, in this book, Josephus and Judean Politics, as you can see here by Seth Shorts, 1990. Real quick, it says, priests reported to have survived the war, all right? Just so you can see his history. Josephus survived, right? And then it says his brother, together with 53 friends and 190 women and children. So according to Josephus, right, aka Arrius Piso, right, reports that after the destruction of Jerusalem, he asked for and received from Titus's brother and 50 friends whose status he does not report. All right, so they're saying how he tried to save so many after, you know, he tried to make himself the good guy after he betrayed everybody. Now there's a list here of all the people that he didn't save or did not save or did not mention, okay, that survived or did not survive and who they were. There is one here I saw, which was something I was gonna get into maybe later on, all right, but it's starting to pop up here and there, and it makes a lot of sense to me, so I wanna go ahead and bring it up to you. Now it says here, Eleazar be Ananias. Eleazar. Equally odd is Josephus' silence as to the fate of Eleazar. How come Josephus rarely mentioned this guy, right? One of the early leaders of the revolt. He wasn't just one of the early leaders. You guys, I'm going to read to you a Bible verse from the Maccabean book so you can see what went down with this Eleazar, right? It says, Eleazar, a son of the high priest Ananias, was the temple strategos who in 66 proposed that the offerings of Gentiles not be accepted in the temple. In the summer of 66, he led a gang, including many Sicarii, remember who the Sicarii were, which burned the palaces of Ananias and Agrippa and Berenice. He was getting these Hellenized Greeks and Romans out of there. And the archives were records of death restored. They then captured Antonia and killed the Roman garrison, and then besieged the Herodian palace. At this point, the leader of the Sicarii, Menahem, arrived, bringing with him a large, well-armed force. He took over, presumably, the Sicarii already on hand, and certainly the siege of the palace, and secured its surrender by giving the royal and local troops of the garrison safe conduct. The Roman troops of the garrison retired to a tower to stand a siege, and everybody else in the palace was murdered. Among the victims were Eleazar's father and uncle. Menahem now set himself up as king and came with his followers to the temple to offer appropriate sacrifices. Eleazar and his priests, who controlled the temple, led Menahem's company in and then massacred him and them. Eleazar and his followers then promised the Roman garrison in the palace tower safe conduct if they would surrender, but killed them when they did so. All right, Eleazar wasn't playing. You understand? Overstand? He wasn't playing with these Romans, Edomians, Hellenized Greeks, hijacks, Gauls. This apparently left Eleazar in control. But hereupon, he disappears from the narrative. But all of a sudden, right when he's killing all these Romans and gaining control, let's not write about him anymore, man. We don't want to make him too big in history, right? There's no more narratives of him. Even if he were identical with the general, even if he's the same as the general Eleazar, son of the high priest Neos, do you see what I'm, okay? That's a big one right there. There's a lot of Eleazars in the Bible. Could it be that they're duplicating some of them? It's the same person. Who's this Eleazar? Huh? Who's this Eleazar? Because I know Moses also had a son named Eleazar. And I know during Moses' time, they must be talking about this Eleazar's, the general, right? There was a general Eleazar whose attributes with Joshua as a general himself are almost identical. If you guys kind of like put it together, we're going to relate this in future videos. But again, as it says here, even if he were identical with the general Eleazar, son of the high priest Neos, so they're all high priests though. The same Eleazar is always associated with being a high priest or a descendant of a high priest. Appointment as general of an outlying area, Idumea, which showed that his importance had declined, a decline for which nothing in Josephus would account. What then happened to him is unknown. Oh, we don't know what happened to him, huh? Josephus don't want to write about that. I want to come now to 2 Maccabees 6. All right, this is, Bible book they took out. And in this chapter, we're going to talk about the time period in which these Sakari, these Hasmonean, Herodian peoples are living, different groups in this time, and how these Romans and Greek Hellenized people, the oppression, the control they have over the Hebrews in this area. It says here, I just want to show you guys that this is real history. We're talking about in this verse right here. All right, so it says, not long after this, the king sent an Athenian senator, a Greek senator, right, to compel the Jews to forsake the laws of their ancestors and no longer live by the laws of God. All right, that's deep right there. It's telling you straight up what was their main intention, not just to go control them so they can colonize them, but specifically so they can forsake their laws, so they can stop keeping the code, stop obeying the commandments, and no longer live by the laws, right? All right, this is deep right here. This is the whole plan. This is an agenda they had. Also to pollute the temple in Jerusalem and to call it the temple of Olympia, Zeus, hey Zeus, and to call the one in Jerusalem the temple of Zeus, the friend of strangers, as did the people who lived in that place. Harsh and utterly grievous was the onslaught of evil. All right, so who's this Athenian senator? Could that be one of the Pisos or Piso himself? That only resulted in an onslaught of evil when these people came around. For the temple was filled with debauchery and revealing by the Gentiles who dallied with prostitutes and had intercourse with women within the sacred precincts, and besides brought in things for sacrifice that were unfit. The altar was covered with abominable offerings that were forbidden by the laws. People could neither keep the Sabbath nor observe the festivals of their ancestors, nor so much as confess themselves to be Jews. Okay, now remember the Seleucid Empire, they were basically doing this. So we're getting a historical reference here in the Bible of the experience of the Hebrews, right? This is their side of it, right? On the monthly celebration of the king's birthday, the Jews, right, on his birthday, remember we read this in one of the parts, I believe part 1, they were being forced to take part in their ceremonies and their practices, worshiping their idols and giving tribute to their kings like they were gods. At least once a month. Look, on the monthly celebration of the king's birthday, the Jews, all right, were taken under bitter constraint to partake of the sacrifices. And when a festivals, festivals of Dionysus was celebrated, they were compelled to wear wreaths of ivy and to walk in the procession of honor of Dionysus, okay? They forced them to take part in their holidays, in their festivals, in their celebrations, wearing things, right? All right, this is the beginning, all right? Where does Christmas come from, huh? At the suggestion of the people of Ptolemais, a decree was issued to the neighboring Greek cities that they should adopt that same policy toward the Jews and make them partake of the sacrifices, and should kill those who do not choose to change over to Greek customs. If they don't want to become Hellenized and get into the Hermetics, all right, the alchemy and all that stuff, then just get rid of them, kill them. And again, this is correlating with the historical version that we have already talked about and we're going to read about. One could see therefore the misery that had come upon them. For example, 2 women were brought in for having circumcised their children. They publicly paraded them around the city with their babies hanging at their breast, and then hurled them down headlong from the wall. You see what they were doing? Cruelty. Others who had assembled in the caves nearby in order to observe the 7th day secretly were betrayed to Philip and were all burned together because their piety kept them from defending themselves in view of their regard for the most holy day. All right, they didn't want to keep doing their things, right? Now this is funny because it sounds just like what De las Casas was writing about the colonists, conquistadors were doing to the indigenous people over here when they wouldn't be down with their Christianity. Very similar. Where's the true old world? What are we really talking about? Where was the true invasion of Jerusalem? Did that happen when the conquistadors come? So I want to go to the verse number 18. It says here, the martyrdom of Eleazar. Oh, there goes Eleazar, martyr. Oh, the martyr. Oh, so what happened? He might have been killed. Oh, how come Josephus didn't write about this martyr, Eleazar. Eleazar, one of the scribes in high position, a scribe in high position, all right? A man now advanced in age, all right? He was very old by that time this was happening. He was already old. He's been there. He's old school, and of noble presence, and he got the blood, was being forced to open his mouth to eat swine's flesh. They're trying to force Eleazar. Are you serious? They're trying to force Eleazar to eat pig, to eat pork. You see the disrespect, and you see the levels of evil that they went down to. But he welcomed death with honor rather than life with pollution, went up to the racks of his own accord, spitting out the flesh. So what are they talking about? So instead of him eating it, this is how real Eleazar was. This is why Josephus, Arrius Piso didn't write about him, okay? This is what he did. He's like, you know what? Don't worry, I'll hang myself on the cross, on the rack of his own accord. I'll put myself up there, all right? And he spit out that pig. I ain't eating your pig. I'll tie myself up. I'm ready to die. As all out to go who have the courage to refuse things that is not right to taste, even for the natural love of life. Those who were in charge of that unlawful sacrifice took the man aside because of their long acquaintance with him, and privately urged him to bring meat of his own providing, proper for him to use, and to pretend that he was eating the flesh of the sacrificial meal that he had been commanded by the king. All right, you hear that? So what did the Romans do? Because who? Because of what? Because this man has been there for a long time. Guess what? He most likely has a lot of clout, a lot of backing, a lot of supporters, a lot of lineage. Who is this Eleazar? Old Eleazar, who's refusing to get down with these Romans, right? So they're like, yo, come on, man. Hey, listen, don't worry, man. Don't worry. Just pretend to eat your deer meat, your cow meat, whatever meat you want, man. We'll tell the people it's pig. It's just so, it's just so the people can see that you were forced to eat pig, so they can believe that, so they can see that you're down with us, so they were trying to bribe him. You see how desperate these Romans were? They were trying to bribe him to basically pretend. Like, this is how desperate they were. Why Eleazar? Why did they need Eleazar to publicly do that? There was a reason. Eleazar was somebody important. This was an important figure, all right? This is a major drop that I got planned. Who is Eleazar? All these Eleazars. Did his name get changed? Did he receive a title later on? Do we know him as something else? All right, now he's saying, you know what? I'm going up the rack. And then they're trying to bribe him because he ain't trying to, ain't trying to do it. They're trying to bribe him, say, come on, man, just pretend, man, please. So that by doing this, he might be saved from death. and be treated kindly on account of his old friendship with them. So they're like, yo, come on, man, we won't kill you. And, you know, you get to be treated good. Like we've all been, you know, you got high rank. So, you know, you'll be good with us, you know, but making a high resolve worthy of his years and the dignity of his old age and the gray hairs that he had reached with distinction and his excellent life, even from childhood, his excellent life. Who is this Eleazar, man? His old age, God-given law. Who's this excellent guy? Who's this guy, right? Who has so much dignity at his old age, who had an excellent life from childhood. And moreover, according to the holy God-given law, he declared himself quickly, telling them to send him to Hades, all right? And you know what this reminds me of? And I'm going to tell you guys, if you don't know the story, I forget the guy's name, Atabuey, all right? Cuban chief from Hispaniola, ended up in Cuba, you know, and the Spanish captured him and they had him at the stake, burning him alive because they weren't going to let him live, even if he converted to Christianity, right? If he accepted Jesus, you know, they were still going to kill him, but they were telling him the Jesuit priest was telling him, hey, listen, man, you're going to die, man. So, but you can still accept Jesus and you can go to heaven, right? Your soul will be spared, even though you're going to die. You can accept Jesus right now while the guy is burning him alive, right? So Atabuey, or the chief, right, the cacique, I don't know if this is his name, correct me if I'm wrong, you know, you guys know the story, there's one of them. I've read it in one of my books, I believe it was De La Casa's primary source, and he said, well, is there a bunch of Christians like you in heaven? And he said, oh yeah, all Christians go to heaven. He's like, well, then if that's heaven, then I'd rather go to hell, man. Kill me. I ain't trying to go to heaven with all these devils, right? So just like the cacique, right? Look at the parallels. That's what I'm trying to tell you. Look at the parallels. Eleazar did the same. He's like, you know what? Send me to Hades. Come on, man. I ain't even being down with you. I'm being fake. I ain't betraying my people. I ain't betraying the Most High. I gotta keep the code. You want me to betray the Most High, the Great Spirit? Such pretense is not worthy of our time of life, he said. For many of the young might suppose that Eleazar, in his 90th year, had gone over to an alien religion. What did he say? He's like, how can I do this at my age, in my 90s? And my people's gonna see, all the youth are gonna see me. They're gonna think I went to your alien religion. And through my pretense, for the sake of living a brief moment longer, just so I can live a little longer, you want me to sell out? They would be led astray because of me. They would be fooled. You see what he said? He said, I can't do that. Then they're gonna do the same. I cannot sell out. I cannot sell out in front of the youth. They're gonna be led astray because of me if I do that. While I defile and disgrace my old age, and then I'm disrespecting my spirit and the Most High. Even if for the present I would avoid the punishment of mortals, yet whether I live or die, I will not escape the hands of the Almighty. That's a major drop there, right? You can run away from humans, right? But you can't run away from the Great Spirit. Therefore, by bravely giving up my life now, I will show myself worthy of my old age. What did Eleazar do? He said, you know, I'm ready to die. I'm willing to die for you guys. I'm willing to die for this, okay? At my old age, I'm willing to die for this and leave to the young a noble example of how to die a good death, willingly and nobly for the revered and holy laws. What? You hear what he's saying? How come Josephus didn't mention Eleazar? This is why Josephus didn't mention Eleazar. All right, Arius Piso, the Roman. This is why the Roman Josephus, right, didn't mention Eleazar, because he said, I'm gonna leave an example. I ain't going down with your briberies. I'm gonna leave the youth an example. I'm gonna die to show them how to die willingly and nobly for the revered and holy laws, for the Most High. Died for the Most High. What does that sound like? Tell them, what is Who does that sound like? Right? Getting murdered, crucified, right? Dying for the Most High, dying for what he believed in. When he had said this, he went at once to the rack. He went to the rack. What's the rack? He got hung. He got to the rack. Those who little before had acted toward him with goodwill now changed to ill will. Those who loved him started hating him. Remember? Oh, they hated me too once, right? They hated me too once, right? Where'd you get that from? They started hating him. Yes, this excellent, noble scribe, holy man, at his age, they started hating him because of what he was doing. Because the words he had uttered were, in their opinion, sheer madness. When he was about to die under the blows, he groaned aloud and said, all right, listen, he's getting beat up. He's getting beat up. When he's about to die under the blows, he's getting beat up. He's getting jumped, all right? He's getting beat up. He's getting abused by these Romans. He groaned aloud and said, it is clear to the Lord in his holy knowledge that though I might have been saved from death, I am enduring terrible sufferings in my body under this beating. But in my soul, I am glad to suffer these things because I fear him, because I fear him. Listen, man, my people, I want you guys to pay attention what I'm trying to explain here. I'm trying to show you there's a real person. There's a real person here who said, yo, let it be done, Most High, let it be done, Father. Your will is your will. Let it be done. I understand, I understand that you can save me from death, but I'm going to endure these terrible sufferings, right? Sacrifice, right? I'm sacrificing myself, right? I'm enduring this terrible sufferings in my body. This beating, they're beating him up. Hey guys, what happened to Jesus during his crucifixion? I'm just being real with you, right? But I'm showing you a real historic person who actually did this. But in my soul, I am glad to suffer these things because I fear him. Because what? Because I fear the Great Spirit. I don't care about your gods and your traditions and your ceremonies and to live longer. I fear the Most High. I don't fear dying, he said. All right? So in this way, he died, all right? Leaving in his death an example of nobility and memorial of courage, not only to the young, but to the great body of his nation, okay? All right, my people, this is what he did, all right? He died. He left an example of nobility, memorial courage, okay? What did he do? He didn't die for your sins, all right? He died so you wouldn't commit sins, all right? Eleazar died, he let him sacrifice him so you wouldn't commit sin, so you don't break the code. So you don't break the code. He was an example. Why did we forget? Why did we forget? All right? And I know a lot of you are not into the whole Bible scripture thing, but I'm trying to tell you, this has nothing to do with religion. This is history. We have a great spirit, right? American Indians, right? There's a creator. I fear the great spirit. He gave me life. I don't care. And Eleazar did too. So in this way, he died, leaving in his death an example of nobility and memorial of courage, not only to the young, but to the great body of his nation. Again, Eleazar didn't die for your sins. Eleazar died so you don't commit sins. All right? You took the example wrong. You're committing sins still today. What happened to the example? This martyr, this real martyr. All right? I'm going to go back to the book. And we go back to the book, and again, it tells you right away, equally odd is Josephus' silence as to the fate of Eleazar. Yeah, now we know why. Oh, let's not mention Eleazar because he was a real rebel. Not like me, I'm pretending to be a rebel who survived and then became a Roman citizen. You see, understand the fakeness is going on here, right? We're going to see who also Josephus turns out to be in the New Testament. We haven't gotten there yet, all right? But very important, let's not forget about Eleazar. I just want to show something real quick. All right, so Eleazar, right? It says here, Eleazar was the name of at least 3 different individuals in the Bible. Were they really different individuals? So they have Eleazar Damascus, okay? Then we got the son of Moses, Eleazar was Moses and Zipporah's second son. His name means help of my God. Help of my God. All right, so Moses had two children, Eleazar and Gerson. Did you guys know Moses had children? How come they never talk about the children of Moses? Huh? How come they never emphasize on this stuff? Who is Eleazar? Could this be the same Eleazar? Remember, he was at an old age. He was in an old age. Who was also rolling with Moses? Joshua. Jehoshua, right? Jehoshua was rolling with Moses and he took over, right? He took over. What does it say about Joshua? Before we get into Joshua, Joshua was actually Hosea or Hosea. The book of Hosea there, that's Joshua's book too. The name Hosea meaning salvation. So the help of my God and salvation, right? These are titles. He saves or he helps, right? He helps. There goes the word again, help. Joshua, Eleazar is kind of almost the same. Helps seems to have been common, being derived from a related verb meaning salvation. Numbers 13:16 states that Hosea was the original name of Joshua, son of Nun, until Moses gave him the longer theophoric name, Joshua. What is a theophoric name? Theophoric name says literally bearing or carrying a God. Joshua, you're literally bearing or carrying a God. Bearing Joshua? Embeds the name of a God, both invoking and displaying the protection of that deity. For example, all right, both invoking and displaying the protection of that deity. So Moses gave Joshua a theophoric name. He's bearing, he's literally carrying the Great Spirit. Who? Joshua, son of Nun. Nun, huh? All right, I mentioned this a couple times. I just want to go over this. This is, it says here, ancient Semitic Hebrew, and then the modern versions of it, right? And then we got early, the first table here, early Hebrew, middle Hebrew, and late, right? Late, what we know today. So Paleo is the middle one, what they call Paleo. So there's one even before that. This is an archaic pictograph Hebrew, all right? Before the what they call Paleo or Phoenician Hebrew. I want to go to the letter N, right? The letter N down here, as you guys can see, it says Nun, right? Nun, right? Nun, N-U-N. Let's go back. Joshua, son of Nun. Nun, right? N-U-N. N-U-N. N-U-N, right? Seed. What does Nun mean? The seed. Joshua, the seed. Joshua, the heir. Look, seed, continue, heir. Son. The son, right? Heir. Joshua, the son. Nun is not a person. Break the spell, all right? When they're translating these things into Greek, into English, into Spanish, into Latin, remember, they don't know the original Paleo or Picto Hebrew Ibarayath, right? The ancient Ibarayath. Nun. So pay attention, the heir, right? Look at the sperm. See that? The sperm, the heir. Who continues? The heir. So let's go and put it into a little more reference. So Hosea was the original name of Joshua, the heir. The heir, not the son of Nun, not a person, the heir, right? The heir of who? Remember that Joshua became the leader after Moses died in Deuteronomy 34, and Most High chose Joshua to finish the Exodus and deliver. Joshua delivered, right? Messiah, Meshach means to deliver. He delivered the Israelites to Jerusalem with the sword. Read the book of Joshua. He did it with the sword. He didn't go in there with a donkey saying peace to everybody. That's what I've been trying to tell you. He did it like Eleazar. He had the same kind of fear, respect, and devotion to the Most High, the Great Spirit, like Eleazar. He wasn't playing. He was a general, just like the Eleazar, the general. All right, I'm gonna leave it there for you guys to figure out, but I just wanted to go ahead and point that out. It shows a little bit of what was going on during these times that we're talking about, during the Piso's time when they were trying to create Christianity and give these people who kept rebelling, who kept doing things like Eleazar was doing, a Messiah, a religion, something they could be comfortable with so they can stop rebelling. I know I went off to a different subject here, but I thought it was very important. A lot of people think being blasphemous and stuff, and they're not understanding what I'm telling you guys. The Jesus, that Roman propaganda, allegorical, the whole New Testament, it has nothing to do with the Torah. as much as you want to make it seem like it does. We ain't into religions. We're talking about a lineage here. We're talking about a people's history and lineage. Are we missing something here when it comes to this Eleazar in the book of Maccabees, who, again, didn't die for your sins. He died so you wouldn't sin. He left an example. He knows Most High could have saved him, but Most High was using him. He knew that. He's like, hey, I'm going to do it. I know you got me. All right? Where could have this Pisos got their inspirational story of martyrs, right? Those people who sacrificed themselves so much for the Most High, right? Where could they have gotten that influence from? And before I continue, I just want to remind everybody what Hosea Joshua, the son or the heir, said, right? The heir, the guy who delivered, who finished the job, the Exodus, and delivered his people to their promised land. He said, and this is in Hosea 13:4, where the Most High, the Great Spirit, is talking to him. And he told Hosea, yet I am Lord thy God from the land of Egypt, and thou shalt know no God but me, for there is no Savior besides me. No Savior besides me. No Jesus, no intermediaries, no people in between. All right. The first commandment, right? What did they say in the Maccabean? What did they want them to do? They said they wanted to compel the Jews to forsake their laws of their ancestors and no longer live by the laws of God. He said, no other gods before me. That's the first commandment. No idols. All right. Again, Isaiah 43, right? Isaiah 43. What is the Most High telling Isaiah here? He says, for I am Hawa, thy creator, the Holy One of Israel, right? Thy Savior. I am your Savior. I gave Egypt for thy ransom, Ethiopia and Sheba for thee. A little further down, he says in verse 11, I am Hawa, and beside me there is no Savior. Besides me, there is no other Savior. Again, besides me, there is no other Savior. All right, so now we continue in this booklet, the True Authorship of the New Testament, authored by Arrius Calpurnius Piso, pen name Flavius Josephus, a Roman. All right, this is written by Abelard Rushlin. All right, remember part 2, we talked about this author. We're going to part 2 of his booklet here. It says, the Jews reject the story. He came unto his own, and his own received him not. John 1:11. All right, he's saying that's what that's referencing. And who they're talking about when they say he, they ain't talking about Jesus. They're talking about Josephus, aka Piso. Now, according to what we're learning, it seems that his mom might be in some way Jewish. All right, his mom and his dad, the Piso, right? So it says that his mother's people rejected his tale, and with good reason. What tale is he talking about? They're talking about Josephus' story, right? How they invaded. They well knew he had destroyed their temple and city and slaughtered their people because of his senseless hatred. John 15:25, all right? Reference that. That's what they're talking about. And that he was now the author of the new fiction by which Rome was hoping to control the Judean masses. Remember Maccabean? It told us that what? They were compelled to control the Jews, all right? Control the Jews, the Judean masses. They also knew that while finishing the Gospel of Matthew and writing his account of the war entitled the Jewish War, he was the Roman general who in 73 destroyed the last 3 Jewish outposts. All right, that was him. Machaerus, Herodian, and then Masada. Those 3 historical battles or wars really wasn't really fair, but that was him leading that. That was Arius Piso Josephus. In the semi-fictional story of the war which he wrote, he gave himself as conqueror of Masada, the fictional name Flavius Silva. All right, again, this is another his pseudonyms. He knew the details of the siege of Masada intimately because he was the one who conducted it. All right, that's why he could write about it. He wrote that the defenders who committed suicide totaled 960 because, as the explanation later of his code system will explain, 600 stood for Christ, 300 stood for the cross, and 60 stood for the name of Calpurnius Piso. Then he inserted into Gospel of Mark, after the year 75, the fallen commander of Masada, Eleazar ben Jair. Oh, Eleazar, huh? He makes him Jairus in Mark 5:22. So he changed his name, huh? And he made him Jairus. Then he puts him into Luke 8:41 as Lazarus. Oh, now he's Lazarus. Check this out, rising from the dead. Remember what happened with Lazarus? Rising from the dead. Eleazar, huh? Eleazar, who died not for your sins, but so you wouldn't sin, huh? He was teasing that he, Piso, because his alter ego creation was Jesus, could heal and raise from the dead, whereas the Jews had been forced by him to perish at Masada. All right, listen, Piso was making himself Jesus. Because of the destruction in the war, Judea after 70 was desolate and underpopulated. With little left to tax, the Herodian aristocracy had gone to Rome permanently to live. The Sadducean priesthood appointees and in-laws of the Herods were dead at the revolutionaries' hands, and the remainder scattered to Rome. Even the Essenic visionaries in the desert were dead at Piso's hands. The only surviving Judean leadership were the non-political or fence-straddling Pharisees, who after 70 changed their names to rabbis. They kind of went down with half of it. All right, the Pharisees, was like, you know what? We'll be down. Just let us practice our things. Those are the ones that we know today as rabbis. All right, that title, because the real ones, the real revolutionary, the Sadduceans were all mostly dead. All right. The remaining Judeans looked to them for guidance, so everybody just went to the rabbis from there on. Their leader, Jochanan ben Zakkai, had obtained Vespasian's permission, right? See, they went down, they did a treaty, right? Treaties to establish a school at Javnet. In return, the rabbis now taught pacifism and accommodations to Vespasian's imperial wishes. But unlike the Herods before them, they were not fully practical, for they refused to accommodate Piso's wishes as to religion. They refused to instruct their people to accept his story. The little man up in the sycamore tree in Luke chapter 19, who becomes a follower of Jesus, Rabbi Gamaliel, is inserted not only as the teacher of Paul, but also as the speaker at the Council of Jerusalem, warning the apostles should be let alone. All right, so this is what he's letting you know, breaking down who these people are. There's little different names they got. Even Rabbi Akiva would be added to Acts as Agabus. So even he was added to Acts as Agabus and as Siva. More vengeance was wrought by Piso by his picturing the Jews in the successive Gospels as increasingly evil, right? Making the Jews evil, right? Who supposedly crucified Jesus, who was bringing them to the Romans to get crucified. It was supposed to be Jews, right? So they're trying to make the Jews the evil ones, right? In Matthew chapter 23, Jesus repeatedly calls the scribes and Pharisees hypocrites and even vipers, but does not include the people. In Matthew 3:7, also the Pharisees and Sadducees are called offspring of vipers, this time by John the Baptist. Oh, these people who were fighting for their lives and to keep the code, huh? But by the time of Luke 3:7, it is not merely the leader, but the crowds whom John the Baptist calls the offspring of vipers. And in Acts 23:12, it is the Jews, and not merely the Pharisees or Sadducees, who form a conspiracy to kill Paul. By the time of the Gospel of John, the author, Piso's son Justus, listen to this, has Jesus tell the Jews who challenge him, "You are of your father the devil." John 8:44, all right? Breaking it down here. Even when Piso absolves the villains of culpability, "Father, forgive them, for they know not what they do." It is the Roman soldiers and not the Jews whom he excuses. It was true that none of the actors knew what, because none of the fictional characters could be present to observe the writing of the story. The New Testament pictures the Jews as the enemies of Jesus, of Paul, and of the message of the gospel, okay? That's what it's really doing. Piso's son Proculus, writing the epistle to the Romans in 1128, explained the reason why the Jews were being pictured as the enemies of the new believers. as concerning the gospel. They, the Jews, are enemies because of you, for your sakes. That is, in order that the people would believe the story. The author of 1 and 2 John admits why the Jews were opposing the gospel. They were refusing to confess that Jesus Christ had come in the flesh. 1 John 4:3, 2 John verse 7. The author's response was to label such opponents as deceivers and antichrist. Big one right there, antichrist. So if you don't go down with the whole Roman propaganda, now all of a sudden you're an antichrist, huh? So back in the book, Creating Christianity, a Weapon of Ancient Rome by Henry Davis. This time we are going to go into what he was talking about, the parallels of the Gospels and Josephus, all right? It says here, this is in part 3 of the book, the Gospels and Josephus, the parallels. As explained earlier, the books of Mark and Matthew present an example of typology that will continue throughout all the Gospels. The author of the Gospel of Mark has taken stories from the Old Testament and placed them into their story of the pre-ministry of Jesus, all right? They took what? Stories from the Old Testament and attributed them to Jesus. If you're unsure of what typology is, it is simply based on one character upon another and is found throughout the Hebraic literature in the Old Testament to link one prophet to another prophet. So this was even going on in the Old Testament. That's what I'm saying. Are these Eleazars, could they be the same person? And could Hosea be Joshua? Especially if they're letting us know that Joshua was Hosea in scripture. I mean, that's official. The author of the Gospel of Mark have taken names, locations, and concepts from the Old Testament and used them in their story about Jesus Christ. And these stories appear in the same sequence when comparing one story to the other. The Old Testament with the New Testament, you can see that Moses was directly connected to the character the author of Mark is writing about. All right, Moses, that character being Jesus Christ. So they're attributing some of the things that Moses did, his qualities, his story, to Jesus. Listen, Moses was chosen as the example of Jesus because he was the first savior of Israel. And by connecting Jesus directly to Moses, it can be portrayed that Jesus Christ is also a savior of Israel. This shows that the early life of the character Jesus Christ is fiction and not original or historical, which means that the events in his early life have been taken from another book, which means the rest of his ministry must be questioned. All right, so when they're saying dear Jesus, we're not talking about a historical Jehoshua that I just showed you guys, the son of noon. Okay, the son of noon. We're talking about this allegorical typology, Roman propaganda, Jesus, Serapis, Hermetics, Hellenized, pagan gods, Mithra, and all that stuff, going back to Thoth and all that. All right, don't get it confused. Investigating further, when examining the rest of Jesus' ministry, it becomes clear that it is all taken from another book. The ministry of Jesus parallels the military campaign of the Roman Titus Flavius. All right, again, during the siege of Jerusalem, that story that Josephus writes about, the siege, is what they're talking about, and how much of that story you can find in the New Testament during the day Jesus is getting crucified. Flavius Josephus recorded the events and activities from the Roman military campaign in Judea, involving Vespasian and Titus, who was partly responsible for the destruction of Jerusalem in 70 AD. I say partly because he did not act alone regarding this event, but for now we will focus on the parallels below. To see the parallels discussed below for yourself, it is highly recommended that you obtain either the online version or print version of both the Gospels and the Loeb Classical Library translation of the Jewish War and Winston's translation of the War of the Jews by Josephus. All right, so you guys can compare yourselves. Winston was a professor of mathematics at Cambridge University and published his translation of Josephus' work in 1737. His translation is the only single volume widely available. However, the Greek manuscripts he used are now not considered the best. The Loeb Classical Library, conceived by James Loeb in 1912, was originally published in London, UK, but is now published by Harvard University Press. Both translations will allow you to go step by step and see the connections examined below, which cannot be considered a coincidence, only deliberate, because mathematically there are too many of them. It is also very important to remember, as Joseph Atwill himself has stated, all right, Joseph Atwill is the guy who wrote Caesar's Messiah. We read that book in our part 1. It says that he stated that this examination of the parallels between Gospels and the wars of the Jews cannot go outside of the immediate text that is being examined. That means the examination is confined to precise areas of text, which is how a disciplined examination of this subject matter should be conducted. Before Jesus' ministry began, beginning with John 4:7-21 at Mount Gerizim, Jesus describes himself as living water. And this is the exact spot where the war would come to and be considered ironic. Just like a story called Cannibal Mary in the Wars of the Jews, during the siege of Jerusalem, and the living bread in the Gospels, as will be examined below. Josephus' Wars of the Jews, Book 3, Winston, Chapter 7, Section 32, page 307 and 309 mentions Mount Gerizim and the Jews being starved to death and dying of thirst by the Romans. All right, who? All right, this is in the War of Jews, not in the Bible. These are the only two places that the mount is mentioned in the Bible or Josephus, and it is also the only time in which Jesus refers to himself as living water. In the passage of John above, it appears from what we are about to examine that Jesus is said to be predicting the Roman destruction of Mount Gerizim and Jerusalem. The events began at the same location for both Jesus and Titus, the Sea of Galilee, okay? Listen to this. I am inclined to hold the view that a place called Nazareth, which would become associated with Jesus' character, did not exist until the 4th century AD. One reason is that no other source other than the New Testament confirms this place existed before the 1st century AD. However, we cannot use an effective argument from silence or absence of evidence here. As we do have mentions of Nazareth, the question is, can we trust the sources? The other reason is that the word Nazarene, as is Jesus the Nazarene, is a Greek form of the Hebrew word netzer or netzer, meaning branch. The location of Nazarene eventually came into question, and the authors of the Gospels must have known this would happen. Okay, so they even have a so they made up a fake location of his origin, right? Because of this, Helena, the mother of Emperor Constantine, used her faith and had a vision that the place they needed to build Nazareth was Joppa. So because they needed a location, listen to this, during Constantine's time, right? The Council of Nicaea. I know a lot of you guys left some comments about the Council of Nicaea in my first 2 videos. How, I thought it was Constantine when they created. Well, that was a little bit after, and that was more the Catholic part of it. So the Pisos are creating Christianity, the whole concept of Christianity, being a Christian Jesus. And then by the time the Constantines come around with their Council of Nicaea, they establish in the Holy Roman Catholic religion, Catholic official. It culminates with Constantine. So during this council, right, they're saying that because there was no Nazareth, there was no place in that during Jesus' time, that his mother, right, Constantine's mom, used her faith and her vision, and he said, you know what, build it right here in Jaffa. That's where Nazareth was. That was because the campaign of Titus started in Jaffa, all right? Titus was there. Jaffa, which means the battles that Jesus has in Nazareth, in the gospel symbolizes Titus at Jaffa. Jaffa in the Wars of the Jews. But it would seem that the authors of the Gospels tried to confuse matters by having 4 Gospels instead of just 1. But what is known is that Nazarene or Nazarean was the name of an early Jewish sect, which was an offshoot of the Essenes. All right, Essenes, they had no particular relation to the city of Nazareth, but their name may mean truth or branch. As mentioned above, with the plural of Netzer, Netzer becoming Netzarim. There is no mention of the Nazarenes in any of St. Paul's writings, although Paul is himself accused of being a Nazarene in Acts of the Apostles. Even though we are told he is from Tarsus, right? Remember, Paul is actually Saul from Tarsus. We're going to get to Paul, right? Don't worry, Paul, we're going to get to you. Although Paul does not mention many biographical details of Jesus, so we could argue why he should mention this location. The importance of why the author chose to use the word Nazarene in regards to the Jewish religion will be explained later in this chapter. An in-depth article on this issue can be found right? henryhdavis.com is the author's website if you guys want to follow up. It says here Mark 1, 14 and 19, Matthew 4, 18 and 21, and Luke 5, 1 to 11. Jesus at the Sea of Galilee. Jesus comes and tells his disciples, follow me, and I will make you become fishers of men, right? Fishers of men, huh? Titus, this is mirrored by the experience that Titus has. Listen to this. He won a great ship battle against the Jews. And according to Josephus in the War of the Jews, listen to this. This is history right here. Wisdom, book 3:2, also chapter 10, verse 1 and 9. The Jews escaped in their boats into the Sea of Galilee. Titus, men pursued them in their own faster boats and upturned them or destroyed them. All right, you hear that? You see what's going on? The Jews fell into the sea, and Josephus writes, and for such as were drowning in the sea, if they lifted their heads up above the water, they were either killed by darts or caught by vessels. So what is that literally telling you? Huh? Literally, that they were literally, the Romans were literally fishing for men. Literally fishing for men. All right? Titus, they were talking about Titus, what the Romans were doing. The parallels here is that the soldiers were trying to catch the Jews in the sea. In other words, they were fishing for the Jewish rebels in the Sea of Galilee. After the battle, the lake water was covered with dead, floating Jewish bodies. Continuing, the boats are sunk. All right, fishers of men, right? The boats are sunk. The Jews attempt to swim to safety, and the Romans catch the men like they were fish. But it is important to realize that the typological connection that was mentioned before in Mark to connect Jesus to the Moses ends directly before this part. Then just a few lines later, we have this parallel connection between Jesus and Titus. It is also very important to note that the connection between Jesus and Moses is something that scholars do not dispute, and that the connection was deliberately created. But the Sea of Galilee connection above is the same location. And it is at the beginning of the events of both of these individuals. Josephus even mentions the Chorazin fish of Capharnaum, and Jesus is said to have performed mighty works in Chorazim, but these towns rejected his work. But let's continue. Now it says here, all right, he's going to show more parallels between his writings, Josephus, right, and the New Testament. Now it says the next parallel event after the fishing or catching of men parallel is Luke 4, 31, 34. And Mark 1, 21, 28, where Jesus goes to Capernaum and casts out a demon, but not before the demon was to recognize him as God. Titus, Josephus, it says in Josephus' War of the Jews, book 4, chapter 7, and his autobiography, Life of Flavius Josephus, 72, 402 to 403, Josephus writes about a John beginning to tyrannize as if possessed by a demon. In Capernaum, where he also announced to the Jews that Titus was the Messiah. Okay, the next parallel event we find is in Matthew 8, 14 to 17, Mark 1, 29 to 34, and Luke 4, 40 to 41. In an unnamed town, Jesus cast out demons that inhabited the whole town, and they recognized him as Savior. Titus and Josephus, War of the Jews, all right? This is what Josephus wrote, all right? The parallel, chapter 9. In the town of Tiberias, Titus was called Savior, and according to Josephus, cast out all the demons infecting the whole town. This is what Josephus wrote about Titus. Look, it's the same thing. The next parallel events, Mark 1:35 to 39 and Luke 4:42 to 43. Jesus talks about the good news. In Greek, the word is evangelion, as mentioned earlier. I remember what that meant. I mean, hey, good news. We got good news. Guess what, guys? We won. We beat the Hebrews. We got good news. The Gospels. Now in Flavius, Josephus says, according to Josephus' Wars of the Jews, the same word was used by the Flavians to announce big events and military victory. So the Flavians would say, hey guys, gather around, we got some Gospels, we got some Gospels. Jesus, the next parallel event is in Matthew 9, 1-8, Mark 2, 1-12, and Luke 5, 22 to 26. When Jesus asks the question, which is easier to say, your sins are forgiven, or rise up and walk? And it says here, Titus, the question is answered satirically in Josephus' War of the Jews. When Titus is being talked out of letting some Jewish prisoners go, he says, it is easier to say rise and walk than to forgive. All right, look how similar that is. The next parallel event in Matthew 12, 1-8, Mark 2, 23, 28, and Luke 6, 1, 6, when Jesus says, he keeps the Sabbath holy, better than the Pharisees, and heals the right hand of someone in the temple while on the Sabbath. It is better to save life than to lose it. Now Titus says, check this out, in Josephus' War of the Jews, Titus said he was better at keeping the Sabbath than the Jews, and on the Sabbath, when a Jewish prisoner stretched out his right hand, begging not to be killed, Titus said, it is better to save a life on the Sabbath than to lose it on the Sabbath. Titus sends Josephus, who offers the Jews his right hand to surrender, but they refuse because they cannot go for peace on the Sabbath. The next parallel event is in Matthew 5, 1 to 12 and Luke 6 to 22. Jesus reassures two followers who were being hated and cast out for him. All right, so people are being persecuted because of Jesus, all right, in those verses. Now, according to Titus in Josephus' War of the Jews, Titus reassures pro-Roman Jewish priests, all right, Hellenistic Jews, right? Don't worry, guys, I got you, Jesus and Anemius, all right, Jesus, after they were being hated and cast out. The next parallel event we find is in Matthew 8, 5:13 and Luke 7, 1 to 9. It describes a Roman centurion whose faith in Jesus is so great he believes that Jesus can heal his slave without going into his house. He likens Jesus to a Roman soldier who orders those under him to come and go. Now, according to Josephus in War of the Jews, Titus tells his men there is no need to go into the city because God is acting as a Roman soldier and causing the Jews to kill themselves. When the gospel described an illness or demonic possession of a Jew, it refers to the fever that caused them to rebel against Rome. Healing them means either conversion or death. This is the healing they were talking about. It says the next parallel event in Matthew 11, 2 to 19 and Luke 7, 33 to 35, John the Baptist is possessed by a demon, and tax collectors are said to be friends, which must be an inside joke because the Flavians were the most notorious tax collectors in history. So yeah, it doesn't make sense that he would be friends with these people. In Josephus' War of the Jews, the rebel John is said by Josephus to have a demon of wickedness. The next parallel event is in Matthew 8, 28 to 34, Mark 5, 1 to 20, and Luke 8, 26 to 33, where we have the story of the demons of Ghidorah. This story is an exact parallel to the battle of Ghidorah that Titus had, and in the story you can read what happens to the herd when they rushed to and how they drowned. This is deep right here. It says Mark 5, 9 and Luke 8, 30 tells of Jesus asking for the name of a demon and casting out a demon named Legion. And the demon says, we are many. The demon asks to be sent to the pigs on a hillside, and then the whole herd of pigs, about 2,000, all rushed down the side of the hillside into the lake and drowned. In Josephus' War of the Jews, he describes a legion of Jews with a demonic, rebellious spirit against Rome. Titus reaches Gadara, and a legion of Jewish militants, rebels. These are the actual legion. This is the legion they were talking about, not no pigs. We're talking about the Jewish Sicarii. Remember? The Sadducees, the Sicarii, as it says here, called Sicarii, who are led to a revolt by the rebel leader John. What are we talking about? Prester John? We were talking about a priest king, a priest king, that we mean? Began to rush around and rush to the hills like swine possessed by demons. This is what they were talking about. After being attacked with Roman darts, these rebels run and fall off the cliff into the river Jordan. And there were so many dead bodies floating in the river, the army could not cross it. And both accounts say the bodies totaled about 2,000. Josephus also said from the head, this wickedness came forth, and that the first group affected the second group that became just as bad. It may be fair to speculate that swine was how the authors thought of the rebels. In Josephus' story after the battle, the Jewish leader hides in the tombs, and in the Gospels, the demon hides in the tombs, and in Josephus' story, there is one rebel leader, and in the Gospel, there is one demon. Josephus wrote the names of two of the rebel leaders were John and Simon. Also, an interesting point to make is that Gadara is defined by Josephus as possessing territory which lay on the frontiers of the Sea of Galilee. The next parallel event we have in Matthew 8, 23 to 27, Mark 4, 35 to 41, and Luke 8, 23 to 26. Jesus is said to have power over wind and rain. And Josephus, War of the Jews, is the same thing. All right, Titus has power over wind and rain. The next parallel event in Matthew 16, 13, 19, Mark 8, 27, 29, and Luke 9, 18, 20, where Jesus claims to be the Christ of God. In Matthew, the Son of the living God. In Josephus' War of the Jews, Titus says he is the Son of the living God. All right, you got to understand why Titus was saying that, because his dad is emperor. His dad is a Caesar. His dad is Vespasian, the emperor. And the Roman times, they saw their emperors as gods, and literally he was called a god, treated like a god. So his son would be the son of a living God. You get it? On the road to Jerusalem. So that was on the Sea of Galilee. This is like on the way to the siege. So this talks about Luke 9, 51, 56, this parallel, where Jesus left Galilee for Jerusalem and sent messengers ahead of him. They went into Samaritan village to get things ready for him, but the people there would not receive him. All right, the people there wouldn't receive him. In Josephus' War of the Jews, it says that Titus left Galilee and headed straight for Jerusalem. He sends his messengers in advance to warn Jews to surrender. Otherwise, it may be too late, but the Jews refuse to surrender. The next parallel event is in Luke, where Judas scolds one of his followers for wanting to bury his dead and tells them to follow him. In Josephus' War of the Jews, after a defeat, Titus tells his soldiers not to bury the dead, but to follow him. All right, so exactly the same thing. I mean, it keeps going with the parallels, as you guys can see. Take a look here if you want to pause this. All right, go to the next page. Talk about the Samaritan. All right, who was the Samaritan? The same story. You can find that in Titus. All right, the Good Samaritan. Keeps going here. Outside of Jerusalem, this is the good one here. So outside Jerusalem, some other parallels here says both of these individuals arrived outside Jerusalem. They're talking about Titus and Jesus, right? And they pause. They just stay there. They're outside the wall, right? They arrive. In the case of Titus, he pauses because he needs to organize his triumphant entrance into the city. The same is true for Jesus, but it is not clear why he does not just walk in at this particular point. But he does not. He stays outside the city and is involved in several events. But when you compare the events between Jesus and Titus when they are outside of Jerusalem, the connection between the two become very clear. One parallel outside the wall is the woe saying Jesus. So this is actually said in the New Testament and on Josephus' writings. One thing I thought it was pretty cool. It's going to correlate to what we already read. Now it says here that on the War of the Jews, pay attention to this part. War of the Jews, book 6, chapter 5. It describes an individual called Jesus ben Ananias. Jesus ben Ananias, or son of Ananias. Huh? Jesus, son of Ananias. Wait, we just read somebody was son of Ananias. Hold up. So early in the book, we were reading Josephus and Judean Politics by Seth Schwartz. It was talking about how oddly it was that Josephus had no words or narratives on the fate of Eleazar, right? Eleazar, remember? But one key thing I want to show you guys here, Eleazar is Ben Ananias. Ben Ananias. Eleazar is the son of Ananias. Ben Ananias. Eleazar, Ben Ananias. Just like this Jesus, Ben Ananias. So what are they, brothers? Or are we talking about the same person? Why do you say that, huh? I'm going to show you that it is the same person. That Eleazar that we read about in Maccabees 2, I'm going to show you that Josephus called him Jesus at some point. He called him Jesus, all right? And he even said Ben Ananias, just like they're calling him over there, Eleazar Ben Ananias. Now listen to this. It says, in the War of the Jews, book 6, chapter 5, describes an individual called Jesus Ben Ananias doing the following things, which are identical to the gospel Jesus. Oh, identical to Jesus now, huh? Are we talking about Eleazar? They entered Jerusalem during a festival, right? They deliver an oracle against the temple. They are seized by the leading citizens. Remember, he was a rebel, Eleazar. He's fighting with these people, right? Killing Romans and everything, okay? They are seized, though, leading citizens. They are beating and later scourged. They are what? Beating. They are beaten and later scourged. Remember that Eleazar said, even though I'm being beaten, I know this is your will. Even though I'm being beaten, they are beaten and later scourged. They offer no answer to interrogations. They are taken to the Roman prosecutor. They are called madmen. Remember, he's a madman because he'd rather die. He'd rather die than eat the meat. Remember, they started hating him. They prophesy their death. They die. They prophesied their death. He said, I'm going to die today. Remember what It's Eleazar said, I'm gonna die today because I'm not eating this meat. I'm gonna go to the rack right now, hung myself to the rack. All right. They're literally talking about 2 Maccabees 6, that part with Eleazar, okay? Literally. Another parallel in Matthew 7:13-14 and Luke 13:20-30, where Jesus talks about the narrow gate at the city wall, and the master of the house will get up and close the door. And Josephus word the Jews, Titus described as saying the same words. Also, both texts describe the city before entering. We read a description of where the Roman siege apparatus has given the Jews only a very narrow door, and Josephus then records the points of a compass that describes how this door has been shut. And Jesus has a story that has these exact concepts, same thing, same description. They even describing the place like narrow place, right? A narrow gate, a narrow gate. It's the same story. Another parallel says here is in Luke 14:28, where Jesus discusses how to best build a tower. Jesus building a tower, huh? In Josephus' Word, the Jews, Book 5, Chapter 7, Titus does build a tower specifically outside the wall of Jerusalem. Now, inside the city, look at this. They're inside the city now. Luke describes Jesus enters into the city, and Jesus saying, if disciples were to be quiet, then the stones themselves would cry out. And that if they, the Jews, only knew today the things needed for peace, but now it has been hidden from their eyes. Now it says here, look at this, in Josephus, War of the Jews, break down the parable, right? It describes Titus' entrance into the city where stones being hurled. These are the stones they're talking about, the stones being hurled. The catapults cried out. The Gospels, you have the triumphant entrance of Jesus and the people cry out, the Son has come. You then have an odd moment where Jesus is told by the Pharisees to make these people quiet down. But he says, oh no, if they were quiet, the stones themselves would cry out. Then Jesus goes on and states that something has been hidden from your eyes. Theologically and generally, this statement does not make a lot of sense. The stones themselves would cry out. Something has been hidden from your eyes. What exactly does Jesus mean? It is only when this story in the Gospels is read parallel to and in context with what Josephus wrote in War of the Jews at the exact point that the meaning becomes clear. But only when you read Josephus at this point, a reader could be forgiven for thinking that Josephus made a mistake. Titus has his entrance into the city. Then at this point, Titus fires a stone from a catapult and it goes right into the city. And the Jews have a watchman who cries out when he sees the stone coming. All right, this is what Josephus wrote, but Josephus did not write that a watchman said a stone is coming. He didn't write that. He didn't say a stone was coming. Listen to what he really wrote, Josephus. All right, what Josephus wrote and what is presented in the writing is chapter 6, page 789. You can go verify it. The copy of Winston's Josephus used in this example was that the watchman cried out, the Son cometh, the Son cometh. They're talking about Titus. He was talking about Titus, which would appear to be a mistake. But when placed in context, this becomes fascinating, and many scholars have tried different ways to explain this mistake. All right, so he goes on saying, but literally, that's what he's saying. You can go verify that. Continue a little bit ahead. It says, it is incredibly difficult to believe that Josephus would make the only real error in grammar in his entire book at this exact point in the storyline that the Son comes in the Gospels. The only logical answer at this point is that the Son cometh is referring to how Titus views himself as the Son of God, because his father Vespasian was deified as a god. Remember, he was the emperor of Rome. He was a Caesar. He was a god. And Josephus also wrote, they are hidden from your eyes. It also makes no sense as to why Josephus would write this. Why would he think that the watchman said the Son cometh? Considering the context of the moment, the context of course being the stones were being hurled. In Luke 19:43-44, Jesus predicts the city of Jerusalem being encircled by a wall and says, your enemies will pile up earth against your walls and encircle you and close in on you and shall not leave one stone upon another. This is in the so-called abomination of desolation. All right, he predicted that. They wrote that in the New Testament. Now, remember what happened? According to the siege of Jerusalem, what did Titus do outside the city wall? It says in War of the Jews, Book 5, Chapter 12, Titus did raise and encircle the city of Jerusalem with a wall and then destroyed every stone. All right, so I just wanted to go ahead and just turn away from that book real quick and come to this other book here. We read a little bit about this book already. introduction and all that. It's called Caesar's Messiah, the Roman Conspiracy to Invent Jesus, Joseph Atwill. I just wanted to show correlation that there's other people concluding the same research. This is what I was saying. We had this book too. He says here in chapter 1, the first Christians and the Flavians. This book provides a new approach to understanding what the Gospels, right, the good tidings, right, are and who composed them. I should show the intellectuals working for Titus Flavius, the second of the 3 Flavian Caesars, created Christianity. All right, so again, remember this author hasn't gone as deep as the Pisos at all in this book. So yeah, he got to as far as, the Josephus and the Flavians, which is, yeah, they're part of it. I mean, we already know that Josephus is related to the Flavians, but Josephus is a Piso. He's a commander there. He's not really, Josephus is not real, okay? So, but at least we get a lot of drop in correlation in this book. So let's just read what he's got to say here. It says their main purpose was to replace the xenophobic Jewish messianism that waged war against the Roman Empire with a version of Judaism that would be obedient to Rome. Remember what they were telling Eleazar? They were like, yo, don't worry, man. Just obey us, man. Just pretend you're eating the pork, Eleazar. Pretend you're eating the pork, please. Come on. You got to be obedient. Just be obedient. They wanted to replace that, right? Just like I said, they sent a senator over there to compel the Jews to stop following the laws of their ancestors, right? All right? So they brought a new version. They got a new tune for you. Shout out 432 The Drop Nation. Con Drop, everybody over there. Shout out for the awareness, all right? For the water, my brother. We're going to take this to a whole new level. All of us in this journey together. One of the individuals involved with this creation of the Gospels was the 1st century historian Flavius Josephus, right? AKA Piso, right? Arius Piso, who, as he relates, is led a fabulous life. All right, so this is, the author's going to go according to Josephus' life, the fictional character. That's all he knows right now. So according to what he knows about Josephus, right? So as he relates, right, Josephus, he was born in 37 AD into the royal family of Judea, the Maccabees. Like Jesus, Josephus was a child prodigy who astounded his elders with his knowledge of Judaic law. Josephus also claimed to have been a member of each of the Jewish sects of his era, the Sadducees, the Pharisees, and the Essenes. When the Jewish rebellion against Rome broke out in 66 AD, though he had no described military background and believed the cause hopeless, Josephus was given command of the revolutionary army of Galilee. All right, very good point there. Even though he had no military background, somehow he was made general, right, of Galilee, right? Because he really was Piso. Piso was a general. Taken captives, he was brought before the Roman general Vespasian, to whom he presented himself as a prophet. At this point, God rather conveniently spoke to Josephus and informed him that his favor had switched from the Jews to the Romans, okay? So he's like, oh, God told me that I should go with the Romans now, okay, guys? I'm a Roman now. Josephus then claimed that Judaism, messianic prophecies, foresaw not a Jewish Messiah, but Vespasian, whom Josephus predicted would become the Lord of all mankind. You hear that? You see what this Josephus was doing, the so-called Hebrew? After this came to pass, so to speak, and Vespasian was proclaimed emperor, he rewarded Josephus' clairvoyance by adopting him. Thus, the Jewish rebel Josephus Arimathea became Flavius Josephus, the son of Caesar. He became an ardent supporter of Rome's conquest of Judea, and when Vespasian returned to Rome to be crowned emperor, Josephus stayed behind to assist the new emperor's son Titus with the siege of Jerusalem. All right, what did he do? He helped, he assisted, he helped with the siege of Jerusalem. Yeah, Arius Piso did, right? Arius Piso. Once the city had been destroyed, Josephus took up residence with the Flavian court at Rome, where he enjoyed the patronage of Vespasian and the subsequent Flavian emperors, Titus and Domitian. It was while he was living in Rome that Josephus wrote his 2 works, War of the Jews, a description of the 66-77 AD war between the Romans and the Jews, and Jewish antiquities and history of the Jewish people. Josephus' histories are of great significance to Christianity. Virtually all that we know regarding the social context of the New Testament is derived from them. All right, so again, we just came from the other book doing the parallels, showing you the parallels of his writings all right, and the New Testament Gospels. Without these works, the very dating of the events of the New Testament would be impossible, all right? If Josephus hadn't written all his stuff, they wouldn't, he's literally telling you they couldn't date the Bible, the New Testament at least. Josephus' histories provided Jesus with historical documentation, a fact that is widely known. So because Josephus is seen as historical, right? And he mentions this whole time period, then he made it a legit thing. He made Jesus historical. You get it? What Arrius Piso did? They manifested this Jesus. They also provided Jesus with another kind of documentation, a fact largely forgotten. Early Christians believed that the events Josephus described in the War of the Jews proved that Jesus had been able to see into the future. It is difficult to find even one early Christian who taught another position. Church scholars such as Tertullian, Justin Martyr, and Cyprian were unanimous in proclaiming that Josephus' description of the conquest of Judea by Titus, Flavius, and the War of Jews proved that Jesus' prophecies had come to pass. You know, in the whole time that we're reading and comparing, right, the parallels, it was really talking about Titus. That says, if anyone compares the words of our Savior with the other accounts of the historian Josephus concerning the whole war, how can one fail to wonder and to admit that foreknowledge and the prophecy of our Savior were truly divine and marvelously strange? One example of the foreknowledge that so impressed Eusebius was Jesus' prediction that the foes of Jerusalem would encircle it with a wall, demolish the city and its temple, and level its inhabitants. All right, so we just read the parallel, how he said that, and that's what they did, right? Remember, Titus did that, surrounded the walls. So let's see what they're saying. They're saying that Josephus made that real. It's the same person writing both. Isn't it crazy? So I just wanted to read a little bit of this book, because it's, you know, it goes into Josephus only as Josephus. It doesn't go into the whole Piso thing, you know, the other layer. There's so many layers to this, right? That was done on purpose. You live one layer, you run into another one, and you think you're done, right? I wanted to come back and finish up this chapter of this book, all right, with the parallels, okay? And again, we're reading from the book Creating Christianity, a Weapon of Ancient Rome. I believe the author Henry Davis. And where this part says the Passover Lamb, a Last Supper. The following passage refers to the Passover Lamb, a Last Supper, where the Son of Mary, Jesus, becomes a human Passover lamb. This event is the same concept as an incident in the wars of the Jews called Cannibal Mary. The similarities between the Son of Mary described in the War of the Jews and the Son of Mary in the Gospels are too precise to have been the product of circumstance. The subject, the context, and placement are the same. The Passover lamb and Cannibal Mary are what can be referred to as an allegory, meaning it is a story, a poem, or picture that can be interpreted to reveal a hidden meaning, typically a moral or political one. This was regarded as a science in Josephus' time, and educated readers were expected to be able to understand another, all right? You're supposed to be able to understand the allegories, meaning with religious and historical literature. The Apostle Paul, for example, stated that passages from the Hebrew scriptures were allegories that looked forward to Christ's birth. All right, this is what so-called Paul did. We'll see who Paul is, right? The famous passage, Cannibal Mary, in Josephus. The following passage by Josephus, Jewish War, 6:193, is used in allegory to reveal something else about Jesus. According to the New Testament, Jesus is the human Passover lamb. And in the passage of Cannibal Mary, it says that the human Passover lamb is a myth for the world, whose killing is going to be seen as an atrocity by the Gentiles that will create bitter hatred against the Jews. This is precisely what happened in the Bible. Jesus was killed when he became a human Passover sacrifice lamb, and the Jews received the blame. But by knowing the history surrounding that time, and by what we have examined above, it appears this is the message the Bible describes. It describes a curse that was put on the Jews by the Romans for their constant rebellion. It is saying that because of the Jews, the Passover lamb, Jesus, will be killed, and the world will blame the Jews. If this religion was a creation of the Roman aristocracy, then we may be correct in thinking their plan backfired, because there are plenty of Jews still around today. If this was the plan, why are Christians worshiping a Jew and not Titus, a Roman Caesar today? Well, they are, because Pope, meaning father, in Greek, is another title for Caesar. Pope is the Caesar, okay? Pope, and is Caesar's successor. Caesar's successor. Right, so real quick, just because we brought up the Pope in that book, I just want to mention something that I thought was interesting. I was going to coincide to this. So the Pope got a title, right? The Pope, his name is the Vicar of Christ. What does that mean? It's a term used in different ways and with different theological connotations throughout history. The original notion of vicar is an earthly representative of Christ. Okay, so he's supposed to be the earthly representative of Christ. What Christ, right? They're Christ, they're Jesus. But it's also used in the sense of a person acting as a parish priest in place of a real person. The title is now used in Catholicism to refer to the bishops, and more specifically, was historically used to the Bishop of Rome, which is basically the Pope. All right, so the Pope is the vicar. All right, vicar again is a deputy, second in command, right? Second in command to who? A second in command to who? Also in the ecclesiastical sense, a substitute, a deputy, a proxy, definitely a proxy. Substituted, a delegated. From vices, change. Yep, definitely there was a change, right? Interchange, succession. Somebody took over, there was a succession, a place, a position, to bend, to wind. The original notion is of an earthly representative of God or Christ. So the Pope is supposed to be the representative of God or Christ. You hear that? But they're talking about, I'm going to go back to the book now because it was very clear. The book was very clear, but it just told us, right? It says, so again, Pope, meaning father in Greek, is another title for Caesar and is Caesar's successor. Successor. What? Successor, succession, the vicar of Christ, remember, or God. Remember, Caesar was looked upon as a god. So when they're talking about vicar of Christ, right? A vicar, succession, right? The successor of Caesar. He took his place, his second in command. His second in command. Vicar of Christ, right? This is from Catholic.com. A title of the Pope, implying his supreme and universal primacy, both of honor and jurisdiction of the Church of Christ, okay? That's what it is. And go back. It has been mentioned on more than one occasion that the ruling Pope has claimed that the title of Pope is the continuation in the line of Caesar, you see, of the Roman Empire. That's what he means when they mean Vicar of Christ, their Christ. Here's a statement from Pope Boniface VIII. The papal theory made the Pope alone God's representative on earth and maintained that the emperor received his right to rule from the successor of St. Peter. It was upheld by Nicholas I, Hildebrand, Alexander III, Innocent III, and culminated with Boniface VIII at the Jubilee of 1300 when seated on the throne of Constantine, secured with the imperial sword, wearing a crown and waving a scepter. He shouted to the throng of loyal pilgrims, I am Caesar, I am emperor. It is important to remember that there needs to be an explanation for who the Son of Man actually is. Some people say it is Jesus, and he's talking about himself. The problem is that Jesus does not come back after the war when he makes these pronouncements, because there would have certainly been some record of it. So the only candidate for this comeback after the war is the Roman Caesar. And at the end of the war, Titus tried to get the Jews to call him God. Because of that time, Titus was known as the Son of God, because his father Vespasian was given the title God by the Roman Senate. The Son of God title was written on Titus' sacred arch in Rome. So it would have seemed the plan was to make the Jews think that the Son of Man that Jesus was predicting was a Caesar. But that idea was never accepted. The original Jewish Messiah was not a passive, cosmopolitan person. Okay, he was not a passive. He didn't turn the other cheek. You get what they're telling you, right? That's why they had to create the Christianity. He wasn't passive. He didn't tell you, to turn the cheek. He was a Jewish Messiah warrior, a Messiah warrior. The person we read about, however, seems to be a fictional character. And despite popular belief, the Son of Man who was predicted to come is the Roman Caesar Titus. That's who they've been talking about, okay, this whole time. All right, so I'm going to end it here. We're going to continue again. I got a lot of more parts coming. All right. Hope you're enjoying so far. Much love and respect. Thanks for joining me again. Wow.
Okay, yeah. All right, we're gonna continue the next part. Next part right here. All right. Hope you guys enjoying. Thanks for tuning in. If you've been here since the beginning, then hey, I appreciate you. We're gonna continue. All right, if you guys don't mind. All right.
And how they relate to Arrius Piso, Josephus, and Christianity. Hope you guys enjoy this part 4. We're gonna get right into it. Thanks again for being here. Wow. Real quick, we're in this articles, the Piso's further writings, volume.
Yeah, getting into this article right here, Shabbat Shalom, the Piso's further writings, part 4.
In 1. Just want to show a chart here they have here, a genealogical chart. It says chart of Arius Calpurnius Piso and of his family, particularly those who helped him in the family's great plan. So we got Arius Calpurnius Piso, aka Flavius Josephus, and innumerable other names which we're gonna go over today. And these are the sons they're gonna go over today. And it says one of his sons is Julius. It says New Testament John, Julius Severinus, his son, and then Justus. It says New Testament James, and then his son Timothy, New Testament Lucius Silvanus, and then it says his other son Proculus, who is New Testament Simon or Peter, the first pope, Proculus, the first pope, Peter, and then his daughter by adoption Claudia Phoebe, whose sons are Antoninos, Arian, aka Ipion. All right, just a little chart here. And we continue in the book, Creating Christianity, a Weapon of Ancient Rome by Henry Davis, sympathetically reveals how the Roman and Jewish aristocracies created the most famous story of all time. We're in this part of the book where it's saying Flavius Josephus never existed. We read a little bit on this, the first couple paragraphs or pages in the last video. So we'll start where we left off last time. It says Josephus, or the man who used this name, gave the necessary information to discover his actual genealogy via his writings, but vital information needed to confirm it was not given in a straightforward way. It appears very much scattered into little pieces of information here and there. The question to ask is why? The individual who appears to have used the name Flavius Josephus used what I can only describe as naming techniques to disguise his genealogy, and those naming techniques incorporated literary rules already used by the Roman aristocracy. For example, nomenclature, a combination of a personal and family names used to create a new name. It is necessary to note, as has just been demonstrated, that public genealogies of ancient royals usually began at a certain point, with a certain person making the genealogy virtually impossible to be traced back any further via superficial readings of the histories that were left to us. Also, important dates and details are often omitted, adding frustration for a historian, but the reason critical information was not given seems to be because revealing those genealogies would reveal the connection to other royals, example, their royal lineage. But why would they want to hide their lineage? We must understand that the nobility was in control of everything, including the writing of religious literature, history, stories, and who would rule. If the common people, who vastly outnumbered the royals, had discovered what was happening in terms of manipulation and being lied to, royalty would have been killed and their whole system overturned through a mass revolution, which is what was happening in Judea. All right, hence the Maccabean Wars, okay, and the Hasmonean dynasties becoming. All right, he's letting you know, if they didn't hide who they were, like with giving themselves different names, different authors, different books, so it can seem like it's all different people's writing these things, or, you know, that way you wouldn't assume there was like a monopoly in power here. The people were given the hope that anyone could advance in life and perhaps even become emperor. That was a false belief, as the illusion of different royal family dynasties had been created. In reality, that was not the case, okay? That was only on movies. As it appears, the same royal family circles kept their rule by only providing certain information to the public to maintain their very comfortable lifestyle, okay, and keep control. Royalty had to hide the fact that they were the only ones creating published writing, as they were the only ones educated to a standard high enough to create the kind of prose seen in the histories and religious texts that were produced. Essentially, the majority of the people of the Roman Empire only knew what the aristocracy allowed them to know. Exposing Vespasius Polio as a pseudonym of Herod Polio would show Vespasius as a king, and therefore his descendants' right to rule. If the name Vespasius was a pseudonym, understanding a possible reason as to why it was chosen is a good idea. It is known that ancient royals used titles as part of names. For example, Ptolemy Soter, a title bestowed upon many monarchs, is a Greek form of the Egyptian god title Ptah Soter. Okay, you see where that's coming from? All right, and we go again back to the connection with the Egyptian Hermetics. All right, Hermes, the Greeks adopting names, religious practices, and all kinds of things, right? So Ptolemy or Ptolemy was actually from Ptah Soter. Okay, that's Egyptian, meaning son of God, the Savior. Son of God, the Savior. Ptah Soter or Ptolemy Soter. All right, son of God, the Savior. That's what that means. Mes meaning son of, and Soter meaning Savior. In the Acts of the Apostles 12:20, we read, and Herod was highly displeased with them of Tyre and Sidon, but they came with one accord to him. And having made Blastus, the king's chamberlain, their friend, desired peace, because their country was nourished by the king's country. Acts is stating that the people of these cities asked the king for peace because they received food supplies from his country. So Acts is informing us of special relations between King Herod Polio of Chalcis and the population of two Lebanese cities, Tyre and Sidon. Chalcis was situated exactly under Mount Libanus, modern Mount Lebanon. But Ptolemy, the son of Menus, who was the ruler of Chalcis under the Mount Libanus, took his brethren to him and sent his son Philippon to Askelon, to Aristobulus' wife. That's from Josephus, right? AKA Piso. The name Vespasian, then, from the information found, looks to be a created title. The origin of this name has confused some, but it appears to have been created using two compounds, Vas becoming Bas, V and B are interchangeable, and Passius becoming Passius. C and S are interchangeable. Okay, Bas is the royal abbreviation for the Greek word Basilius, king, and Basilissa, queen. Just as imp or imp is short for imperatori or emperor, or Caes, short for Caesari or Caesar or Caesari, Caesari, and Passius, Pacius, equals peace. Therefore, this peace word used in the name Vespasius can logically mean King Peace or Roman peace, because in the minds of the aristocracy, peace was guaranteed by destroying the opposition, okay? Peace, remember, peace, peace, everybody. Like a hippie, right? Peace, 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 right? Peace, turn the other cheek. Peace, peace. Again, peace was guaranteed by destroying the opposition. Who's the opposition? Israelites. Vespasian's reign is recorded as a time of peace, and even had a forum of peace constructed to celebrate the pacification of the East. For the nobility, war was necessary to obtain a measure of peace, at least for them, even if that peace was only temporary. It must be remembered that the Herodians were schooled in Rome, in the Roman ways. Regarding Herod Polio as Vespasius Polio, we have learned he must have had a son and daughter, recorded as Vespasia Pola and Vespasius Polio II, Aristobulus. In the writings of Suetonius, Vespasia Polia of Galli Julia, Pola Julia of Chalcis, all right, those are all her, married T. Flavius Sabinus I, a tax gatherer in Asia, who had two sons, T. Flavius Sabinus II and the future Emperor Vespasian. Okay, we're getting a genealogical breakdown of, Vespasian, the emperor who became, during the time of the siege of Jerusalem. All right, Vespasian, Titus, Vespasian, Flavian was his son. This marriage must have been before the marriage of Vespasia of Galli to Tigranes, and she has to be the daughter of Herod Polio and Mariam IV, born possibly just before or just after the beginning of the Christian era. If her mother Olympias was born in 22 BC, this would mean Emperor Vespasian would be of royal blood, and anyone descended from either Vespasian or his brother could then trace their ancestry back to King Herod the Great, and then also to his ancestry and or that of his wife, including Mariam the First. This also means the Roman historians presenting Vespasian as a military man of very humble origins who had risen to become emperor is also an illusion. All right, so this whole time he's been trying to break that down, that they told us that, oh, a lot of these noble, humble people in Roman history, eventually they fought in wars, they became senators, and then they become emperor, just like that, right? Just like they lie to us and talk about, oh, anybody can be president of the USA, right? Do you guys really think they would just let anybody become president from humble origins, right? No, man, we all know it's not selected by ballot, but selected by blood, right? Just like in ancient Roman times, all right? Again, look at your quarter. Do you see an eagle there? I showed you guys where that was coming from, right? Check my last video. Follow the bird. Vespasian's date of birth of 17 November 9 BC as given by Suetonius may also need to be reconsidered. The Synoptic Gospels state Jesus died on the 9th hour. In the Bible, the number 17 symbolizes overcoming the enemy and complete victory. Given this parallel, Vespasian's birth date becomes suspect. Could he have actually been born around the same time as Agrippa II? The illusion based on what is written and what we have discovered so far was that presenting Vespasian as a commoner during his time in Judea would give the ordinary soldiers the hope that they too could perhaps one day become emperor, leading to their supporting of his bid for the throne. The reality, however, behind the scenes was that Vespasian was a royal. The question now is, where does the individual named Flavius Josephus fit into this family? All right, so that's what we want to know. What's going on here? Well, that name does not fit in anywhere. As detailed earlier, there is no connection to the Hasmonean royal house under that name or using the genealogy presented under that name. Flavius Josephus was a pen name, okay? It was a pen name that belonged to a particular individual who was a member of a powerful and distinguished senatorial family. The ancestry he presents belongs to the family in question is a Roman Jewish family called the Calpurnius Pisos of the noble ancient house of Calpurni. The house of the Calpurni claimed descent from Calpus, the son of Numa Pompilius, the second legendary king of Rome, succeeding Romulus. But to understand the Calpurnius Piso's connection to the Flavian family, we need to look within the historical writings that document Emperor Vespasian and his son Titus Flavius, who's also called Titus Vespasian Flavius, and their descent from Herod Polio. If Josephus was apparently adopted and given a wife and a house by Vespasian, we could expect to find contemporary records mentioning and confirming this, all right? So now what they are talking about is that in the story of Josephus, when he betrayed all his people, so he was the only survivor, right, of the siege, right, Josephus. And so they imprisoned him, and then he did his prophecy and made Vespasian emperor. And then all of a sudden he was treated really good. He was given the Flavius name, the titles, as they're saying here. He was adopted by them. You know, he was a Roman citizen living with them, very rich. So that's what he's talking about right here. All of a sudden he got adopted. So there should be some kind of records confirming this, right? Not just from Josephus. But again, we find none, all right? Only Josephus said that. Only quotes from historians of the time, and any mentions are brief. Suetonius mentions him, but even what he says is slightly suspicious. Suetonius says, also a distinguished Jewish prisoner of Vespasian's Josephus by name, insisted that he would soon be released by the very man who had now put him in fetters, and who would then be emperor. Notice that Suetonius says Josephus by name. Why would he say it by name? Do you hear that? Why did he say that? Why did he say Josephus by name, meaning that wasn't his name? To me, this implies Josephus by name and not by birth. That makes sense. From the family of Emperor Vespasian to the family of the Pisos, it says here. Researching historical documents related to the Flavians and taking into consideration the parallels already investigated, Flavius Josephus is revealed as being an alias name for a man called Arrius Calpurnius Piso. This name has been found within the original Koine Greek writing of the New Testament, particularly the Gospel of Mark and the Book of Revelation. And those writings present the words Arius, Calpurnius, and Piso, using the languages and numbers of the time. Through prior research done regarding the Flavian and Piso family history, most notably by Sir Ronald Syme, the connection between the two families is revealed. It begins with a lady called Aria Clementina, Ariasina Clementina, Aria the elder, senior, or major, of royal Jewish descent, marrying Emperor Vespasian's brother before Vespasian became emperor. Vespasian's brother was called T. Flavius Sabinus, Caecina Paetus, the same as his father Titus Flavius Sabinus I. An historical documentation connected with T. Flavius Sabinus II and inscription, the name Paetus, in regards to the marriage of Flavia Sabina, Aria the Younger, is shown as being a name used by the Pisos, although the name of the inscription looks to have been connected with the wrong Piso family member. The marriage of T. Flavius Sabinus II to Aria Clementina, Ariasina Clementina, or Aria the Elder or Major, shows that the man who will be shown to have been called Arrius Calpurnius Piso was also of Flavian descent, right? So the Pisos are connected to the Flavians, okay? In Sir Ronald Syme's paper, now remember who Ronald Syme is, one of the most famous Roman historians. We read his book on the last part of this series, showing you what he was saying about the Pisos. So in his book, or his paper, People in Pliny, pages 144 to 146 and 148, quite a bit of information is provided for this family. In that paper, he states that in A, Caecina Paetus is a Roman council in 37 AD in Patavium, with the Patavine Pleclodius Traesia Paetus taking his daughter for a wife. The late Professor Gavin Townsend also provided much information in his Some Flavian Connections, parts 1 and 2, where a Caecinius Paetus, a council in 61 AD, is shown as a son of the former Paetus. Also mentioned here, as well as being found in the works of Tacitus and researched by Syme, is the fact that Caecilius Paetus, son of the former Paetus, is married to Vespasian's niece, Flavia Sabina, in the early 70s and governed Syria. Emperor Nero executed Arrius Calpurnius Piso's father. Okay, remember that? We've gone over this information, right? Remember what's going on. Let's reference the last videos, the last parts of this. Nero found out they was plotting against him. It was the Pisos. It was basically Josephus' dad, Arius' dad, Gaius. It's going to tell us here. So remember, and then later on, Nero would eventually be murdered as well. So Nero executed Arius Piso's dad, right? A very wealthy politician called Gaius Calpurnius Piso in 65-67 AD as a result of the failed Pisonian conspiracy. This is recorded under the name Tracea Paetus, Stoic philosopher. Tacitus Anno 16, whose wife was Aria the Younger. Stoic philosopher, whose wife was Aria the Younger. And a few pages previously in the Annals, the leader of the group of conspirators against Nero is named as Calpurnius Piso. Here, Gaius' wife is presented as Satire Gala. All right, there goes that Gala again, which can be viewed as T.S. Aria Gala. Titia, the feminine form of Titus. Sabina, the feminine form of Sabinus. Aria Gala, the feminine form of Gallus, which has the same meaning as polio, rooster cock, male chicken. That record of the execution led to the latter discovery that Arius was the son of Gaius, as Arius is recorded on the name of Caecilius Paetus, governor of Syria, as well as Montanus. It seems he used many created names through the use of nomenclature, right? Montanus, that's Piso too, which will be shown including L. Caecilius Junius Paetus, discussed in Gavin Townsend's paper above. It appears Arius was given a masculine form of his mother's name, Aria. All right, his mom is Aria, who was the daughter of Aria Clementina, Aria the elder, right? So the daughter is Aria the younger. I must say here that Gaius Calpurnius Piso's mother, Arius' paternal grandmother, was called Plancia Munatia, who was the wife of Gnaeus Calpurnius Piso, consul in 7 BC. Plancia's father, Arius' great-grandfather, was Plancius Munatius, the namesake of his father, grandfather, and great-grandfather. The name Munt Atia became Nun Atia, and N is often used as feminine ending in place of the female M in ancient languages. In Hebrew, M and N can be seen as equivalent. For example, the root of the word Maseka is not Nesek. Nun becomes Nun, phonetically producing the name Nonia. And Nonia is known name of the Balbi family. And Atia infers Balbi, and Balbi means stutterer, just as the name Pacellus does. The information presented within the text of New Testament, as will be examined later, indicates that Arius Calpurnius Piso used the literary pen name, pseudonym, of Flavius Josephus. It appears this name was created not only provide a historical appearance of authenticity regarding the new religion of Christianity, but also provide a role model of sorts for later generations of Jews turning away from Judaism. The information above shows Arius was already a Flavian through his inherited name, usage, and not because Emperor Flavius Vespasian adopted him, okay? That's just a story. They didn't adopt him. Why would they adopt a Hebrew? As the ancient writers have told us, essentially, what we have is information leading us to understand that T. Flavius Sabinus II, Flavius Vespasian's brother, and Aresina Aria Caecina Clementina, or Aria the Elder, had a daughter called Aria, whose
married Gaius Calpurnius Piso, all right? So these are Piso's parents, right? So I hope you guys start to understand a little bit of the genealogy. I'm gonna show you guys some other examples. All right, they're just trying to break it down. Again, if you get confused, you can just rewatch, or just investigate these names and on your own, and you see the tree. So this Arius the younger, right, the junior, married Gaius Calpurnius Piso, which is Josephus' dad, right? These are his parents. And this is where the alliance of the Flavians and the Pisos would begin. Following the trail from one alias name to the next, to confirm the facts from this information, the family of Trisaea Paetus, Gaius Calpurnius Piso, all right? So this guy, Trisaea Paetus, whenever you see this Trisaea Paetus in history, it's the same as Piso's dad, right? Arius' dad, which is Gaius Calpurnius Piso. And Arius the younger needs to be examined closely. To begin, they had a daughter also named Aria, but we find the daughter being called Fania in historical documents, right? So this Aria also has been being called Fania, right? Piso's wife, which is also a name created using her Aria name. Information about C. Fanius, most likely Arius Piso, as a barrister who wrote the biographies of Nero's victims, is given in the Prosopographia Imperii Romani. All right, so another pen name. And it says here that C. Fanius, barrister who wrote biographies of Nero's victims, supposed a relative of Fania, the daughter of the Patavine Flavius Claudius Trisaea Paetus, by his marriage with Aria, the daughter of Aulus Caecina Paetus, or T. Flavius Sabinus I. Sir Ronald Sim, who researched this information, said, why she should be called Fania? No clue, okay? So check this out. This is the most famous Roman historian. We got this in the last part, who he was. He said he doesn't understand why Aria the younger was being called Fania. He couldn't understand it. Of course, he didn't go into conspiracies or anything like that or try to see if people that had pen names. He just don't understand why she was being referenced as Fania in historical documents. He had no clue. You can reference people in Pliny, Journal of Roman Studies. He said that. All right, most famous Roman historian. I agree with Sir Ronald. It would be safe to think that a daughter of Aria would use the name of her mother somewhere. A closer look at this name reveals that Aria name is there. Her actual name would be Flavia Aria, which are the feminine forms of the names Flavius and Arius combined. They used the F in Flavia as an initial and left it in front of the Aria name and changed the R's in her name to N's. You see what they did? Which created the name Fania. But why are their R's replaced with N's? A definitive answer cannot be given. However, one N and R can be. However, L, N, and R can be interchanged in Hebrew and in Semitic languages. Aloysius Fitzgerald, the interchangeable of L, N, and R in biblical Hebrew. All right, there's a book for that, so you can go check it out. Other possibilities include the letter N being used as a link to Christianity, as the Phoenician letter was named Nun, meaning fish, and the fish and anchor symbols were used to the Flavian coins and other artifacts of that period. And the first symbol of Christianity was a fish. Interesting, because you know what, guys? What have I shown you? They were calling Joshua from the Torah. They were calling Joshua the son of Nun, right? Nun means fish. He is the fish. He is the seed, the air, the sperm, the continuation. He is the fish, the sperm. You get it? Oh, and that's the first symbol of Christianity? But the only time we see Nun in the Bible is when they're talking about Joshua. Joshua from the Torah, not from the New Testament. And let us not forget that one of the letters that make up the number 666 in the book of Revelation is Phoenician. Supporting information to confirm the above can be found by reading Tacitus. In these supporting references, he is mentioned as Arius Antoninus, which, as will be explained later in the book, is just one of the many alias names used by him or for him. When reading the above reference documents, we find out that Montanus, meaning mountain in Latin, was also spared out of consideration for his father, Tricea Paetus, Gaius Calpurnius Piso. All right, so basically what they're letting you know that that last guy, Montanus, is the son of Tricea Paetus, which we already know is Gaius Calpurnius Piso, Arius' dad. So obviously that Montanus must be him. This Montanus must be another alias name for Arius, and this and other alias names and the forced suicide of his father will be examined. That's when Nero actually made him commit suicide. That was his punishment. The references provided above give data for Tricea Paetus, Aria the Elder, Atria the Younger, Fania, Montanus, and Arius Antonius. Please note that Atria the Younger is also called Caecina Ania in history. There's here evidence. This next section will explain the discoveries that support the evidence that the Roman Jewish royal man Arrius Calpurnius Piso, Flavius Josephus existed. But it is important to understand and keep in mind that the discoveries which have been made regarding this mean that the current understanding related to this period in history are not accurate. Right? What they told you in school is a lie. The following information will present how it can be shown that Flavius Josephus was indeed a royal man named Arrius Calpurnius Piso, and that the activities of Jesus are based on the activities of Arius Piso. Arius Piso's name does not appear in full in historical documents, which means he must have made certain, with help from close friends and family members, that his real name was never to be found anywhere obvious or straightforward in history. That means his identity was hidden from everyone but a limited few. And it is only by connecting his name to his father's alias name of Tricea Paetus, and by finding his mother's name as Aria, and finding his names Arius, Calpurnius, and Piso presented in the New Testament, that Arius' name is revealed. His name was discovered and put back together because it is found in parts chopped up here and there, mainly being used as part of his alias names, but also by being found within key statements made by the character Jesus, right? As far as I can tell, one of the biggest challenges for the original researchers in this case must have been the process of putting all those pieces together to reveal his full name. The Jewish historical literature of that time also appears to try to point to Arius Piso being the creator of the Jesus or Jeshu character in the Gospels, and this was done with the use of the Pantera riddle, which again will also be explained in more detail later on. Okay, remember, they ain't talking about Joshua from the Torah, talking about the Hermetic Serapis. Remember, don't get it twisted, Serapis Jesus. But to prove that Arius Calpurnius Piso was the main author of the Gospels, we need to, one, remember the parallels we have just investigated in the previous chapter, and two, understand the words and important phrases in the New Testament that reveal Arius' name and alias names. Regarding the historical documents we have available to research, we can learn about what actually happened, because the Romans were not the only ones who left records behind for us to discover. The Jews, the Pharisees, who Rome was at war with, likewise left us what information they could. But because of the situation they found themselves in, they too used what has been referred to by Roman Piso as a royal language. The Jews, Pharisees would not have been able to write about these events openly, and so would have no choice but to resort to using hints, riddles, and clues, however conspiracy-like that may sound. All right, so continuing, it says a little bit about the royal language. To understand the information in the next chapters, it is very important to first understand information regarding how Arius and his family used the various languages of the time within the New Testament. They seem to have created a language within a language that incorporated literary techniques already being used by the aristocracy at that time. The original researchers have referred to this as the royal language. Its purpose was to deliver or present information that only they understood and knew about, similar in a way to the code system Julius Caesar and Spanish King Ferdinand II of Aragon used. This literary code was used because many things could be said or presented to other royals and members of the aristocracy within the text in such a way that those who were not involved, example, those classed as commoners, could not discover. These discoveries were made when reading the primary source of prima facie documents, a term used in academic philosophy which defined as something that has been proven or assumed to be true unless there is evidence presented to the contrary. Like the Josephus discoveries, these discoveries have been ridiculed, which of course can only be expected. In certain places in the New Testament, there were different meanings behind words, and whilst reading the text in Koine Greek, there would be alternate or different meanings presented if the same text was read as if it was in Latin. All right, so you can read it in Greek and Latin and you get two different meanings. The language of the Roman aristocracy. This means the words and letters used to present something in Greek would mean something different if someone knew what the words meant in Latin. The importance of this discovery may not be clear at this stage, but when the words are examined and their meanings understood, it would hopefully bring clarity to the confusion the Bible texts have presented. The examination would also hopefully show that the grammar mistakes within the scriptures were written on purpose. A little example of this royal language would be the use of the Latin letter P, which has the same sound as the Greek letter phi or pi, which is pronounced pay, but the Latin letter P's glyph, symbol, looks like the glyph for the Greek letter rho. All right, this is deep right here, which is pronounced like a row, a boat. That means letters would be written the same way, but would be pronounced differently. This use of letters is a tiny part of what has been discovered. And as stated above, these subtle differences in appearance and pronunciation were used by the ancient authors. All right, they were talking in code. They also used small literary techniques regularly, and these techniques also made up a tiny part of what this royal language was, essentially. An entire language in itself. What has also been discovered is that patterns of words and texts ran repeatedly. For a skilled reader in the know, they presented what can be referred to as keywords, and two types were discovered. One type is referred to by Roman Piso as a circle, and the other as a string. And that is because of the way the keywords were used. These keywords could have been seen as a subtle signature by authors of these texts. An example of a circle of words that link the names Flavius, Josephus, and Arrius Calpurnius Piso together are as follows, all right? Vita is the Latin word for life or bio. So Flavius Josephus Vita, life means bio. In Latin, the word vios also means life, but V is also seen as you, which gives us the word huios, which means son, as in Jesus as the Son of God. But vita or vios in Latin, which is bios in Greek, can also become piso, because the V sound changes to an F sound by becoming PH, and PH is the same as P. So we get pios, pios, or piso. Instead of bios, pio is also piso, because pia or pisa can be feminine versions of piso, and the male form, as we have seen, can be piso or pio. So not only does the word vita become the word son, but it can also become the word piso, which is connected to the word for life, as in the life, Jesus, or bios, or the vita. That means the word vita circles from Flavius Josephus through Arius Piso, through to Jesus, life, and then back to Flavius Josephus. What we have then is vita bios changing to huios, son, and then V and vita bios also become an F sound by becoming PH, creating pios or piso. Before we move on and look at the proof within the scriptures themselves, I feel it is a good idea to first inspect the alias names that Arius Calpurnius Piso used and how they link to the events he took part in. The reason is that the information presented later may not otherwise be understood. To begin, as mentioned before, we find nothing relating to the name Flavius Josephus
in the Jewish literature. And the Hebrew version of this name, Joseph ben Mattiyasu, does not appear either. All right, so that's a very good point he's making right here. All right, so in none of the historic, Jewish or Hebrew literature, apart from Josephus, right, apart from what he's saying and these Romans are saying, there is no Jewish literature that can vouch or back up that Josephus was a real person, or his Hebrew name, which would be Joseph ben Mattiyahu. It doesn't appear anywhere. We must also be mindful that alias names are an annoying problem and create a gap in establishing convincing proof. That said, other areas can be pursued to expose what really happened. For example, building genealogies for the main suspects is a good starting point, as that can indicate which ancestral names were used for certain alias names. And we do know that aliases were used in those times, and names were much more flexible. We also need to remember that the authors of that time would have known who they were writing about and why they were using and referencing these various names to refer to Arrius Piso. The first clue, albeit not much of a clue, that Arrius Calpurnius Piso was Josephus is that the birth dates are the same. Josephus says he was born in 37 AD, and Arrius Calpurnius Piso was born in 37 AD. It looks like Arius died in the year 119 AD. His death appears to have been recorded under the name C. Antius Julius Quadratus Bassus. This name is used for an individual who had governed several provinces and commanded a corps of several legions in the Second Dacian War under the Roman Emperor Trajan. The name Arius seems to have been disguised as Antius, with the double R of Arius being changed to Anti. Using both the Greek and Hebrew language rules, quadratus is Latin for square, of which 36 is a square number, and Pythagoras' most famous theorem was his 47th, which said the square of the hypotenuse equaled the sum of the squares of the other two sides. The significance of this will be explained later. The name Bassus may have been used because he saw himself as Bacchus or Dionysius. We're talking about Hermes Serapis. Who saw himself like that? They're talking about Josephus, aka Arius Piso. The Piso saw himself as Hermes Thoth, Bacchus, Zeus, Dionysius. Okay, you see the link? The God of the vine. As in Acts, Jesus says he is the true vine, and his father, creator, is the vine dresser. As C. Antius Julius Quadratus Bassus, Arius died whilst campaigning when he was sent to Dacia as the final consular governor. At that time, he would have been approximately 80 years old. Apparently, Josephus died in approximately 100 CE or AD, which is concluded because no publications under that name appear after the death of Emperor Domitian. All right, so they don't really know when he died. All right, and in his stories. Next, we learn that Josephus gives detail of his sons who were born during the reign of Emperor Vespasian. They are called Hyrcanus, born in the 4th year of the reign, Justus, born in the 7th year of the reign, and Agrippa, also called Simonides. So again, these are supposed to be Josephus' sons, right? His pen name, his fake alias sons, right? For reasons unknown at this point, but possibly used as connection to the Herodian family. Born in the 9th. I must note here that the actual names of Arius' sons have been concluded by the information that will be explained later. But to continue, Josephus writes about the Maccabees, including John Hyrcanus, who is high priest and is first mentioned in the background portion of the Jewish war. Josephus calls him John, also called Hyrcanus. Next we have Justus, who appears as James in Josephus, Vita as a bodyguard. And on one occasion, that bodyguard is named Justus. And lastly, we have Agrippa, Simonides, which is simply a longer form of the name Simon. In the Vita bio of Josephus, we learn that Arius was first married to a virgin of Jotapata and that he divorced her. He does not mention any children from this marriage. His second wife of Alexandria, Egypt, was apparently of the line of the Alexanders. She may also have been Boionia, Priscilla or Procilla, as in history, an individual named Arius Antoninos is recorded as marrying a Boionia. However, more research needs to be done regarding this wife. But Arius writes, as Josephus, that she was with Titus at the siege of Jerusalem. Arrius Piso had divorced her as well, but he had 3 children with her before doing so. He says that 2 of those children are dead at the time of writing his Vita. According to the researchers, one of the sons of this second wife was named Alexander, the eldest, but he was dead at the time the Vita was written, which would have been during the end of the reign of Emperor Domitian. The remaining children from that marriage were a daughter called Claudia Phoebe, Aria Fadilla, Pompeia Plotina, and a son who was still alive called Julius Calpurnius Piso. Arius' third wife had lived in Crete and was a Jewess by birth, but because of what he says about his third wife, she appears to be Queen Berenice, sister of King Agrippa II. He does not say that he divorced his last wife and tells us that she gave him 2 children. Those children are known to us in history as Flavius, Justus Calpurnius Piso, and Proculus Calpurnius Piso. All right, so those are the fake names and the real names. Pliny the Younger even writes a letter to Proculus using the name Silius Proculus in Book 3, Letter 15, where he replies to Silius Proculus, who had asked him to comment on his poetry. Also in the Vita, as mentioned above, Arius gives the year of birth for his 3 living sons, and he does this by saying they were born during certain years of the reign of Emperor Vespasian. That means by deduction, we find out that Julius Piso was born in 74 AD and died in 138 AD. Arius would be about 35 or 36 at the time, writing. Julius would be about 21. Claudia Phoebe was born before 77 AD and died 129 AD as a Pompeia Plotina. Justus Piso was born in 77 AD and died after 140 AD. He would be about 17. Arius would be about 39 or 40. And Proculus Agrippa was born in 79 AD and died after 115 AD. He would be about 16 and Arius 40 or 41. This is information that tells us much more than just the birth dates of these sons. It also tells us Arius was still with his second wife up until at least 74 AD, and that he married his third and final wife sometime before 77 AD. To clarify, Arius says, I have 3 living sons. Arius Piso had divorced his first and second wives, and his sons Alexander and Julius were of the same mother. His second wife, according to scholar Abelard Ruchlin, Alexander seems to have been placed in the New Testament as Andrew. All right? That's Alexander Piso. It's Andrew in the New Testament, and is found in Matthew 4:18, Matthew 10:2, and Mark 1:16. In Mark 1:16, Mark 1:29, Mark 3:18, Mark 13:3, Luke 6:14, John 1:40, John 1:44, John 6:8, John 12:22, and Acts 1:13. He may have been the person mentioned as a kinsman of Paul, who is called Andronicus in Romans 16:7. Andrew, Alexandro, Alexandrus, Dros, Alexandros, Andrew. Okay. Alexander also seems to appear as a disciple named Andrew, who is a brother of Simon Peter. In Romans 16:7, Junius is mentioned, and the current understanding is that this individual was a female. But when the information indicates that Alexander and Julius Piso had the same mother, and you know such as L and N, were interchangeable in biblical Hebrew, which is information given by the use of phonetics. You can see that the passage read, "Salute Andronicus and Julius, my kinsmen." You guys can verify all those by checking those verses. Scholar Roman Piso has stated that putting Andrew, Alexander, as Andronicus together with Julius confirms what we had found in the Vita, that these two brothers belonged together as they both shared the same mother. Alexander appears to have been killed by Domitian, which then led to Domitian in turn being killed. That means we find out by deduction that Alexander was born between 71-73 AD and died around 95 AD. Justus and Proculus Piso's mother was a Jewess who had lived in Crete. So this is two of Josephus' sons, or Piso's sons, right? So his wife, one of them, was a Jewess. In regards to the son called Alexander, I must know that the third pope of Rome was called Saint Anacletus, who was martyred under Emperor Domitian. So it might be the same person. The name Anacletus is interesting, as it appears to be the two names Andrew and Alex combined, as the C in the Acletus, a part sounding like CH, as in lock, but in glyph is X, which renders Alex. When the letters are rearranged, that gives us the name Andrew Alexander, and thus on the end is Theos, which in Greek means God, as thus can be thus, which comes from the ancient Greek theos, which becomes Theos. If Arius was the creator of Jesus, then he may have considered his created, invented character Jesus as a son as well, possibly. With that being the case, it may give us a clue as to why Matt 13:55 says that Jesus has 4 brothers, since the core or prototype of the Gospel of Matthew was written around the year 75 AD, which I will explain later. We can deduce that either these sons of Arrius Piso were added to it after they were born, or it was not truly finished until all his sons were born, meaning that Matthew was not finished until sometime after 79 AD, the year of birth of his last son Proculus Agrippa, C. Piso. To again clarify the above information, what we seem to have is Arius writing in his Vita that he has 3 sons, 5, but 2 are dead. One son, Alexander, was dead when Arius wrote his Bio Vita. The other son, he says, was dead, may have been his daughter, or he could have been hinting at his dead son, Jesus. The Hasmonean names of his fictional sons are John, Hyrcanus, Justus, remember they are Flavians, and Agrippa Simon. But what would their Roman names be? The son, John Hyrcanus, would have been the same age as Julius Calpurnius Piso. The next son would be Fabius Justus, and the third son, known in history as S. Proculus, in the works of Pliny the Younger, may have been named after the Piso's relative Proculus Vitellius, the brother of Emperor Aulus Vitellius, who appears in Arius' Antiquities of the Jews, Book 19, Chapter 6. So now it's not Josephus' Antiquities, it's Arius, that's his book. Regarding Arius' genealogy, as Josephus, he claims to be from the royal family on his mother's side. She is descended from the royal Hasmonean priest family, the family of Herod the Great. So that's Josephus' story. When you go read about Josephus, that's who he says his mom is. All right, that's what he's talking about, from the royal Hasmonean, but Herod, so Hasmonean Herodian, okay? This family was running the Maccabean kingdom at that time. And Josephus introduces himself as Eusebus, son of Matthias. And this is the exact ancestry of Arius Piso. His mother was a great-granddaughter of Herod the Great, which would be the family of Matthias. All right, you hear this? It's the same thing. He put it in code when he was talking in Josephus. Next, we look at the military campaign of Titus. Titus Flavius, the son of Emperor Vespasian. Remember the link up earlier with Vespasian? He was of royal blood. This is the man who is said to be the individual whom Josephus is talking about regarding the military campaign in Judea. But because of the events described in the Wars of the Jews, the Titus individual cannot be Emperor Vespasian's son. During parts of the historical account, that means that Josephus is writing about Arrius Calpurnius Piso. That is to say, Arius is writing about himself. You hear that? Josephus is writing about himself. Or again, writing his vita or bio for the majority of the activities described. Arius is using the name Titus and is only referring to Titus Flavius in certain parts of the books. Most of the information regarding Vespasian's son Titus was explicitly stated by making it clear that the individual being discussed was either Vespasian's son or Domitian's brother. Right, so this author's trying to say, okay, listen, man, Titus wasn't even real. That was Josephus. That was Arius Piso. He was talking about himself. He's the one who seized Jerusalem. Arius Calpurnius Piso in the writings of Josephus. Emperor Nero exiled Arius Piso to Syria to act as a governor. All right, so Arius Piso was sent to Syria. Remember, a lot of things were going down in Syria, all right? Which also gave him command of the legions controlling Judea. All right, that was a big one right there. When writing as Josephus, he records his service in Judea in the year 65 AD under the name of Gesius Florus. All right, remember that? And then in 66 AD with the alias name Cestius Gallus. The historical record states that Nero exiles a Caecinius Paetus to Syria after executing Gaius Calpurnius Piso. And if we remember who Caecinius Paetus was, it means the records are referring to Arius. So it was Arius Piso who Nero exiled to Syria to act as governor. To understand the entire reason why Gaius Calpurnius Piso was executed, it is important to first understand the events after the execution and how they relate to Arius Piso. To do that, Arius' alias names must be examined to make sure they do indeed link to him, so you can recognize them within the context and events in which he used them. To recap so far, the above information leads us to find the full name of the unnamed son of Thrasea Paetus or Gaius Calpurnius Piso. It then leads us to Flavius Josephus and then to Montanus as a supposed alias name of Arius. What appears to be the case is that the following names were created using either the family names of the Pisos, words which refer to phallic god symbolism, all right? And then we bring it back to the mystery schools, all right? And the Hermetics, words that relate to themes within the New Testament or a combination of these. An important point to note is that in ancient languages, vowels were interchangeable. For example, in the Egyptian language, they were seen as not being there, example, invisible, and how they were used in the examples below means the interchanging of vowels were used to make names appear to be different to readers. What will hopefully become clear is that Arius only pretended to be a Jewish general, right? He was pretending when writing as Josephus, which is technically not a lie. He was of Jewish descent on his mother's side, okay? The Piso, all right, he was a little Jewish-ish. But what he should have said was that he was a Roman general of Jewish descent because of his descent from King Herod. Arius Calpurnius Piso's alias names, all right? Go through a couple of his alias names, okay? Again, the many faces of Arius Piso. So one of them is Caecinius Paetus. As we have examined, leads us to discover Arius Calpurnius Piso. This name leads us to the alias name Montanus. Montanus, which means mountain in Latin, is spared out of consideration for his father when killed by forced suicide on the order of Nero. His father being Gaius Piso Thrasea Paetus, all right? He was spared because his dad said, no, don't kill him, all right? One of the reasons for this alias name of Arius could be because he saw himself in human form as the god Mars, who was the god of war. It seems he may have joked about this in the New Testament, where Mars Hill is mentioned because Mars Hill In Greek is Arrius Pagos, a mountain or large hill. In Greek is Pagos, which means we have Arrius, mountain, montanus, and Pagos can also be opus, epos, phonetically in Greek, and epos is horse or beast, which also what Arius seems to be referred to. Out of the word epos, we can see the name Piso, rearranged, and in the book of Revelation, Arius is referred to as the beast, which we shall see. Mars Hill, and Greek means Arius Epos Piso. Reference Acts 17:19 and 17:22. All right, and continuing with the book, Creating Christianity, a Weapon of Ancient Rome, wherein the part here says that Piso was also Montanus. Okay, so leads us to the alias name Arius Antoninus. But why? In ancient Rome, alias names incorporated the parts of other names and or initials or abbreviations. The Piso family, and therefore Arrius Calpurnius Piso, was descended from the Antonine family line, which means they were descendant of Mark Antony. That means Arius would have been able to use his inherited name to form part of this name, which explains the Antoni part of this alias name. The Ninus part of this name appears to be a title or nickname that Arius added on. It is the Greek nini, which means baby or infant. In the book of Revelation, the word dragon is mentioned. The word dragon in Greek is Draco and means baby boy, and can also be a name for a boy. So here we have Arius using an alias name that incorporates the word nini, meaning baby. Arius Antoninus leads us to the alias name Arius Varus. Why? The name Varus is the Roman form of the Egyptian word veru, meaning great man. But if someone uses it as part of the name of an individual, then it means the man who used it would have considered himself a great man. As Arius Verus, Arius is discovered as being the founding ancestor of the later great Roman family, the Anici, who were prominent Romans in the latter Roman Empire. Anius and Arius are the same, as we have seen with the example regarding his sister Fania, where the letter N and R have been switched. So Arius Piso is the founder of the Anici, a family that came from a great-grandfather of Emperor Marcus Aurelius, founder of the Ani Veri. This great-grandfather of Marcus Aurelius was also the grandfather of Annia Galeria, Faustina I, who was the wife of Emperor Antoninus Pius, and Marcus Aurelius, a biography by Burley, published at Yale in 1986. There is a genealogy chart for the Ani Veri. This chart mentions Annius Arius Verus of Ucubi as the common ancestor of the Ani Veri. To fully understand this, you would need to understand the use of alias names in antiquity. The term Ani, Anishi is very telling because one of Arius' main alias names was Nicomachus, as will be examined. Ani refers to Arius, and Anisi refers to Anico, Macus, with an A as an initial for Antonius Antoninus. The reason being is because Arius Piso seemed to have also been known as used the name Antonius Primus. Again, the A in Anisi is an initial that in front of Nico, means winner or victor. And as a Roman general at the Battle of Gerasa, that is what Arius was, the victor. This must be the origin of his nickname Nicomachus, which is found in his works of Flavius, Josephus, as some of the Anici family boldly joke about this by naming their offspring Nicomachus, examples of which are Amnius, Manlius, Nicomachus, Anicius Paulinus, and Marcus Junius Caesonius Nicomachus, Anicius Faustus. Regarding Antonius Primus, Tacitus says, as Antonius Primus hurried forward some dispatchments from the cohorts and part of the cavalry to invade Italy. He was accompanied by Arrius Varus. Arrius Piso was both Arrius Varus and Antoninus Primus. So the word accompanied by, in this case, means that he was the same person. Wherever Antonius Primus went, Arrius Varus went. In the same passage, Tacitus says, however, Antonius Primus and Varus, of course, occupied Aquileia. This is because it was the same person. Tacitus also calls Antonius Primus, Primus Antonius, which is interesting. It can be speculated that the purpose Tacitus had in mind was to confuse the reader into thinking he was speaking about two different people, just as he does in calling Arius Piso several alias names. Arius Verus leads us to the alias name Annius Gallus. Why? Annius is just another way of spelling Arius, because as before, R and N could be switched. So now we have Arius, we look for Gallus. When the writing of Suetonius are investigated, it is discovered that the person who killed the Emperor Vitellius was Antonius Primus, who had the nickname Becco, which is Latin for cock. But cock is also a word for a male chicken or a rooster. And Gallus, or gallo in Spanish, right, means the same thing and refers to a person from the province of Gaul. But Gallus is also another way of using the word polio or pollo, right, chicken, which is a name that Arius had inherited from his great-grandmother Vespasia Polla, or Polla. And these two words mean the same thing. They refer to the rooster, and the rooster is connected to the phoenix. Phoenix, right? Check out my thought video part 2, the phoenix or phoenix. And what does it have to do with the peacock? So it says here, connected to the phoenix, the rooster. So that's what they really symbolize, which is found to be associated with the phallic symbol, which is used to symbolize God. So in hidden way, calling Arius Gallus means that when this word is used as a name, it can be seen as referring to him as phallus symbol, which represents gods. If you search for the term phallic god, you will find information referring to the phallus as symbolizing Roman gods. So Suetonius was an author who used the alias name Annius Arius Gallus, but we also find the name used in Plutarch's Life under Otto, and Juvenal also mentions Gallus in his works. Tacitus also used this name, all right, in all these references. So now we go into Annius Gallus. Leads us to the alias name Gesius Florus and Cestius Gallus. Why? All right, so remember these names, we already went over them. Gesius Florus looks to be the ancestral name of Cassius. Disguised, that ancestral name could be Gaius Cassius Longinus, who was expelled from Rome by Nero for being a part of the Pisonian conspiracy, only to return when the Vespasian took the throne. The FL from Flavius is attached to Orus, part of Florus. Orus possibly being part of the name Horus, who was the Egyptian god and who has been linked to Jesus. What did we go over in the last video? All right, Horus, Isis, Osiris is the Trinity, right? It's the same as the Trinity. But from what has been discovered and from what we know about ancient Roman letters in general, Arius now appears to see himself in the role of God, as the words used to create these names suggest. As Gesius Florus, Arius is a Roman procurator in Judea and causes the Jewish revolt. Writing as Josephus, Arius tries to make it appear that Gesius Florus and Cestius Gallus are two different people, but that doesn't seem to be the case. The name Cestius is the same as the name Gesius, as seen in the royal language, because in Latin C and G is switchable to the point of being the same, and S and T are used in the same way. For example, in the biblical names Sur and Tesur, which means stone or rock. Steve Mason stated in the book Flavius Josephus Judean War 2, page 222, that when abbreviating the tria nomina, Romans usually refer to their peers by the nomen gentilicium, the middle of the three principal names, as Josephus does here. And he will similarly call Cestius Gallus Cestius normally. However, he uses the governor's cognomen, Florus. While we are looking at Arrius Piso and his use of the name Gallus as being another way of using his inherited name of Polio, and another way of saying chicken or fowl, which relates to the wind phallus that Jesus was synonymous with. Another name by which Arius was known was that of Annius Polio. Again, Annius' name is Arius because the R and N are switched. This name was incriminated in the Pisonian conspiracy plot against Nero and was sent into exile. Of course, this is what happened to Arius under other alias names, if we remember the names of Montanus and Cassinius Paetus. Arrius Piso, as a Roman general, Cestius Gallus, had fallen while on his horse and must have had his leg crushed under the weight of that horse. He could have died, but the Jews, Pharisees, captured him and put him in prison. It seems they had compassion upon him and wanted him to recover, perhaps so they could question him, and they most likely removed his leg and assisted his recovery. Arius, writing as Flavius Josephus, tells us a little about what happened. He says that the Jews, Pharisees, had even allowed his mother, Aria, to visit him while they imprisoned him. So you can read that in Domitius Corbulo by Sir Ronald Syme, remember, the most famous Roman historian, all right, in the Journal of Roman Studies. And also from Tacitus. Arrius Piso as Annius Polio was sentenced to exile. Also, the Roman writer Marcus Valerius Martialis, mentions Cestius Gallus in his works. So we discover that Martial must have been aware of who Arius was and why he used this name. All right, now we're going to Gesius Florus and Cestius Gallus. This leads us to the alias name Antonius Primus. Why? Arius as Antonius Primus is supposed to have been born in Gaul, so he can be referred to as Gallus, according to Suetonius. Also, as seen above, he adds that as a boy, Antonius Primus had the nickname, alias name of Becco, which means rooster beak. Primus in Latin means the first, foremost, and St. Peter is considered the first bishop of Rome, which later became known as Pope or Pater, Peter. Pater meaning father. So if Arius was the creator of Christianity, then he would be the first father, Pater of Rome. Also, the name Antonius Primus was used by Arius himself in the works that he wrote as Flavius Josephus. And as shown above, that name is also found used about him in the works of Suetonius and Tacitus. The following information supports the realization that Marcus Antonius Primus was indeed a pseudonym, alias name for Arrius Piso. All right, so this is from Tacitus, Histories 3. It says here, Pliny the Younger married Arrius Piso's daughter, who was the daughter of Arius' son, Alexander, and so Pliny the Younger became a new son with the name Alexander as the masculine form of Calpurnia Alexandra. Suetonius wrote in his Lives of the Caesars, book 4 and 35, that Emperor Gaius or Caius Caligula took Gaius' wife at their wedding, which would have been before Arius was born, about the year 36 AD. Caligula fancied Gaius Piso's wife Aria, recorded as Livia Cornelia Orestilla, and so banished Gaius Piso from Rome, but he would return a year later. Caligula was also a descendant of Marcus Antonius, Mark Antony. Aria the Younger's name of Livia is another form of Julia, so her name is seen as L for Lucia, which becomes Lulia. Julia, Livia become Julia. I and J were identical, as were V and U. Aria, Ori, and Orestilla becomes Ari, using the Hebrew vowel switching rule. S, Sabina, the S in Orestilla, and to Leah from the Tila part of Orestilla. Her Julia name connects her to the Julian ancestry. Her Cornelia name connects her with others who use the female and male forms of the name. For example, the historian Tacitus, the Tully A portion of her name comes from her Flavian ancestry, that of Titus Flavius Petro's wife, Tertulia. Reference for the above is in Lucian, written by Marcus Aurelius. Also in Pliny's letters, Arius is mentioned under the name Arrius Antonius as the grandfather of Pliny's wife, Calpurnia Alexandra. Tacitus' description of Marcus Antonius Primus would certainly fit a description of someone who deliberately caused people to rebel, such as Arius Piso. Tacitus describes him as being brave in action, ready of speech, clever at bringing other cinto odium, which means general or widespread hatred or disgust created by someone as a result of their actions, powerful in times of civil war and rebellions, greedy, extravagant, in peace, a bad citizen, in war, an ally not to be despised. Arius Piso used his Antonius name in the creation of his Antonius Primus name, which is mentioned by Tacitus and Pliny the Younger. He further hints at his ancestry from Mark Antony, using this name by letting us know that this Antonius Primus was Marcus Antonius Primus, and his fuller name, by providing the M at the start of the name. Arius uses his name in the alias name he used in history as Arius Antoninus, the founder of the Antonine dynasty, and it was Arius himself in his Jewish War 495, who was the first to give details of the campaign conducted by Antonius Primus for Vespasian against Emperor Vitellius. Also, Arius Josephus inserts Antonius himself as a centurion who dies at the capture of Jotapata. Marcus Antonius Primus' colleague in the campaign against Vitellius is named Arius Varus Tacitus, but as we have found out above, this is another alias name of Arius in the mid-50s AD, while in his late teens, John Arius was a prefect of a cohort, an ancient Roman military unit, of a legionnaires in the campaign against Vologeses, king of Armenia, serving there in Tacitus' Annals 13:9 under the name of Arius Varus. His exploits as General Marcus Antonius Primus clearly explains his absence from Judea in the year 67-69 AD between his defeat at Cestius Gallus at Beth Horon, mentioned earlier in regards to the Good Samaritan, and his reappearing to assist Titus Flavius at the siege of Jerusalem in 70 CE. After the Pisonian conspiracy, Arius was exiled to serve in Syria. After he tried to instigate a revolt, Nero then exiled him to Pannonia. All right, so we're done with that chapter on that book. Just want to show you the correlation. In this book, Piso Christ, Arrius Calpurnius Piso, aka Flavius Josephus, the Roman inventor of the biblical Jesus and the New Testament story in Christianity. And he also goes over the different phases or pseudo names of Arius Piso. One of them was, as he says here, Arius Piso as Dio Chrysostom. We went over that. The Ani Veri, we just read in that chapter, the Ani Anisi. And it says here the Gregories, they're adding this one here. Arius Piso as Epictetus, all right, that's another one. Josephus, Arius Piso as Philo of Alexandria, all right, he is also Philo. We got Arius Piso as T. Claudius Aristion and Titius Aristo. We got Arius Piso as Maturus Arianus, all right. We got Arius Piso as the supreme authority. So this is the kind of pseudonyms or titles he went under. Arius Piso as Montanus, we already got that one. Arius Piso as Plutarch. So he even says here Suetonius as Emperor Antoninus Pio. So he's also Suetonius. Caecinius Paetus. All right. So it says here Arius Calpurnius Piso definitely had many, many more alias names. But for now, it is important to know these names before going on to the rest. Below you will find examples of his Arius name used both in the history of his time and in the New Testament as well. He is Arius as Arius Antoninus in the history of his time. He is Aetius, Arius of the god of Mars, incarnate and is mentioned as the god of Mars throughout the works of Juvenal. Again, Montanus, Arius Antoninos, Arius Varus, Annius Gallus. All right, so we broke this down in the last chapter. Cestius Gallus and Gesius Florus, Antonius Primus, okay? All has different aliases, all right? Those are, again, the different phases of Piso.
All right. Wow. Thanks for again tuning in. We got one more. We got one last final part here, guys. All right. Hope you guys been enjoying the presentation. Wow, wake up. It's a lot of information, but thought to put it all together in one, especially here on the pre-Shabbat special. We're gonna move on to the fifth part here. Joseph of Arimathea, aka Josephus, aka Arius Piso, huh? Yeah.
Of
wow, yeah.
All right, so today we're going to be talking about one of Arius Piso's main characters, which is Josephus. And real quick, a little mainstream information on Josephus, or Flavius Josephus, again, the 1st century Romano-Jewish historian. He is Roman, he's Roman. He is Arius Piso, and through his mom, he is Jewish. So they're not really lying, but you see how they do it. Also, military leader, it says, of course, Arius Piso was a general in the Roman armies, right? So it says Flavius Josephus fully defected to the Roman side and was granted Roman citizenship, all right? He became an advisor and friend of Vespasian's son Titus. He was the friend of Titus. No, he is Titus, most likely. Remember, check out the previous chapters of this. Today, we're going to point something out about Josephus and his last name and a character in the New Testament. Okay, so it says Josephus, son of Matthias, was born into one Jerusalem's elite families. Elite, right? Aristocrats, Jewish families, right? He was the second-born son of Jewish priests. His older, full-blooded brother was also, like his father, called Matthias. Their mother was an aristocratic woman who descended from the royal formerly ruling Hasmonean dynasty. All right, so we got to dodge the hijack with all this stuff. It's all code. We broke this down in the previous parts of this series. Who he really was his connection with the Jewish people, his mom, through his mom. His dad is the Pisos. The Hasmonean family is through his mom family. Herod, he is related to Herod the Great. So we broke that down already. But what was important here is that they're calling him Josephus, son of Matthias. Now remember that, son of Matthias. All right, so real quick, I'm just going to read from this book again, book Creating Christianity, A Weapon of Ancient Rome by Henry Davis. Sympathetically reveals how the Roman and Jewish aristocracies created the most famous story of all time. I'm going to go to this chapter where it says the main author, Arius Piso. Okay. We're not going to read the whole chapter. It's a very long chapter. We're going to read a little bit of this chapter to correlate something for today's video. And we continue. It says, the time has now come to examine the evidence that points to a Piso family authorship of the scriptures, with that evidence coming directly from the New Testament. A good place to start would be to examine the connections between the alias names and the real names of Arius Piso and the authors of the Gospels used. So that is what we shall do. First, Josephus, okay? Arius introduces himself as Joseph Bar Matthias, which means Josephus, son of Matthias. Bar means son of in Aramaic. In Hebrew, the name appears as Josephus ben Matthias. Ben meaning son of in Hebrew, all right? So you guys get that? So basically, Josephus ben Matthias, Josephus son of Matthias, right? Or Bar Matthias, Josephus Bar Matthias, son of Matthias, or from the line of Matthias, right? Josephus in Latin is Joseph, but Josephus is Arius Piso. because, again, of the overwhelming evidence. So Josephus introducing himself as a son of Matthias is Arius introducing himself as a son of Matthias, which he was. Remember, we broke this down. He was a descendant of a specific Matthias that was in the Piso family through his mother's ancestors. But the name Piso has the same 4 letters in Hebrew as the name Joseph. Joseph, Piso, and it's the same symbol they're showing you. Joseph equals, and this is this one, right? It's almost the same, just arranged differently. Which means the name Flavius Josephus can also be seen as Flavius Piso, and so Josephus, son of Matthias, can also be seen as Piso, son of Matthias. Get it? Next, we have the name Joseph of Arimathea, a name that was briefly mentioned in the Gospels and Josephus, the Parallels chapter. The similarity between the name Joseph of Arimathea, the Josephus, son of Matthias, name was noted as sounding phonetically the same. But if this name is examined again, it appears the techniques described in the previous chapter are being used. So Joseph can be Josephus, and Arimathea can be 2 names brought together using the abbreviation and acrostic techniques. Those names are Arius and Matthias. Ari, look at that. Ari, all right? Ari, Matthias, Arius, Matthias, Arius, Matthias. Look at the Ari again. Arimathea, which is the same as Arius and Matthias. You see what they're doing? Arimathea, Arius, Matthias, Arimathea. Looking at that name, now we can see it meaning Joseph, Josephus, Piso of Arius, of Matthias, with the vowels E and A switched. All right, so now real quick, again, some mainstream information here on this character, which is Joseph of Arimathea. We already just broke down, it's really just Josephus, Arius, Matthias, or Arius, the son of Matthias, right? Arimathea. Who is Joseph of Arimathea in the New Testament? In case you guys don't read scripture or know of the New Testament ever, he's actually a very important figure when it comes to Jesus and the day and the moment he got crucified. So let's read. Joseph of Arimathea was, according to all 4 canonical gospels, the man who assumed responsibility for the burial of Jesus after his crucifixion. So he's the guy who buried Jesus after his crucifixion. Joseph of Arimathea, Arius, son of Matthias, Arius. The historical location of Arimathea is uncertain. All right, this is a big one. So supposedly, when they're saying Joseph of Arimathea, they always wanted us to think that that meant a location, a landmass, a place, a city, a town where he was coming from. But really, it doesn't even exist. It never existed. Nobody's ever found it. They're still disputed. Nobody ever knows. And it's telling you right here, it's uncertain. They don't know where that is because they don't mean of a place. They mean of the family of Arius Matthias, the same family, of that family. Just like in Spanish, we say de las casas, of that family, of the Johnsons, of the, Williamsons, of the, that, and so on and so on. It's not a place, okay? It's not a place. Again, this is a character written by Josephus, aka Arius Piso. Remember, although it has been identified with several towns, all right? So they're trying to look for it and say, no, it's this place. No, it's this place. No, it was this place. A number of stories that developed during the Middle Ages connect him with Glastonbury, England. Oh, now they're in England. Okay. And also with the Holy Grail legend. Matthew 27:57 describes him simply as a rich man and disciple of Jesus. So he's a disciple, even though we never heard of him, right? Joseph of Arimathea, a rich person though. According to Mark 15:43, Joseph of Arimathea was a respected member of the council. All right, so he's an important person. Of course, it's Arius Piso, son of Matthias, who was also himself looking for the kingdom of God, Luke 23:50-56 asked that he had not consented to their decision and action. He didn't like what they were doing. According to John 19:38, upon hearing of Jesus' death, the secret disciple of Jesus asked Pilate that he might take away the body of Jesus, and Pilate gave him permission. Joseph immediately purchased a linen shroud. All right, this is very important right here, this passage. I'm going to show you what Josephus wrote when he was there personally, what Josephus personally supposedly said to Titus during the siege of Jerusalem. Not Pilate. It wasn't Pilate who was taking over. It was Titus, right? Vespasian, Titus, Vespasian, Flavius, right? Which is, it's just Arrius Piso, all these people. We broke this down. So again, so this character, Joseph of Arimathea, Arius Mathea, right? He was the guy who buried Jesus. And he actually, hey, please let me take him down from the cross and bury him. This is the guy that supposedly did all that in the New Testament, okay? All right, so this, again, Joseph of Arimathea is the guy who brought Jesus down. So he was the one that supposedly also collected the blood, right? Or the Holy Grail. So it says here, the legend that Joseph was given the responsibility of keeping the Holy Grail was the product of Robert de Boron, who essentially expanded upon stories from Acts of Pilate. In Boron's Joseph the Arimathea, Joseph is imprisoned much as in the Acts of Pilate, but it is the Grail that sustains him during his captivity. Upon his release, he founds his company of followers, who takes the Grail to Britain, though Joseph does not go. The origin of the association between Joseph and Britain is not entirely clear, all right? This is, again, other writings they added. Though in subsequent romances, such as Per les Vows, Joseph travels to Britain, bringing relics with him. In the Lancelot Grail cycle, a vast Arthurian composition that took much from Robert, is not Joseph but his son Josephus, who is considered the primary holy man of Britain. Who? Josephus. It is Josephus, okay? Josephus. His son is named Josephus. Come on, guys. Come on, guys. Look how obvious they're letting you know. So Josephus of Arimathea, Josephus, also called Joseph or Josephus, is the son of Joseph of Arimathea. It's the same people. Look at them repeating the name. He duplicated himself as the son and an early keeper of the Holy Grail and some tellings of the Arthurian legend. You see, Josephus. Again, let's go back to Josephus, right? Josephus, the Romano-Jewish historian. Again, Josephus, son of Matthias or Arimatheus, or Joseph of Arimathea, Joseph ben or Arimathea or Arimathea, Arius Piso, all these Josephs, right? So I found this article real quick just to correlate a little bit. It says here, Joseph of Arimathea, and Josephus, okay? When Barbelo was initially reviewed before publication, one of the comments I received was that the number of Josephs in the book was actually a bit bewildering. Joseph, the father of Christ, Joseph, Herod's treasurer, Joseph, the brother of Christ, Joseph Barnabas, Joseph Justus Barsabas, Joseph of Arimathea, and last but not least, Josephus, the Jewish historian. The prime focus of my investigation into the historicity of Christ was, of course, Joseph, his father, who was known as the Old Man, Sabas, of Judea, and died aged 111 years. He was a highly visible public figure, so one would expect Josephus to have mentioned him somewhere in his works, if not Joseph as Herod's treasurer. Curiously, the author of what appears to be an early version of Josephus' Wars, a document called The Wonderful and Most Deplorable History of the Latter Times of the Jews, with the destruction of the city of Jerusalem, which history begins where the Holy Scriptures end, calls himself Joseph ben Gorion. This author of this book is believed to be an Italian Jew who lived in the 9th century or later and falsely professed to be the original Josephus. Look at that. We got another duplicate. And he has become known among scholars as Josephon, and pseudo-Josephus. And this person right here, in the other books we're reading, I'm not going to read that chapter, it's pretty long, but they break it down how this is the same person. It's literally Josephus. This is another of his pen names. And again, we go back to Arius Piso because Josephus is Arius Piso. Josephus is a pen name. A careful reading of the Josephon reveals some information that could only have been known to the real Josephus. And it is actually quite absurd to think that anyone would falsely claim to be this Josephus 800 years later. The most logical conclusion is that Josephon is merely an early copy, a copy of Josephus, copy of Josephus' work, which he later expanded to become the version we have today. The obvious question then is, of course, why the real Josephus, Ben Matthias, would originally have called himself Josephus ben Gurion. Although the name Gurion or Gurion is mentioned in the Talmud, its meaning is not immediately obvious. It does, however, appear to be distorted from the Greek word geron, which means an old man. The Jews often had a Hebrew name as well as a foreign name. If Josephus ben Gurion means Joseph, son of the old man, it would immediately suggest that Josephus was in fact called Josephus bar Sabas, which would make him a half-brother of Christ. Josephus, all right? They're talking about Josephus, brother of Christ, right? Josephus' genealogy is shown in table 1. All right, so this is like a little genealogy, right? This is a fake genealogy, right? He's not Josephus. We already broke this down, right? We know that Matthias is an ancestor of Piso in the Piso family. Simon Fellows meant to stutter. Remember, he had that in the family. One of the ancestors had a name which meant to stutter. We've broken this down in the last parts. Make sure you watch those if you can. It says a curious inconsistency in Josephus' lineage is that he refers to Simon Phasaelus as his great-grandfather, who strictly speaking should be Matthias Curtus. All right, so even Josephus messed up right there, because it should be, according to what he says in other accounts, it should be Matthias Curtus. That should be his great-grandfather, not this Simon Fellows guy. But the Fellows guy is actually Piso's real relative, which means stutterer. They had a different name, right? Nevertheless, there is a Joseph in this list, the one who was born around 68, 67 BC. Could this be Sabas, the old man? Now, this brings us to a man known as Joseph of Arimathea, spelled Arimatheas, Matthias, right? Arius, Arios Piso, Arimatheas, remember, son of Matthias. In Greek, a secret disciple, he's a secret disciple. You're not supposed to know him. He's secret of Christ, but also he's a rich man though, and prominent member of the council. All right, rich and prominent member of the council, and a good and upright man. This is the Joseph who boldly asked Pontius Pilate, the procurator of Judea, for Christ's body after the crucifixion, and placed it in his own newly cut tomb in a garden at the place where Christ was crucified. According to the itinerary of the anonymous pilgrim of Bordeaux, the tomb of Joseph of Arimathea was about a stone's throw away from the place of the crucifixion. Like literally, this guy's land was where they crucified supposedly Jesus. Literally, it was like right there. All right, this Joseph of Arimathea. We're gonna read Josephus' actual book right now, what he wrote. All right, the War of the Jews. We're gonna go read that right after this. I'm gonna show you something big. In the apocryphal, the Gospel of Peter, this garden is in fact called the Garden of Joseph, okay, where he got buried, the Garden of Joseph. Look at that. Following Luke, it is commonly assumed that Arimathea was a town of Judea, but no town by that name has been identified as yet. Again, that is not a town. You see, they still tell people this stuff. There's pastors teaching people this stuff. They don't even know what they're saying. All right, there is no town of that name. They've never been found, never existed. Eisler speculates that he may indeed have been Josephus. He is Josephus, the historian, as Joseph bar Matthias. That is Josephus. I'm going to show you why today. I'm going to prove it, where he got that story of the crucifixion and 3 people being hung and 1 surviving. I'm going to show you that. Who claimed to be the son of a renowned man called Matthias. Arimathea, Matthias, again, spelled Arimatheas, Arios, Arios Piso. Remember how they do those things? A closer look at the construction of the name Arimathea suggests that the name refers to a person and not a place. It's to a person and not a place. The Greek word ara means a prayer or a curse, suggesting that the name simply means the cursed Matthias. The cursed Matthias, why? Why is he cursed? Assuming that Matthias is just a variant spelling of Matthias. Joseph of Arimatheas then becomes Joseph, the son of the cursed Matthias. This Matthias must have been a public figure in order for him to have earned such a nickname. All right, so remember, we already broke it down. The
Oh, that goes so well with Arius, right? Arrius Piso.
All right, so real quick, we were just talking about Joseph of Arimathea, right? Bringing down Jesus from the cross and burying him, he was asking the Roman Pilate, Pontius Pilate to, give him permission to take him down and give him a proper burial and all that. So it was the crucifixion, right? So we're going to talk a little bit about the crucifixion, right? That moment in the Bible, in the New Testament. The crucifixion and subsequent resurrection of Jesus are central to Christianity. That's very important to Christianity. And the cross, sometimes depicting Jesus nailed to it, is the main religious symbol for many Christian churches, all right? One thing I want you guys to notice about the crucifixion is that it wasn't just Jesus. Always in the story, there's two other people with him. So there's always a total of 3 people being crucified at that moment. So it wasn't just him, it was 2 others. So there's always 3 people, right? And remember, they said that was near Joseph of Arimathea's garden where he actually got crucified. It was near his property, right? So again, there's always 3, not just Jesus, it's always 3 with him, right? As you guys can see here, there's always 3 so the other 2 are supposed to be thieves or criminals, and he's with them. That's the story in the New Testament. If you guys don't know it, all right, 3 of them, again, you see here, 3 of them. And also to notice is that they're always impaling Jesus, like stabbing him in the rib or something. And a lot of the drawings or cases, it's, as you can see here, this cut right here, right in the front of him. That's where they stuck the spear on him. You can see it right here again. And that's where they collected the blood for the Holy Grail, remember, at Joseph of Arimathea. And then you got the legend of the Holy Grail. So I just wanted to point that out. There's always 2 other people with him, a total of 3 people, right? 3 people being crucified. Remember that, 3 people being crucified. All right. So we're gonna take a quick break, all right? Because we're talking about crucifixions and crosses, right? Just want to remind everybody that the cross is not, original to Christianity. A lot of people ask me, so the cross was here in America before Christianity? And yes, of course, it was all over the world, the symbol of the cross. It didn't start with Christianity. This is just one example. This is the foliated cross in Palenque. This is a drawing of the actual wall. I'll show you the wall right after this. All right, let me just zoom in again. You guys see the cross. It's called the foliated cross. This is the actual wall. It's right in the middle right here. The foliated cross in Palenque. And this is a depiction, it's Aztec codice of the corn and the cross. And you can see the symbol of the bird. This was in my thought video. Same symbol you find in Egypt, ancient Egypt, with the bird landing on the tree. Now you see the corn, the life, the nourishment, the corn deity, the tree of life, cross in this representation. And then we got pits of coals, right? Look at this. So when we're talking about people getting crucified and all that, who were they really crucifying? I'm going to show you right now what Josephus, aka Arius Piso, was writing about who really was getting crucified. Because it really was going down. It was going down. I'm going to show you who he was saying it was really happening, and history is really happening. All right. Again, this is a glyph from a codice, right? Quetzalcoatl. Look at that. The 4 corners, the cross, for footprints. Look at that. And it's on his back. This is some just symbols they find here. It says pottery of Costa Rica, Nicaragua. And you can see the cross all over the place. All right. More pottery, and you can see the cross right here from ancient Costa Rica, Nicaragua. This is from Chupiquaro female figure. A Chupiquaro female figure. All right, and it has a cross. Look at that. See the cross right on it? This is way before Christianity. Okay, Chupiquaro, female figure. And again,
One thing I want you to notice about this is where you would find that image of the Quetzalcoatl. You see in a codice like this, we got the original codices. All right, and there's been scanned, and you can find them online, digitized, very high. You can zoom in a lot, it's pretty good. What I wanted to show you here is this image on the left, and you see he's also kind of like crucified, right? He's also being tied with his hands and feet. But look at what's going on here. You see right in the middle, he has a dagger. He has a dagger right on him, right on his chest right there. All right, you see that? Like right under his chest, you know, on the front. What does that remind you of? I'm gonna show you. You see something here? Look, he's getting right there, right? He's getting jabbed right there. Let's go back. And as you can see, let's zoom in. He's getting, you see that? He got a dagger also. He's impaled right there too. See that? All right, so where are they getting all this stuff? What's the true old world? What's really going on? Who's really getting crucified? All right, you see the cross right here as well. This is Quetzalcoatl as well, and he got the cross. He was actually described as having a white robe with crosses all over it. We've read that in a previous book. This is from their mythology. This is found in their codices. It's a coat. All right, there's another depiction of him, and this is from a book, old book we found, and this is what they were depicting Quetzalcoatl as right here. I was able to enhance it a little bit, as you can see right here. That's what the book had for Quetzalcoatl. All right, I showed this. I showed it. You can go see it in my Quetzalcoatl video. This is actually the cover of that video, so you guys can go see it. I show the book that has him drawn like that, as you can see. And then I just want to also show this. It says here, stylized depiction of Christ's crucifixion compared to Moses' snake on a pole. So it says here, as Moses lifted up the serpent in the wilderness, even so must the Son of Man be lifted up. So you see that? John 3:18, who wrote the Gospels, right? Piso. So where he get it from? Moses, right? From the Moses thing, right? See all the symbology? For he made him who knew no sin to be sin for us, that we might become the righteous of God in him. 2 Corinthians 5:21. Right? And it says, Dane, Hushtan, or snake on a pole, made by Moses. This is from Numbers 21:5-9 and 2 Kings 18:4. All right, in case you guys don't know, that's in the Old Testament Torah. It says here, rod of Asclepius or Pifkus, pagan god of healing. Right? This is when they took it, you know, Thoth, you know, remember? Check out my Thoth video, Hermes, Hermetics, Caduceus, or staff of Mercury, messenger of the gods. Remember, Mercury is the same as Hermes. Mercury is a trickster, right? The trickster, right? Mercury is a trickster. Hermes is Thoth. Thoth did create Osiris and Isis and Horus, the Trinity. These are all epithets. He wrote these things, right? That's Christianity. Osiris is Serapis, right? Osiris is Serapis. Serapis is Zeus, and Mitron eventually Jesus. And some more says here, the etymology of Jesus, the Son dying on the cross. All right, I found this online. Thought it was interesting, so you guys can take a look. Hey, you see, there's a lot of symbology, a lot of things going into the writing. You know, what Arius Piso, Arius Matia, Joseph ben Matia, Arimathea, right? So, all right, let's continue with the video. I'm going to show you what Josephus was writing about who really was getting crucified. And then we're going to bring it back to Joseph of Arimathea. What does it have to do with him? All right, so we're going to read a little bit of the works of Josephus, right? So remember, Josephus recorded Jewish history. He's one of the most famous so-called Jewish historians, right? This is like their go-to guy. This is like the guy who makes everything official, right? The way they want it to be told, right? The way they want it to be told. So it says Josephus recorded Jewish history with special emphasis on the 1st centuries AD in the First Jewish-Roman War, right? Specifically those times, right? During the siege of Jerusalem, right? Including the siege of Masada. His most important works were the Jewish War and Antiquities of the Jews. The Jewish War recounts the Jewish revolt against Roman occupation. The Jewish revolt, right?
So-called Jewish? No, these are the Hebrews. A lot of them Israelites. All right, not just Jewish, like how we imagine today. Jewish. These Romans are trying to take over their holy land. Roman occupation. We're going to talk about who the Roman are. Antiquities of the Jews recounts the history of the world from a Jewish perspective. So-called Jewish perspective, right? It's Josephus. He's Roman. He's Arrius Piso. You see the hijack? Dodge the hijack, my people, big time. That's what they want you to think. A Jewish perspective. They just told us, right? They just told, what did they tell us? Flavius Josephus fully defected to the Roman side and was granted Roman citizenship, just like Paul. Uh-oh. Hold up, we ain't there yet with Paul. Don't get mad. Don't get mad. Don't get don't start getting mad again. A lot of people get offended with this stuff, and I don't talk about Paul. I mean, that's Josephus too. I'll show you that. That's another video though. We're talking about Josephus and Joseph of Arimathea, right? Now we're going to talk about Josephus and his writings, right? We're going to read a little bit of those writings. Who was really getting crucified according to this Jewish perspective, right? Of Josephus, Arius Piso, aka Arius Piso. Let's not forget Arius Piso. Supposedly his perspective, and he was writing that for an ostensibly Greek and Roman audience. Oh, he was writing it for them, huh? He is them. That is his people. These works provide valuable insight into his first century Judaism and the background of early Christianity. Oh, how convenient, early Christianity, right? Piso. Josephus' works are the chief source next to the Bible. His works are what? The source, the chief source. That's the main source they go to next to the Bible. You see that? Arius Piso put himself almost like he was, what? The Most High. He's trying to be the Most High here. My work is the chief source. Arius Piso. Josephus' works? No, Arius Piso's work. Next to the Bible? For the history and antiquity of ancient Palestine, and provides significant and independent extra-biblical account of such figures as Pontius Pilate, Herod the Great, John the Baptist, James the Just, and possibly Jesus of Nazareth. Jesus. All right, so that's Josephus. He made it official. Literally what they're telling you, if it wasn't for Josephus, none of these people would be real. But we know Herod was the real because we got the, they found the tablets, the inscriptions of Herod the Great and all that. And so we're going to get into his writings. This is just one example. It says here the genuine works of Flavius Josephus, translated from the original Greek. All right, it was written in Greek originally, just like the New Testament, right? According to the Haverkamp's accurate edition, okay? And so it contains 20 books of the Jewish antiquities. All right, so it's a collection of all his books. We're gonna just do that because it would take forever to go through 20, 30, 40, 50 books, right? So that he wrote, all right? Piso was heavy writing, right? This is volume 1, it says. The Antiquities of the Jews. All right, this is one of the books here. Just want to read what was going on here. It says, so they were saying here how he threatened punishment to the disobedient, which he threatened punishment. They were talking about the Hebrews, on which account they every day underwent great miseries and bitter torments, for which they were whipped with rods. They were whipped. Who was whipped? They were whipped. All right, whipped. Now, this is what I'm trying to explain to you guys. Who was this really happening to? Who got whipped with rods and their bodies were torn to pieces and were crucified. Who's being crucified? Hebrews, right? That says the Jewish wars, right? Antiquities of the Jews, so-called Jews. We're talking about a special people. This was happening to who? Romans were doing this to these people, right? This is Arius Piso's people doing it too. While they were still alive and breathed, they were being crucified while they were still alive and breathed. While they were still alive, just like Jesus, right? They also strangled those women and their sons whom they had circumcised, as the king had appointed, hanging their sons about their necks, hanging on their necks. All right, guys, hanging on their necks as they were upon the crosses, hanging on trees. That's all over the New Testament. You can Google hang on a tree, New Testament. You're going to see that's what they were really hanging. They said in reference to Jesus, they hung him on a tree. All right, so hanging, so Hebrews, right? Not Christians. And if there were any sacred books or the law found, it was destroyed.
and those with whom they were found miserably perished also. Whoever you were with also, okay? Go to another part of this book. It says here, upon this, Varus sent a part of his army into the country to seek out those that had been authors of the revolt. And when they were discovered, he punished some of them that were most guilty, and some he dismissed. Now the number of those that were crucified on this account were 2,000. 2,000 Hebrews, 2,000 people what? Hung, crucified, hung on the cross, crucified, 2,000, after which he disbanded his army, which he found no way useful. All right, that's just another one from another of his collections. Says here, the works of Flavius Josephus, Winston's translation, revised by Reverend A.R. Shiletto, M.A., and this is volume 2, Antiquities of the Jews, book 6 through 13, 1889. I want to bring you to this part of the book, and it's talking about Alexander. I don't know if Alexander the Great, I believe, when he took over Jerusalem. Now, when Alexander fled to the mountains, 6,000 of the Jews mustered to him, moved by pity at his reverse. So Demetrius was afraid and retired out of the country, after which the Jews fought against Alexander and were beaten and slain in great numbers in the several battles which they had. Several battles, all right? And when he had shut up the most powerful of them in the city of Betomi, he besieged them therein. And when he had taken the city and he got the inhabitants into his power, he brought them to Jerusalem and did one of the most barbarous actions in the world to them. For he was feasting with his concubines in the sight of all the city. He ordered about 800 of them to be crucified, 800. And while they were still living, ordered the throats of their children and wives to be cut before their eyes. This was indeed by way of revenge for the injuries they had done him. But this punishment which he exacted was inhuman, though we suppose him to have been ever so much distressed, as it is probable he was, by his wars with them, for he had by their means come to the last degree of hazard both to his life and kingdom. All right, so they're trying to sugarcoat why he did it, but again, you see who's getting crucified. All right, we got another of his works here. It says The Wars of the Jews by Flavius Josephus, aka Arius Piso. All right, remember, Arius Piso is writing this, translated into English by Sir Roger Lestrange Knight. So it has the Wars of the Jews with the Romans, right, with the Romans, Idumeans, Romans, in 7 books. The Life of Flavius Josephus, okay, Flavius Josephus. We're gonna go to this part. This says here, the Jews miserably tortured and crucified. Titus severe in his own defense. Scandals. All right, so that's like the title. So remember, Titus is the one who was taking over Jerusalem during the time Josephus was alive, and you know, when he betrayed his people. But remember, Titus, go back to the previous videos. I know it's a little confusing. Most likely it's Arius Piso, same person. All right, he's the one taking over. Okay, it says Titus all this while piled his works daily, but not without loss of men from the walls. It was the Jews' practice to steal out in the nights and look abroad for provisions, and not without some soldiers among them that could not get wherewithal in the city to answer their necessities. These people were most of them poor, and durst not desert for fear of having their wives and their children's throats cut that they left behind. Neither durst they take their families along with them for fear of discovery. Titus, being aware of these difficulties, ordered out a detachment of horse to waylay the Jews in the valleys. Hunger had made them desperate. Remember, they surrounded the Titus and them. What they did is surrounded Jerusalem, so they couldn't get any food, so they couldn't get in or out any supplies. So new food was not coming in. So hunger had made them desperate, and talking about the Hebrews. And so out they went and fell into enemies' ambushes. When they found themselves hampered, they were then forced to fight upon necessity, for fear of some punishment worse than death itself. Beside that, it was now too late to think of begging quarter. In short, they were mastered, and after exposing them to all manners of tortures, they were crucified. In the sight of the besieged, they were crucified. Who's getting crucified? Hebrews, Israelites, Jerusalem. Remember, Titus was not all pleased with the severity of the rigor, but he did not find it safe either to discharge so many obstinate prisoners that he had now at mercy, or to spare men enough to look after them from the service of the army. Beside, the hope he had that the terror of such an example might move them to bethink themselves, lest it should come to be their own case. They were all crucified, but in several ways, in postures, not just in the cross, right? In several ways. That's what we were reading earlier. Several postures in different ways. I hung on a tree, crucified, different ways, different postures. Some to express their rage, others their hatred, and some again their mockery and contempt. But the numbers of the prisoners was so great that they wanted room for more crosses, and crosses for the bodies. Crosses, who? Hebrews, Israelites. And so far was the horror of this execution from softening the faction that as they ordered the matter, it wrought a clear contrary effect by the help of this invention. All right, so again, a lot of crosses for the bodies, right? Not just one person being crucified. This was happening massively to Hebrews. Remember, we're reading the works of Josephus. These are historical sources. This is not the Bible I'm reading. Okay? Now, listen to what Josephus said. I talked about Eleazar in one of my videos. And what happened to Eleazar? Well, remember what he did? He said, I ain't eating your pork. And I'm not going to pretend to be eating your pork. I'm not going down with your deals. I ain't trying to be an example of sin. Put me on the rack. He said, put me on the rack. Just put me on the rack right now. I'm dying today because I ain't eating your pork. He said, I'm dying today. Eleazar, man. I'm going to show you what that rack was. When we're talking about crucifixions, one person getting crucified or martyred, a real martyr, a real son of the Most High, really representing. There was in this place a bold, an enterprising and daring young man whose name was Eleazar. This Eleazar made several vigorous sallies and did all that was possible, both by his counsel and example, to obstruct the progress of the Romans, of these Romans, right, these Idumeans, and to put a check to their undertakings, insomuch that he made himself a terror to his enemies. All right, they were afraid of Eleazar. They couldn't, he wasn't going down with that whole Roman invasion thing. He wasn't trying to break the code. Remember, he wasn't trying to break the code and sing. No. As well as a comfort and support to his friends, being the first man still upon all encounters to come on, and the last in case of a retreat that came off. There passed a skirmish one day, and when the action was over, and both parties withdrawn, Eleazar, in vainglorious contempt of danger, or of any man that should dare to attack him, made a stop without the gate, and fell into a careless discourse with some of the defendants upon the walls, without heeding anything else, this being within view of the Roman camp. And one Rufus, an Egyptian, all right, Rufus, he snitched, Rufus the Egyptian, he snitched, and a soldier spying the opportunity ran upon him at unawares and seized him, all right, this Egyptian, right, helping the Romans, this Egyptian helping the Romans. What he do? He went and caught Eleazar. He helped him catch Eleazar. And what happened to Eleazar? And carried him off, arms and all, into the enemy's quarter. And Bassus presently ordered him to be stripped and publicly whipped. All right, stripped and publicly whipped. All right, pay attention. We're talking about somebody getting crucified, right, in the New Testament. Pay attention to what happened to Eleazar. Remember what he said, why they're doing this. Remember why they're doing this. Because he didn't want to eat the pork. He didn't want to sing. And he didn't want to pretend to be down with their things. He didn't want to be down with them. All right, we're going to read 2 Maccabees 6 again after this. So he got whipped. He got stripped and whipped. Who did that really happen to in history, huh? He got stripped and whipped at his length upon the ground inside of the city, the whole city. The Jews were so confounded at the calamity of this young man that the whole multitude broke out into tears and exclamations in pity of his distress. When Bassus found the generality of the people so passionately concerned for the misfortune of one man, who? Eleazar, one man, this one man, he computed with himself that if he could but inflame their compassion, he might gain his point and work them to composition of giving up the place to save Eleazar's life. Remember, they were trying to make a deal with him
They were trying to make a deal with him. They were trying to say, yo, just eat this pork in front of everybody because they think you're a leader. Just come on, do it for us and we'll spare you. So they're trying to make a deal with him. This fancy succeeded to his wit, for upon the setting up of a cross as Eleazar were to be forthwith crucified. Who? Eleazar was going to get crucified in a cross? I told you, he said, put me on the rack. The timber was no sooner planted, but the garrison broke out into an outcry with one voice that their affliction was altogether intolerable. Eleazar begged of them upon this to consider both his case, who was now to die a rash death, and their own, and not to contend any longer with the courage and fortune of the Romans, since the whole world had already submitted itself to their empire. But the bravest, however, of those that went first got off, and the rest of the number of 1,700 men were put to the sword. The women and the children made slaves. All right. Eleazar got crucified. Eleazar and a lot of people got killed that day. They didn't let him go. Eleazar got crucified. Maccabees 6, okay? The martyrdom of Eleazar, one of the scribes, all right? He wasn't a young man. He was in high position, a man now advanced in age. He wasn't a young man. A noble presence was being forced to open his mouth to eat swine's flesh, but he welcomed death. He welcomed death with honor rather than his life with pollution. Went up to the rack of his own accord, spitting out the flesh. What rack? The cross. He went up on the cross on his own. Give me that. I'll tie myself up. I ain't eating pork. Okay? Going back to the bottom down here. He died, leaving in his death an example of nobility and a memorial of courage, not only to the young, but to the great body of his nation. He died so you wouldn't commit sins, not for your sins. All right, Eleazar got crucified. This noble person, Eleazar, okay? All right, so we come to the New Testament now, right? This is John 19. Remember, this is the New Testament. This is not the Torah. It's not the same as the Old Testament. You guys got to start distinguishing that it's not the same. All right, New Testament, Old Testament. The Torah is the Old Testament. Torah, the book of law, is what it's really called. It's not an old anything. All right, so John 19, remember, this is written by Arrius Piso, Josephus, and all his family. All right, John 19, this is the story where they get the crucifixion of Jesus. And that, you know, those movies you see during Christmas time, this is the story you see. And in John 19, he tells you, or 18, I'm sorry, that he was where they were crucified him, right? Him is Jesus and two others. So there was three of them with him, one on either side, and Jesus in the midst, okay? So always there's three of them, right? There's three of them, right? There's three of them. So if this is not Eleazar, right? If this is not Eleazar or all these Hebrews getting crucified, where are they getting this story of three people? I'm going to show you. But first, let's continue. John 19, 38, right? We got the famous character we got earlier. And after this, Joseph of Arimathea. So after he was crucified and pierced, Joseph of Arimathea, being a disciple of Jesus, but secretly, for fear of the Jews, besought Pilate that he might take away the body of Jesus. And Pilate gave him the leave. He came therefore and took the body of Jesus. All right, so, and then Nicodemus, another secret disciple, helped him. But again, Joseph of Arimathea, let's not forget who Arimathea. There is no Arimathea place. That's false. That's of Mathea, Arimathea. So remember Josephus' biography. Josephus is son of Mathea. Josephus, son of Matthias. That's where they get the Matthias from. Son Ben of Matthias. But Josephus is Arius Piso. So remember the Arimathea. Remember the Arimathea. This is in the book Creating Christianity, a Weapon of Ancient Rome. We go back right in the beginning, you know, what we were showing you. Joseph can be Josephus and Arimathea can be two names brought together using the abbreviation and acrostic techniques. Those names are Arius and Matthias. Arius, Piso, right? Arius. So looking at that name, now we can see it meaning Joseph, Josephus, Piso, Arius of Matthias, Arimatheas, Arimathea, Arius, Matthias. Let's go back to John 19. So again, Joseph of Arimathea, right, was the one who took him down, right? He took him down from the cross. Really? This is what's going on? Where did they get the story from? I'm going to show you right now.
So we're in the works of Flavius Josephus, okay? Flavius Josephus. Who's Josephus? Josephus of Arimathea is Josephus. I'm gonna prove it to you right now. We already know that, but I'm gonna prove it to you some more. Look what he wrote, all right? This is translated by William Winston AM, professor of mathematics in the University of Cambridge. The works of Flavius Josephus in 3 volumes, all right? Volume 1, page 57, all right? This is Josephus' writing. It says here, let's start up here, all right? Let's start up here. Moreover, when the city Jerusalem was taken by force by Titus, Caesar persuaded me frequently to take whatsoever I would of the ruins of my country. All right, he's talking to himself. Titus is him. He didn't persuade nothing. Josephus is him. This is the hijack big time, people, and say that he gave me leave to do so. But when my country was destroyed, I thought nothing else to be of any value which I could take and keep as a comfort under my calamities. So I made this request to Titus, that my family might have their liberty. I had also the holy books by Titus' concession, nor was it long after that I asked of him the life of my brother and of 50 friends with him. Remember that he was pleading to save his family, supposedly. Now look what Josephus says. And when I was sent by Titus Caesar with Carilius and 1,000 horsemen to a certain village called Tecoa, in order to know whether it were a place fit for a camp, as I came back, I saw many captives crucified, right? And remembered 3 of them as my former acquaintance. How many? 3 captives? 3 captives being crucified. All right, pay attention. 3 captives being crucified. This is Josephus writing about what he's seeing. He's not talking about book. We're not reading the New Testament. This is not Paul. This is not a Bible story. This is Josephus' historical information, a primary source supposedly. Okay, what is he saying? He saw 3 acquaintances being crucified, right? And I remembered 3 of them of my former acquaintance. I was very sorry at this in my mind, and went with tears in my eyes to Titus and told him of them. So he immediately commanded them to be taken down. Who? Josephus, what? He went to plead to Titus to please take my friends down. Please take my friends down. Hold up. We're back in John 19, all right? John 19:38. What did Joseph of Arimathea do? He was what? Being a disciple of Jesus? What did he do? He asked Pilate if he can take away the body of Jesus. He can bring them down from the cross. He can bring them down from the cross, right? Please, Titus. So it's the same thing. Look, Joseph of Arimathea asking the emperor to please let me take the body down. Let me bring the bodies down. Let's go back to that book. Again, Josephus, what did he do? He saw Titus and he told of them. He said, those are my boys, right? Titus, those are my boys. Those 3 of them are my boys. The 3 of them, right? Those 3 right there, those are my boys, Titus. Those are my boys, Titus. So Titus, what did he do? All right, you can take them down. All right, you can take them down. And what did Pilate say to Joseph of Arimathea, Josephus, Arius Piso? Pilate gave him the leave. He came therefore, so he said, yeah, you can take him down. You can take him down, okay? So he let them take him down, right? This is Josephus, right? So he immediately commanded them to take them down and to have the greatest care taken of them in order to their recovery. Yet 2 of them died under the physician's hands, while the 3rd recovered. The third recovered. One of them what? Recovered. He didn't die. He resurrected. One of them recovered. One of them recovered. One of them resurrected. One of them recovered. Who was out of these 3 always? Who was the one that resurrected? These 2 guys died. He recovered or resurrected. He recovered or resurrected. I'm showing you guys where they got this story from. You see, it's all allegorical there. This is the day Titus took over Jerusalem. We read this in the previous parts of this. That's basically what they were writing about. The besiege of Jerusalem. Titus, Arius Piso, that's what they were writing about. Remember when they said the son is coming. The son, they were calling Titus the son of God. The son of God is coming. The son is man. The son, God is coming. Titus, that was Josephus. That's Arius Piso. Arimathea is Arrius Piso. Arimathea, all right, again, there is no town in Judea called Arimathea. Eisler speculates that he may indeed have been Josephus the historian, as Joseph Barmathea. Josephus, right? I saw 3 of my friends. I saw 3 of them there. I know 3 of them. 3 of them. I remember 3 of them. They were getting crucified. 3 of them. 3 of them were getting crucified. Only 1 of them survived. Only 1 of them survived. That's in the writings of Josephus. There's no going around this. There is no going around this. It's a duplicate. This is where they're getting it from. Paul didn't write that. John, what John? We broke down who John is in the Piso family. All right, check out the chart. Go back to the last video, even though we're going to talk about it some more. So again, yet 2 of them died. 2 of them died under the physician's hand, while the 3rd recovered. The other guy, the 3rd guy, or the one of them, or the 3, resurrected or recovered. Eleazar. I know Eleazar got crucified. I know Eleazar got publicly whipped. He got stripped and publicly whipped. And what did he say? I know I could have been saved from death, Eleazar said. I know I could have been saved from death. I am enduring terrible sufferings in my body under this beating. They're beating him. But in my soul, I am glad to suffer these things because I fear him. Because I fear the Most High. I ain't breaking the code. I'm not breaking the code. So this whole Joseph of Arimathea is all fictional. Joseph of Arimathea was probably a literary fiction. All right? A lot of people know this stuff. You got to put 2 and 2 together. People were getting crucified, but not how they wrote it in the New Testament, not how Arius Piso, aka Josephus, aka Paul wrote it. Oh yeah, we're going to get to that. But we know these Romans, aka Edomites, we're going to see, once again, the Edomites had invaded Judah. Once again, these Romans had invaded Judah and crucified many of their warriors, their captives, okay? In the history of the Hebrew Commonwealth, from the earliest times to the destruction of Jerusalem, AD 72, translated from the German of Jan D.D., formerly professor of the Oriental languages, of biblical antiquities, and of theology in the University of Vienna, with a continuation to the time of Adrian, volume 2, all right? This is scholarly stuff here. We're not talking about Bible stories. It's real history. The history of the Hebrew Commonwealth. History. Josephus is a historical source, right? Even though he's Arius Piso. This is really happening. We go to page 384. It says here, dispersion of the Jews, Abravanel observes that we may call the subjects of the Roman Empire and Christians in general Edomites. Who Christians? Serapis? Who's the Christians really? Who are the Christians and Romans? Christians, Roman Empire and Christians in general Edomites, with the same propriety as Isaiah addresses the sinners of his time as the rulers of Sodom and the people of Gomorrah. His parallel between the Romans and Edomians, Edomians, Romans, and Edomians is carried much too far. They had, he said, like Esau and Jacob, a common father, even God. Esau, by his marriage, allied the family of the patriarchs to strangers. Look what he did. They started mixing with all these nations. The Edomites and the Roman Empire and the Catholic Church are composed of various nations. We showed the coat of arms, a lot of those Catholic families, remember, who are equally offensive to God. Edomites, Roman Empire. Esau hated Jacob and wished to take from him his birthright. Jacob is who? Israel, Israelites. It's a lineage, it's a family. They take his birthright, his property, and his life. His property and his life. Who did that happen to? Think quick. And the Christians treat the Israelites in the same manner. Why did the Christians treat the Israelites like that? I thought Christians and Israelites were the same, huh? Farther, the Kabbalists assure us that the soul of Esau passed into the body of Jesus Christ, and hence is it that letters in Esau by transposition form Jesus, right? Look at that, Esau,
Isus, Isaus, Isus, Isaus, Isus. Uh-oh, that's deep. I'm not the one saying it, okay? Esau was born under the planet Mars and was therefore a bloodthirsty man and a hunter, and the Edomians' heroes, his descendants, Edomians are Edomites, is Esau, all right? His descendants who ruled over Italy were cannibals who devoured the bodies of their enemies whom they had slain. Farther, the Roman emperors were dressed in scarlet because Esau was of red color. Esau, the cardinals also wear red dress for the same reason. All right, so Roman Empire and Christians in general, Edomites. Who's the Edomites? Who's the Edomites? All right, and who's Quetzalcoatl? Who's Eleazar? Huh? Who's Eleazar? Who's Quetzalcoatl? All right, so I hope you guys enjoyed this presentation. Got more parts coming and more different topics. Again, continue the other parts of my other series, of course. Just wanted to get through this a little bit. Thanks for tuning in. Hope you guys understood what I was kind of showing you. As you can see, Joseph of Arimathea is Josephus ben Matthias, is aka Arius Matthias, right? Arius Piso. And the three people that were getting crucified, Josephus' boys, and he took them all three down, and only one of them survived. All right, only one of them survived or resurrected. So thanks for tuning in. Much love and respect. Awah.